Chapter 1. Aurelia. Could I trust the man I'd left with? I wasn't sure, and had no idea if he would tell me the truth anyway. Probably not. Even so, there was no harm in asking. I chewed my lip nervously and stared up at the huge guy beside me. You won't tell Gray where I am? Asher peered down at me incredulously, his eyes wide and eyebrows raised.
Of course not. There's obviously a reason you're running from him.
I wasn't running, was I? And even if what Asher said was true, I had every right to run away from a bad situation. Betrayed right from the beginning, Gray only ever wanted me for a job, and he'd done whatever was necessary to bring me in, including all the lies he'd told me. I was done with it all. Him and his half-truths. I appreciate the offer, Asher. I really don't have anywhere else to go. That was the truth, but with that thought came a crushing loneliness. Was I making a terrible mistake going with him? The Riders were friends with Gray, not me. So why was Asher being so nice? None of it makes any sense. I eyed him warily. Why are you helping me run from him anyway? The elevator doors dinged open, and Asher put out his arm to make sure it didn't close on us. He gestured for me to go out ahead of him in a very gentlemanly manner, but he didn't answer my question, and that fact wasn't lost on me. The receiving room was completely empty. Everyone was obviously still down at the ring watching the end of the horror show. Layla's gruesome death flashed in my mind, and I shuddered. She deserved what she'd gotten, of course, but that didn't make her demise any less disturbing or gory. My footsteps upon the pristine tiled floor was the only sound in the empty space, as we moved through the receiving room with purpose and out the front doors. The sun beat down on us, its light unforgiving and blinding me after having been so long in the dark. But I took several deep breaths of the crisp air and sighed as happiness began to filter through me. I loved the forest from the moment I saw it for the first time. It felt like home, or at least reminded me of someplace like home. Maybe I could just run into the forest and live out my days on the land. That wouldn't be too difficult, right? I sighed. Who am I kidding? I scanned the outside of the facility and groaned at what I saw there. Asher seriously wasn't expecting me to get on the back of that death machine, was he? Fate had already intervened once. Again was surely too much to ask. I blinked at the motorcycle as the hulking guy moved toward it, shaking my head as I stood there. There was no way in hell I was getting on that thing. I'd already shared my dislike with him the last time he'd expected me to get on one, when we'd narrowly escaped Malcolm.
If you want to get out of here, this is the only way, Princess,
Asher said as he strode toward the bike, throwing the words over his shoulder. Well, shit. I moved slowly, taking careful, tiny steps toward the motorcycle. My heart was pounding, and feelings of fear and anxiety were quickly tinkling along my nerves. Asher, the big brute, mounted it like it was the easiest thing in the world and pushed up the kickstand as he waited for me to climb on too. It's this or face Gray again. My choice became no choice, ultimately. Fine then, I huffed. I could die on a motorcycle, but at least death wouldn't break my heart again.
Here.
Asher grabbed a helmet and handed it to me. I pulled the helmet on, but fumbled while fastening it, quickly becoming flustered. Asher chuckled before turning on his seat and securing it under my chin with his thick, steady fingers. He tightened it with the final tug, ensuring it was on properly. Thank you, I said, still unsure of the huge machine and its rider. How many motorcycles do you have? Don't you have a car?
No, I don't have a car,
he said, rolling his eyes.
And I have several bikes, though one less since we rescued you.
We both knew I was stalling, but I needed to psych myself up to get on the two-wheeled vehicle of doom. My hands were shaking, and my breathing was more reminiscent of panting. "I'm sorry about that," I said, glancing away. He lost his favorite bike to a fireball when they'd come to rescue me from Malcolm's house of horrors.
"It's fine, Princess, but we're running out of time if you want to get out of here before Gray comes after you. He's your fated mate. He can only hold out against his wolf for so long."
He raised an eyebrow at me and revved the engine for effect. The bike rumbled ominously, the sound shivering along my spine and causing goosebumps to break out over my skin. I blew out a shaky breath. It's now or never. I moved to the bike and threw my leg over the huge machine. Then I grabbed onto the back of Asher's shirt, trying to keep a little distance between us. We weren't that familiar, after all. He reached back and wrapped my arms around his waist.
"You need to hold on tight, especially if you're scared."
He chuckled. His ribcage was so wide, my hands couldn't touch as I wrapped my arms around his waist. So instead, I gripped the only thing I could, the front of his t-shirt. A moment later, he started the engine and, without warning me, he took off down the dirt road. A girly squeal escaped as I plastered my front to his back. "A warning would have been nice," I yelled over the roar of the engine and whoosh of the wind. Asher's deep laugh was his only response. The trees flew by at high speed and the wind continued to rush by, whistling loudly past my ears. The air beat uncomfortably at my face until I had the common sense to hide behind Asher's broad back, his enormous body acting like a windshield. I breathed in deeply, attempting to calm my racing nerves. Asher's back suddenly tensed beneath my touch, alarming me further. He was relaxed until now. What's wrong?
"Hold on, Princess,"
Asher shouted, a note of panic clear in his voice. The fact he was worried made me tense up too and grip his shirt even more tightly. "What's going on?" I shouted back and peered up over his broad shoulders to see a roadblock up ahead. But we weren't slowing down in the least. Malcolm stood in the middle of the street on the other side of the ward. I flinched, my heart beginning to race anew. What the fuck? How did he find me again? An iridescent shield wove its way around Malcolm and blocked any kind of escape. I glared at him when he smiled cruelly. He no longer cared what happened to me. It was obvious by the way he stood there, ready to witness me crash headfirst into his shield. The second we crossed the wards, I screamed, "Stop!" Asher skidded to a stop, heeding my command just inches from Malcolm's shield. The bike slid out from under us, kicking up dust in our enemy's face. I rolled across the dirt chaotically, gravel digging into my skin. But other than a little road rash, I was largely unharmed. I jumped to my feet, magic lighting up my palms instantly, answering my unspoken summons.
"Run, Princess,"
Asher boomed, clearly ready to take on Malcolm on his own in an attempt to protect me, in order to buy me time. "No," I growled back. "I can take care of myself this time. I'm not helpless." I glared at Malcolm as purple magic swirled with life, glowing in my hands. "Why are you here?" I yelled. A smirk lit Malcolm's face, and he shook his head as if the answer were ridiculously obvious.
"You're mine, and I've come to take you home. By force, if necessary,"
he answered simply. "I would rather die than go anywhere with you." I threw my magic at Malcolm's shield, fueling its momentum with my anger. It struck the shield and ricocheted off, the magic pitifully cracking a few feet away from him. It fizzled out without causing any damage. Asher rose to his feet and put himself between me and Malcolm.
"Run, Princess,"
he repeated, more sternly this time. "You sound like a broken record, Asher. I'm not running away." I shook my head and stepped to the side so I could see my enemy once more.
Infuriating woman. I swear you'll be the bloody death of me. You have one choice here, Aurelia. You run now, because in a few minutes, Gray will be done with the assholes at the facility, and then he'll be on his way here.
Asher growled. Shit. What will I do when I'm forced to confront Gray and Malcolm at the same time? Malcolm stepped forward and held up his hand. It crackled with energy.
You will not leave here, Aurelia. I'm taking you home with me.
I'm not going anywhere. I threw another ball of magic, only to achieve the same result as earlier. God damn it. You know, this would be a fair fight if you'd stop being such a fucking coward and actually dropped the shield. Malcolm laughed.
Why would I do that when I can get the same result from behind the safety of my shield? There's no honor among the Fae.
Asher growled. Malcolm let his electric power crackle over his palm once more, before he lobbed it in my direction with shocking precision. Asher shoved me out of the way at the very last second. I rolled across the dirt road again, tearing more skin and landing in a crouch, an enraged scowl upon my face.
You can't get past his shield. It's pointless. You need to run now,
Asher yelled. He was right. I needed to try a different tactic. Trying the same shit over and over again wasn't going to result in a better outcome. Scanning the trees, I searched for a good place to get lost, but couldn't see a viable path that Malcolm wouldn't be immediately able to follow. With an angry sigh of frustration, I scrambled up from the dusty ground and crouched low, making up my mind. I have to try. As fast as my legs would carry me, I raced to the tree line, taking off like a horse whose stall door was left open. I had no intention of being caught by Malcolm again. He'd treated me horribly when he'd kidnapped me before, and he clearly had plans for our future that I would rather die than be a part of. I will not allow him to capture me again. I'm no one's slave. The trees swayed in the breeze with an ethereal quality as I ran. It was almost as if they were directing me the way I needed to go. It was a strange sensation, but it really felt like they were tangibly guiding me. I didn't stop to think about it, of course. I just ran, trusting my instincts and nature. The sounds of fighting and shouting faded the longer I fought my way through the underbrush, following the tree's direction. What was I thinking? How could trees possibly be telling me where to go? It didn't make sense. But then I was a fairy, and not everything in my life made a hell of a lot of sense to begin with. And at this point, I was flying by the seat of my pants. Maybe the Fae can communicate with nature. Is that what I'm experiencing? Where are you taking me? I whispered before I stopped to catch my breath, laying a hand on the nearest tree for support. The bark pulsed beneath my touch with a palpable sense of urgency. How do I know that it's trying to warn me? What if this is a trap? The tree pulsed again and the urgency increased. I felt it flowing through the life that dwelled beneath the bark. Someone was following me, and the tree didn't know whether the presence was friend or foe, so it urged me onward. Yet again, I didn't seem to have much choice in the matter but to do as it demanded. It was connected to the wider world around me in a way I wasn't. I had to trust its intuition. But what about Asher? My steps faltered, and my heart ached in my chest. Could he fight alone against the seasoned Fae warrior? I wasn't sure. In a fair fight, I believed he could hold his own. He was a rider of the wild hunt. But as it stood, he wouldn't be able to get past Malcolm's shield any more than I could. So why did he stay behind? Did my life truly mean so much? Glancing back, my lips twisted in anxiety, and I made up my mind. Whether he lived or died, it'd all be for nothing if I didn't keep moving. With renewed determination, I followed the trees deeper into the forest. but the skin on the back of my neck prickled all the while with unease. The tree was right. I was being stalked, and I didn't know if it was by a desperate friend or a malicious foe. All around me, the trees pulsed with more urgency, triggering a deep and primal fear. Stumbling heedlessly in the direction they swayed, I picked up my pace until I was running flat out, the forest around me no more than a blur of green and dappled shadow. Soon, I'd completely lost track of where I was going. I ran until my chest ached and my heart felt ready to explode. I panted for breath and I imagined myself all but frothing at the mouth. I need to stop. I can't keep up this pace much longer. My knees finally buckled beneath me, and I crashed to the ground on my hands and knees, sucking in huge, heaving breaths. I really wasn't in the best shape to be running like this for my life. A twig snapped in the nearby distance, and I flinched, scrambling to my feet and summoning magic to my palms, ready to defend myself despite my overwhelming exhaustion.
"Easy, princess,"
Asher said, stepping into view, his hands raised before him in a placating gesture.
"It's just me."
I released a shaky breath, relieved to my core that it was only him. Asher,
"Don't get too comfortable,"
he warned.
"Malcolm is still out there somewhere. The bastard eluded me. He doesn't like to play fair."
He clenched one large hand into a fist at his side. His face was dirty, and there was a hefty cut above his brow that was trickling blood. "Are you okay?" I asked, taking a tentative step toward him. He'd gotten hurt because of me. He'd stood against a powerful enemy for me. A deep sense of humility thrummed through me at the stark realization that all of this was so much bigger than me, but that I was somehow at its center, like planets rotating around the sun.
"I'm fine, but we need to move."
He turned back toward the direction he'd come, expecting me to follow. "Wait, the trees want me to go this way," I said, chewing my lip at just how absurd that sounded. Even as a fairy mated to a wolf shifter talking to a rider of the Wild Hunt, it seemed ridiculous. Asher raised a brow in question, but thankfully didn't ridicule me or ask if I was losing my mind.
"Okay then, we follow the trees,"
he answered simply, as he stepped forward and peered up at the swaying trees. His innate trust floored me and honored me at the same time. "Don't ask me how." I shrugged with a sheepish smile by way of an explanation. "I just know they want me to go this way."
"Some of the Fae have elemental magic that helps them communicate with the earth. It's rare, and mostly relegated to the royal bloodlines, though."
He put a hand on my back, encouraging me to trust myself. "Oh great. Just more proof that I'm a royal Fae. Just what I needed." "So what happened back there?" I asked, changing the subject and not wanting to talk about the elephant in the forest. I was still futilely holding on to the hope that I wasn't who everyone said I was. It seemed selfish, but the last thing in the world I wanted was to be a princess and rule realms. I just wanted to live in peace. Was that so much to ask? Did the fate of Faerie have to rest upon my shoulders? I sighed and exhaled, waiting for Asher's answer.
"Malcolm lost his shit when you ran. He tried to go after you, but don't worry. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve."
He winked at me with a broad grin. I was never going to know all that the riders of the Wild Hunt could do. That much was clear. They were a secretive bunch, it seemed, and ancient. They wouldn't even tell me how they knew Grey. But even so, I was thankful for whatever tricks he could pull out of his proverbial hat to help me. My chest tightened at the thought of the shifter who'd betrayed me. He'd known from the beginning who it was that had caused all of this, and he'd kept it from me willfully. He'd even lied to me about the role he'd played in my adoptive mother's death. How could I still miss him? How did I still want to be with him? I must be mad. I stomped through the forest with Asher by my side in diligent silence, until a tingle ran down my spine, alerting me to something, though I wasn't sure what. "Do you feel that?" I asked. There was some kind of magic present here, and it felt strangely familiar.
"Magic,"
Asher breathed, his eyes scanning the forest.
"It's Fae magic, no doubt about it."
What was Fae Magic doing out in the middle of the forest not far from Gray's facility? Had Malcolm found us and gotten ahead to spring yet another trap? Magic crackled in my palms as I continued gingerly through the trees, mentally preparing myself for whatever was about to come. The trees around us parted suddenly, and a clearing came into view as I stepped beyond their safety. A shimmering portal of pure, pulsing magic stood at the center of the green space, and I frowned. "What is that?" I whispered, mesmerized, though in my gut, I thought I already knew. Asher's gaze snapped to mine before staring in the direction of the magical door, his eyes unfocused.
"What is it? I don't see anything but more trees, Aurelia."
I grimaced in confusion. There's a shimmering purple door of some description right there. I pointed and took another step forward. The door was calling to me, drawing me inexorably toward it, like a moth to a flame. Asher reached out and grabbed my upper arm, halting me.
"You see a door?"
he asked slowly, his whole posture stiffening.
"It must be the door to Faerie."
"But why can't you see it?" I asked, frowning as I pulled my arm from his grasp and stepped even closer to the buzzing magic.
"Aurelia, I wouldn't get too close,"
he warned, just as the magic wavered. A gloved hand reached out of the door impossibly fast, catching me off guard, and latched onto my arm with a vice-like grip. A scream tore from my lips, Asher's name, as I was pulled through the sparkling, misty door and into the unknown. Chapter 2. Gray.
I spun on the half-fae. "What the fuck are you doing here?"
I demanded. Dan's face paled as realization dawned on him. What the fuck was he thinking, coming down to the ring when he knew Aurelia would be here? I wrapped my hand around his throat and lifted him to his toes, cutting off his airway. His brown eyes widened.
"You better have a really good reason for being here right now."
I shook him roughly. How dare he defy me and mess up my carefully laid plans? He's fucking ruined everything. And now my mate wants nothing to do with me. I should kill him. My inner wolf growled his agreement in my mind. Kill, kill, kill. The fact my wolf was so ardently on board with killing Dan was seriously concerning. But I still had use for the Faerie. I couldn't let my emotions rule me. Common sense and logic had to prevail. I dropped him to the ground as I would a piece of trash. He stumbled back, rubbing his throat.
"The artifact?"
Dan coughed as he bent over, sucking in huge gulps of air.
"What about the damned artifact?"
I snapped. Why would he even bring that up? Especially since I no longer needed it. Aurelia's presence in my life and scheme had changed everything. Old plans were no longer in play. I'd adjusted course. I just need to figure out how to get her back.
"It's being moved,"
he croaked.
"Does it even fucking matter now? Idiot. You drove away the only person who could have retrieved it anyway,"
I bellowed. I threw my hands up and spun away before I did more than simply choke the moron. How could he be so stupid? Catching movement from the corner of my eye, I grinned. Karma's attempt to slink away failed dismally.
"Where do you think you're going?"
I growled, storming around the ring, careful not to cross the barrier. Zeke, one of the riders, was a master when it came to nasty little enchantments like this. and I wouldn't venture inside the ring until he removed it. Not unless I wanted to end up like Layla. He wrenched Karma back with his big hand on her arm and pulled her into his chest.
"Where are you going, little witch?"
Zeke grinned, echoing my question. Karma thrashed against him desperately, like a rabbit caught in a trap. I prowled over to her, rage bubbling within me.
"Did you think you could get out of being punished?"
I grinned maliciously. "It was all Layla," she replied through gritted teeth as she continued to thrash against Zeke's hold on her.
"We already know there's no way that's possible, so just give it a rest. Your voice is giving me a fucking headache," I said dismissively.
"I didn't do this, boss. You can't kill me. Please, I didn't betray you," Karma wailed. Zeke dragged her toward the elevator as if she weighed nothing at all.
"Put her in a cell. I need to go after my mate."
I growled and stepped up to my private elevator. I stabbed repeatedly at the button in frustration until the doors opened. Dan boldly stepped in next to me. I raised an eyebrow, a low growl rumbling from my throat. My wolf was not impressed.
"And where do you think you're going?" "It's my fault Aurelia's gone, and I'm gonna help you find her."
He crossed his arms over his chest, as if that were the end of the discussion and the final word was his to have.
"You really think I'm gonna let you anywhere near my mate when I'm trying to get her back?"
I barked in disbelief.
"She fucking hates you."
Dan shrugged.
"That may be, but I'm the best tracker you have,"
he reminded me as the elevator doors closed and the lift started to move. He wasn't wrong, but he'd also failed to track down my mate in the beginning. It was probably for the best, ultimately, or I wouldn't have had the time that I did with her.
"You caused all this, and she would sooner kill you than go anywhere with you."
I shook my head and ran a hand through my messy black hair. It wasn't the sleek style I normally wore, but that was the result of running my fingers through it repeatedly since Aurelia had stormed out.
"I caused this problem, as you said, and I'll take the princess's wrath if I must. She's Fae royalty, and I'm half Fae, boss. I owe just as much loyalty to her as I do to you," Dan said solemnly.
"Just like that?" I asked, taken aback. He finds out she's the princess of the realm that threw him out, and he's suddenly loyal to her? What the fuck? I threw my hands up and huffed.
"Fine, but don't come crying to me when she beats you to a fucking pulp and uses you for magical target practice."
I shook my head again. A moment later, the elevator dinged, and the doors slid open to reveal the pristine lobby of the facility. All was eerily quiet in the large open floor plan office. The reception desk stood empty. The receptionist probably still downstairs, waiting for an elevator to bring her up and back to work. My shoes squeaked on the tiles as we raced toward the front doors. Outside, the sun was far too bright for my liking and made me wince. My wolf didn't like it either. I scanned the area and groaned.
"Fuck it. Asher's motorcycle's gone."
Where is he taking her, and what the hell is he playing at here? I pulled my phone from my pocket and called the rider, but his number rang out and went to voicemail.
"He'd better not be trying to poach my mate, or I will gut the motherfucker. I don't care who he is."
I gripped my phone tighter, my rage simmering.
"Asher would never. He's probably just giving her the space she needs while keeping her safe."
Dan clapped me on the shoulder, offering the most likely of assurances. He was right, of course. Damn him. I was just seething with anger, and it was making me illogical. Asher would never get in between a mate bond. I knew that. He was probably protecting her from herself and our enemies, just as Dan said. She'd be in too much danger if she were allowed to run off on her own. At least with him there, I knew I'd find her in one piece. Whether she wanted a piece of me or not when we found her was a different matter. I nodded.
"All right, let's go after them."
I jogged to the car I'd left out front for a quick getaway. It always paid to be prepared, and I did my best to stay one step ahead of the game whenever I could. We jumped in and took the dirt road at high speed. They couldn't have gotten too far away just yet.
Keep an eye out for anything suspicious, just in case. I wouldn't put it past Malcolm to try something else. He's a sore loser, it seems, I said, never taking my eyes off the dusty road.
What's that?
Dan pointed to something in the middle of the road, just on the other side of the ward. Orange embers danced off gleaming metal, and I cursed. The black insignia of the hunt gleamed under the flames.
That fire is seriously close to the gas tank, Dan warned.
That's Asher's bike. Where the fuck are they? I asked as I cut the engine and kicked open the door.
Boss, I don't think it's a good idea to get any closer.
I need to make sure my mate isn't trapped under the fucking motorcycle. I raced to the edge of the ward, but the heat flared a second later and ignited the gas tank. A deafening boom filled the air as I leapt into the forest just in time, taking shelter behind a tree. Twisted metal rained down onto the dirt road in a hail of flames and ash. I'd never been so grateful for my shifter reflexes. Being barbecued was not on my list of things to do today.
Gray,
Dan called out from the other side of the inferno.
Are you okay, boss?
Yeah, fine. I'm gonna search the woods. I can't scent her here. I turned to the forest. Shifting was the most effective way to pick up and track my mate's scent. My wolf would recognize her scent anywhere. But with him wanting to tear Dan's throat out, I wasn't sure that unleashing him was the best idea. The breeze whispered by me, carrying the faint scent of lilacs and smoke. My wolf whined in my head, clawing at my mind to be free. He had a better nose than I ever would. So with little choice in the matter, I stripped out of my suit and shifted. I took off, bounding through the trees, my mate's fading scent stronger than it had been while I was in my human form. What the hell happened? How did they crash just outside the wards? Asher was a rider of the damn hunt. He could drive or ride anything with killer speed and accuracy. So why was his bike now sitting in pieces in the middle of the road? My ears drew back as another scent filled my snout. Asher was following her, and was just a couple minutes behind. His scent was a bit stronger than Aurelia's. The trees swayed in the cool breeze and blew some of her scent away. If I wasn't careful, I would end up lost and running in circles. I had to concentrate and stay on track, and continued moving in the same direction. There was no way of knowing how much time had passed, but there was no trace of my mate, except for the faint scent of lilacs and Asher's musky scent tinged with magic. Where are they going? The trail just kept moving deeper into the forest. Had someone been chasing them? Did they have a confrontation with Malcolm at the wards? Malcolm was a pure-blooded Fae, and he surely could have gotten past my wards. So if it was him, then why did he wait until they were outside to strike? A twig snapped, and my wolf snarled at the potential threat. Who the hell thought it would be a good idea to sneak up on the Shifter King? I growled low in my throat, but whoever was coming toward me was moving fast and clumsily through the foliage. There was no way it was anyone trained at the facility. They would engage in stealth no matter how fast they were moving. Whoever it was wanted me to know they were coming, or they weren't trained correctly. Either way, my hackles were up. I crouched low, ready to pounce. 10 feet to my left, Dan crashed through the trees, his chest heaving. I growled, low and menacing. The idiot was louder than a herd of elephants. My wolf lunged at him, snarling a warning. He was still just as shitty about this whole avoidable situation as I was. Dan held his hands up in surrender.
Easy, boss. I'm here to help.
My wolf snarled again. The man was the sole reason my mate had left me, and he still clearly wanted to tear him apart. Easy. I tried to calm my wolf. He's a friend, and he's trying to help. My wolf snarled one more time for good measure. He didn't want Dan anywhere near our maid, and hadn't ever since he'd shot her with a tranquilizer dart. I couldn't blame him, but we needed his help right now. And I wasn't too proud to admit that a king needed his men behind him to succeed and stand strong. My wolf relaxed, but growled when Dan got too close. "I brought your clothes with me," Dan said. He pulled a bag over his shoulder and dropped it on the ground in front of me. I shook my head and picked the bag up off the ground with my teeth before bounding forward again. Her scent was growing colder as I ran through the forest with Dan hot on my heels. Out of nowhere, I finally broke through the trees into a large clearing. The scent of my mate dissipated on the breeze, and my wolf growled angrily. He sniffed at the ground as he trotted around the clearing, until all he could smell was the spicy scent of raw and immense Fae Magic in the air. My human self finally took control of my body once more, and I quickly shifted, dropping the bag at my feet. Crouching low in my human skin, I opened the duffel bag and dug through it, dressing quickly and scanned the clearing. "There's something here," I said, on edge. Magic tingled against my skin even though I couldn't see anything. I circled the entire clearing twice, just as my wolf had, but there was no sign of my mate. Her trail had gone cold here. It didn't lead in any direction, and there was no exit trail to pick up on. Aurelia simply wasn't in the forest anymore, and wherever she'd been taken, Asher was with her. Fuck.
Chapter 3. Aurelia. I screamed into the void, the cosmos spinning around me in a kaleidoscope of stars and impossibly disorienting beauty. The hand still latched firmly around my arm was bruising my skin with its unrelenting grip, and I pulled against it, wanting to be released. For a sickening, heart-racing moment, I was suspended within time and space. Then a bizarre and unsettling sucking sound grew loud in my ears until it became a deafening roar. Without warning, I re-entered the world and fell in an ungainly heap on soft, vibrant green grass. "What the fuck?" I growled aloud, pressing my fingers into the lush ground for purchase. Forcing myself to sit up, I scanned my surroundings with an eagle eye. Where the fuck am I? The trees were different here, prettier somehow. A brighter green than anything I'd ever seen before. It's like they weren't just green, they were the definition of green. The living essence of the color itself. Asher groaned from where he was on the ground next to me. His hand was on my arm, opposite to the one the strange gloved hand had seized.
Are we
what? I frowned. Alive? I ventured without humor.
I haven't seen colors this bright in centuries,
Asher said with awe, slowly sitting up and gazing around as I was. What do you mean, centuries? Where exactly are we, Asher? I chewed my lip, fearing I knew the answer. It was the one I'd known in my gut all along, the one I was so desperately in denial of. A gloved hand thrust itself in my face, and I reared back. "Who the fuck are you?" I asked, peering up at the offending owner of the hand. The armored, blonde-haired man's brows drew down as he cocked his head to the side curiously.
"Princess Aurelia, do you not remember me? I've been searching for you for years."
He crouched in front of me with a frown on his strangely pleasant face. I swallowed hard. He's a fairy. Asher tensed beside me, answering my question in not so many words.
"How am I here?" "Our princess willed it," the man answered softly. "I just want to know why."
"Oh, I don't know," I began. A strange hand grabbed me through a bloody magical doorway and I didn't want to get myself dragged into yet another kidnapping situation without protection. I glared at the stranger. Just because he seemed pleasant enough and was eerily pretty didn't mean I could trust him. Not by a long shot. I learned that lesson. Now, who are you and where am I?
My apologies, Princess Aurelia. My name is Fenric. I was your personal guard as a child, and I've been searching for you all this time.
Fenric grinned as though he'd won the lottery, and while he must have felt like he had, I certainly hadn't. Where am I? I asked again, more softly this time. I didn't want to hear it. I really didn't. But I had to know. Shit. Did we seriously just get dragged into Faerie? How is that even possible? I thought the gateway to Faerie was closed. With a sigh, I turned to look at Asher, who was glancing around the space in awe.
You're home. Finally, said Fenric,
further sealing the truth with a grin. He held his hand out to me again, as if I would instantly accept it upon learning such wonderful news. I peered at Asher. I could definitely trust the rider more than this supposed ally looming over us. He'd pulled me through the door without my damn consent and was appealing to a previous relationship status I couldn't even recall. Are we in Faerie, for fuck's sake? I asked the giant beside me. The hulk of a man simply nodded. Well, shit.
I was banned, just like everyone else,
Asher whispered.
How am I here?
Fenric huffed out a breath in what plainly seemed like annoyance.
Like I said, you are here because our princess willed it. She has the ability to close our realm forever, or open it up for the witches, shifters, and half-bloods to return.
Wait, what? I'd thought all along, since learning about this from Gray, that there was something I had to do. Something more. He'd needed me to retrieve something he couldn't. It couldn't be this simple. It didn't make any sense. The book. I jumped to my feet, my heart pounding. After all I'd done to elude my royal fate, I was exactly where I didn't want to be, surrounded by those who claimed to know me, but didn't truly know me at all. It was a very one-sided advantage, and I had only one true ally, Asher.
You just have to will it, Princess Aurelia. It's always been so. It's why you were taken away, I suspect. The elders will not be kind to you, I'm afraid,
Fenric said.
You wield far too much power for one being, and they don't like it.
I just had to will it? Is he serious?
Then why did you bring her back here?
Asher threw his hands up in exasperation, finally coming to the party with his wits about him. I waved a hand at the huge man to calm him down. It's fine. I know about the threat of the elders and how they feel about their dwindling control. But if they're a danger to me and you are my protector, why am I here? The rider's question stands.
It's Malcolm,
Fenric answered flatly.
He was never supposed to abduct you as a child. As a result of his actions, I was tasked by your parents to bring you back to them.
Fenric ran a hand through his blonde hair, adjusting the helmet tucked under his arm. I puckered my lips in consternation and thought. He said repeatedly that I was his when he kidnapped me recently. What did he mean by that? I don't belong to him or anyone else. The Fae are deranged. I'm not fucking chattel to be traded or bought or sold. Fenric frowned, the expression in his eyes one of guilt. He knows.
You were betrothed to the captain of the King's Guard as a baby. There's a connection between you.
What does that mean? Is that how and why he keeps finding me? Fenric closed his eyes and sighed. He clearly didn't want to tell me what I feared, that I would never escape Malcolm completely. Asher scratched the back of his neck as he addressed my so-called protector once more.
Well, does he know where we are? No, not right now, he doesn't. and it will be a while before he thinks to look in Faerie,
Fenric said.
especially given the princess's reluctance to return. So how does the princess even know she can trust you? She has no memories of this place, or you, from the sound of it.
Asher crossed his arms over his barrel-like chest and glared at the blond man. For the second time today, I was glad for the rider's overprotective instincts. Fenric didn't seem fazed at all as he shrugged.
I was tasked with bringing the princess home and keeping her safe. If Malcolm has become a danger to her, then I will be forced to deal with him. That doesn't answer my question,
Asher growled.
Speak plainly. What do you want from me, Ryder? Do you want an oath?
Fenric stepped boldly into Asher's space, despite the intimidating size difference. Are they about to fight? What the hell is even happening here?
Would you even be able to keep that oath? What happens if your elders order you to kill her, or bring her to them? You can't disobey them, and then your oath would kill you anyway,
Asher yelled. Fenric sighed before glancing away and taking a step away from Asher. He's right, isn't he? I asked. The Fae will do anything to keep the others out of Faerie. I shook my head in disgust. The more I learned of the Fae, the more I despised them. They were my people, but they also were a bunch of privileged monsters. No wonder they're called the Wicked Fae.
Come on, Princess. We need to find a way back to the human realm. It's not safe for you inside Faerie,
Asher said, offering me one of his immense hands. Am I safe anywhere? I mean, this is too fucking much. I don't want to be the one everyone craves to control. I don't want to be the reason why people never get to go back to their homes. I don't want any part in this. I threw my hands up in dismay. I spun around instinctively at the sound of a twig snapping. Magic filled my palms as several fairies in gleaming silver armor, bearing purple crests across their chest, marched into the green space. What is this? I asked, the hint of betrayal in my voice. Fenric's royal guards surrounded us.
We had a feeling that after all these years, you would not be amenable to coming back to the palace. So I took precautions, and it seems they were warranted.
Fenric lowered his gaze to the ground.
I knew we couldn't trust you,
Asher said in a lethal whisper. One of the soldiers stepped forward with a sneer.
You brought a rider of the Wild Hunt through the portal?
Whoever he was, he glared at me through the thin slits of his medieval-style helmet. Yes, I brought him through the portal with me. So? I squared my shoulders, refusing to back down.
He's a dangerous criminal, Princess.
The soldier unsheathed his sword, pointing it in challenge at Asher. By whose reckoning? I retorted. He's the only person that has never lied to me or tried to use me for his own plans. I raised an eyebrow at Fenric, who'd already proven his true colors. My protector, my ass. He lowered his eyes in shame, but he would do it again in a second if he was ordered to. I needed to remember that I couldn't trust anyone in this world, or any other. It seemed the hard lessons just kept coming. Ultimately, it seemed like I'd be alone. A singular creature destined to be used and abused, no more than a pawn in a multi-realm war.
Honestly,
Asher chuckled.
You needed 10 of the king's men to bring in a tiny princess.
Swords unsheathed all around us, pointing squarely at Asher.
We will not be disrespected by someone who was banished along with the other undesirables.
The soldier angrily poked Asher with the tip of his blade to further his point. Fenric stepped in front of me and waved the weapons of his party away before turning to face me.
Come with us, Princess Aurelia. There doesn't need to be bloodshed.
He held his hand out to me expectantly. I eyed it like a snake about to strike. Right. You're just a glorified errand boy, aren't you? I love how you act so nobly, Fenric, like I have some sort of a choice, I growled, indicating all the soldiers ready to take me and my only ally in by force.
I would much rather you come willingly,
Fenric soothed.
But when we were alerted to your presence in the nearby vicinity to the doorway, the king and queen ordered us to bring you in safely, by any means necessary.
Heaving a sigh, I resigned myself to my only option. Again. Let's go then, I waved, gesturing for him to lead on. If I was a damned princess, I wouldn't let these soldiers drag me to my castle after all these years like a pitiful dog fighting against a leash. The nameless soldier stepped in closer to Asher, getting right up in his face.
Detain him,
he sneered.
Until he can be expelled from the realm again.
What? I yelled, turning on the prejudiced upstart. You wouldn't dare.
He's not supposed to be here, Princess Aurelia, and your parents will adamantly agree. He can't be trusted and needs to be detained.
The soldier glared at me as if I were an idiot. Asher stood there unmoving all the while. He didn't struggle at all. Perhaps he knew now was not the time to pick a fight. Well, I feel differently about that. The soldiers secured some kind of metal cuffs around his wrists, forcing them behind his back roughly, treating him as the criminal they deemed him to be. Asher flinched when his bonds clicked shut. That simple body language spoke to me in a way nothing else could. I knew exactly what it was like to be detained, to be trapped, and to have your freedom stolen from you. I don't care what you all think of him, I snapped. I brought him here and I want him to stay with me. I let magic crackle against my palms again, ready for a fight. Fenric ran a palm down his face.
Princess, it is not up to us what befalls your friend. The king and queen will decide what to do with him.
This is bullshit, I yelled. I'm fucking sick of everyone telling me what to do, what can and can't happen. You talk to me as if I were a petulant child, but I'm not. I'm a grown-ass woman and I'm allowed to be angry. I'm allowed to be fucking frustrated that I'm being pushed and pulled left and right against my will. But no one seems to give a damn about what I want at all. Which is fucking comical, given how apparently important I'm supposed to be around here. My magic grew stronger, multiplying in volume to trail from the pools in my palms up my arms. My wings beat angrily behind my back as I glared at all the soldiers surrounding us. I was so ready for this fight. I was practically itching for it. Asher stiffened.
Princess, it's okay. I'm fine. Calm down, he said softly.
You realize that is not the way to get me to calm down, right? I asked through gritted teeth.
Breathe with me,
Asher said in a soothing voice, echoing Gray's methods. I wasn't scared this time, though. I was just angry. How dare they pull me from the forest and then demand that I let them take my friend from me? It was bullshit. And I honestly didn't know how much more I could take of this push and pull. Where was my damn autonomy?
Princess, regain control,
Asher said with warning in his tone.
Killing the King's Guard will not endear you to your parents or the elders.
I don't care. I don't want to, I growled, unwilling to allow my rage to simmer. I wanted so badly for it to burn and blaze. And for a fleeting moment, the thought of igniting the world and letting it smolder to ashes was enormously appealing. The soldiers stepped away from me, glancing between each other warily. They should be worried. I'm done letting assholes push me around. I'm truly over it.
Aurelia,
Asher shouted, breaking into my thoughts. I glanced over to him, unable to remove the scowl from my face. His eyes betrayed nothing but concern. They don't get to boss me around and bully me into being who and what they want me to be. I held my hand out in front of me, ready to unleash my weapon, my magic, upon them.
Stop,
Fenric shouted suddenly, realizing I wasn't as weak-willed as he'd first hoped or been led to believe.
Very well. You may have it your way. Let him go. Now. We will take the rider with us, and he shall remain by the princess's side.
The nameless soldier scoffed at us, not liking the command at all, but he nodded to the guards behind Asher, acknowledging his superior. Doesn't feel good to have no choice, does it, asshole? The men quickly released him and stepped back, giving him his space. Taking deep, steadying breaths, I slowly allowed my magic to fizzle out and smiled the way I imagined a true princess would. A pretty smile that adhered to position and tradition, as was expected, but failed to reach my eyes. It was entirely false, and not only did they know it, but they also found it deeply unsettling. "Lead the way to the castle, Fenric," I said in a polite but clipped tone. The blonde guardian eyed me warily before taking the lead at the head of his troop. Asher stepped up beside me.
Are you okay, Aurelia?
My true protector and friend whispered. No, I really am not okay. This is just one more thing to add on to this already shit day. I shook my head and fell in step, following Fenric begrudgingly.
It'll be fine, as long as we figure something out,
Asher replied, mostly to himself. He didn't want to be here without his brothers, his fellow riders. I knew how close they were. I'd seen it firsthand. We needed to get out of this realm and back to our lives as soon as we could. But where does that leave me when we do? The mark from Gray's bite tingled on my shoulder with awareness, and anger bubbled up inside me in response. Violet magic crackled in my palms, and I clenched my fists tightly to suppress it. His betrayal was the most painful thing I'd ever felt in my life. It was worse than freezing and starving in that dirty alley as a child. And worse than all the years I'd felt like no more than a burden to my adoptive witch mother. As we trudged through the forest in silence, I lost myself in thought. The soldiers still surrounded us, flanking us on all sides, creating a shield wall of bodies, but I ignored them. Before long, we broke through the tree line and stepped out onto an immense, manicured lawn that stretched before us. Raising my eyes, my heart leapt into my throat. A gleaming white castle towered above me. Memories flashed through my mind so quickly that I couldn't hope to catch them. The only one that I could grasp by the tips of my mental fingers was the fleeting glimpse of that very same castle over Malcolm's shoulder as he abducted me and took me away from the only life I'd ever known. I lived in this castle as a child. I was sure of it now. It was just one more thing that proved I was exactly who everyone said I was. Damn it, am I the only girl in all of history who doesn't want to be a princess?
Princess,
Fenric said softly, putting his hand on the small of my back. Asher growled at the gesture, like an impossibly enormous bulldog. I cut him off with a look. What is it, Fenric? I sighed and sidestepped away from his hand. Fenric let his hand drop to his side, unfazed, and turned to the castle looming ahead, directing my gaze. I froze, as if what was about to happen sucker-punched me in the gut. What would I find when I went inside? My long-lost parents? The elders? And did I even care at this point? I felt like a leaf on the wind, lost, helpless, and caged in on all sides by those from another life. People who didn't care for me beyond what I could do for them and their plans for Faerie.
Welcome home, Princess Aurelia,
Fenric said, and led the way across the grand lawn and inside the fairy tale castle. This isn't my home. I had no home, and I probably never would. Chapter 4. Gray.
I slammed my phone down on the desk in frustration. Where the fuck is Asher?
Zeke sat back in his chair and ran his hand down his beard in thought. His heavy brow crinkled.
We can't connect with him at all. It's almost like he's in another realm.
My jaw dropped as an impossible possibility dawned upon me.
You don't think?
I asked, my brows rising in surprise as I trailed off. No, that's not possible. No one's been able to find the portal. No one's been able to get to Faerie in centuries.
He's not dead,
Zeke growled, misunderstanding my train of thought. He clenched his hand into a tight fist on the arm of the chair as his emotions rose to the fore.
I never said he was dead. I was asking if it's possible that he could be off-world.
I scrubbed a hand over my face, my fingers alighting upon the scratchy stubble that lined my jaw, adding to my irritation. I hadn't done much of anything but search for Aurelia since her mysterious disappearance.
But how? We were all banished.
Zeke shook his head.
There's no way back in. Fuck knows folks have tried searching in vain for a long time. Malcolm abducted Aurelia because she could close off Faerie from us permanently. What if she's also able to bring people home?
I asked and flopped back into my chair.
I have an idea,
said Zeke, sitting forward with his elbows resting on his knees. Fiona buzzed into the room carrying a charcuterie board with her magic and set it on the desk between us.
What idea?
I frowned, willing to try almost anything at this point.
Her.
The writer pointed at Fiona.
The sub-Fae weren't banished. Motherfucker!
I shouted, rising to my feet and shoving my chair back. Why the fuck had I never thought of that? We couldn't see the portal because we were banished, but Zeke was right. The sub-Fae could probably still see it.
We need to go back to the place where they disappeared,
Zeke said, standing from his chair.
What good will that do us, though?
I asked. Sure, we would know where the portal was and where to find Aurelia, theoretically, but we wouldn't be able to rescue them. We couldn't go into the portal.
The sprite can find her and get Ash a message,
Zeke answered with a shrug and made his way to the door of my office. Fiona glowed green with excitement and buzzed chaotically. You want me to find Miss Aurelia? She sang.
Do you think you can do that?
Zeke grinned over his shoulder. Fiona fluttered excitedly. If I can see the portal, I'll go find the mistress, she affirmed confidently, despite how viciously she and her sister were treated the last time they went on a rescue mission. I wasn't so sure about this, given my affection and attachment for my sprites, but it was the best option we had. If Malcolm already had her, I wasn't going to sit around and do nothing. I was going to find a way to my mate and then kill the bastard, even if she didn't want anything to do with me afterward. I had a bone to grind with that fucker, and I wasn't going to let it lie.
All right then, let's head back to the facility.
I pushed in my chair and grabbed my keys, storming through the penthouse and to the elevator, then stabbed at the button. Ready or not, asshole, here we come. Do you really think this will work? Fiona asked softly from her place fluttering in front of me.
I think it's our best shot,
I answered as I stepped into the elevator with the others following behind me. Fiona landed lightly on my shoulder as we rode the elevator down.
I don't think Malcolm has her,
Zeke said suddenly, shattering the tense silence.
What do you mean?
I asked as the elevator dinged. I stepped out into the underground garage and led the way toward my car. Zeke was quiet for a moment before he answered.
It wouldn't have taken Asher as well, not if he'd successfully gotten his filthy Fae hands on the princess.
So there's something or someone else at play here.
But how the hell did Asher even get through? Nothing makes sense.
He shook his head before opening the passenger door of the car.
I don't know, man, but I'm gonna find out.
I slammed the door behind me and turned the key in the ignition, starting the engine. Did Aurelia unknowingly hop into Faerie and take Asher along with her? How could she possibly do that? If she had, it was a power beyond reckoning. It was almost unfathomable. There was an ancient prophecy that claimed she would either close Faerie or open it back up to us all. But I thought she would need the book to do that. Could she truly pull off such a feat on her own? And was it through magic or sheer force of will? The drive to the facility was silent. I was lost in my own head, wishing my mate would return. But could she even come back? Was she in trouble? Had someone other than Malcolm abducted her this time? I pulled off the dirt road just outside the wards and parked not far from where Asher's motorcycle exploded. Fiona fluttered out of the car before I could even get out. "What is that?" she asked. She cocked her head to the side as she buzzed straight for the trees. "Fiona, slow down!" I yelled as I leapt from the car. I picked my way through the trees and underbrush, much slower in my human form than my wolf had been only days ago. Zeke kept pace beside me, staring after the sprite. Fiona buzzed through the forest ahead of us. The trees swayed in the breeze, their branches all bending in the direction Fiona was flying. What the hell is happening? I stared at the tops of the trees in awe. There was no way that was natural. Something was afoot. Zeke turned, peering at me as we ran. "What are you talking about?" he huffed. "The trees." I frowned, keeping pace. He turned his gaze up to the trees and his eyes widened. "Are they showing her the way? They aren't Fae trees. They aren't alive in the same way as the Fae trees are." I shook my head at the possibility. Does all nature respond to Fae and I've just failed to notice it? There was no way they were pointing us in the direction of the portal, right? That makes me think the portal could actually have been here the whole damn time. Zeke groaned as he pushed a branch out of the way. We broke through the tree line into the clearing, the same place I'd lost Aurelia's scent days earlier. Fiona buzzed around excitedly, almost becoming a blur of glowing green motion. "Do you see anything?" I asked Zeke, slowing to a standstill as I looked about. He shook his head. "No, nothing." "What do you mean?" Fiona squeaked, turning to us and then back to something apparently only she could see. "It's an empty clearing, Fee," I said. "We can't see anything at all." My wolf perked up at the sprite's response and growled in my head. Could he sense something in the clearing that I couldn't see? And if that were the case, how had he missed it the first time we'd been here? "There's a shimmering purple door right there," Fiona scoffed, rolling her little jewel-bright eyes. "Where?" I stepped forward. Could I push through the portal even if I couldn't see it? To my knowledge, no one had ever tried. They hadn't even successfully located it to make an attempt. Fiona fluttered a few feet away and pointed at the empty space. She glanced back at us in exasperation when we shrugged in unison. Zeke ran a hand over his hair. "So, there is a portal there that we can't see, and you just happen to buy the land it's fucking on. Why do I feel like that's way too much of a coincidence?" I circled the space Fiona pointed to, giving it a reasonable berth out of caution. "You said there was a prophecy, right?" Zeke stared at the empty space, his brows knitting once more in thought. "Yeah," I said slowly. What was he getting at? Was he saying that whatever this prophecy was, I was somehow an inherent part of it? I was involved without even knowing? "The Fates are crazy bitches. I wouldn't put anything past them." Zeke took a step forward and frowned. He strolled confidently to the spot that Fiona indicated, and a loud buzzing filled the air before he cursed, and his huge body was flung back 10 feet. "Fuck, are you okay?" I asked as I rushed to his side. "There's some kind of ward there or something." Zeke groaned, then slowly sat up and shook his head to clear it.
I don't think we're gonna have any luck.
Fiona's tinkling giggle filled the air. You can't just walk through a closed door, silly.
You could have warned me,
Zeke grumbled and rubbed the back of his head. Oops, I forgot you can't see it. Fiona giggled as she fluttered closer to Zeke. The rider bared his teeth at her.
Back off, Zeke,
I warned. No one threatened the sprites. They were under my protection, and he knew that better than anyone. Zeke shook his head and picked himself up off the ground, dusted himself off, and moved to the invisible portal again.
Can you open the door?
Zeke asked over his shoulder. I'm not sure. Fiona frowned and buzzed back to the door.
I don't know if that's a good idea. What if you can't get back?
I rubbed my neck as anxiety prickled up my spine.
Well, we don't have many options at this point, Gray. I think it's best that we give her a message, just in case she can't return.
Zeke shrugged, a master of the obvious.
Send the message to Ash,
I said, stepping away. I knew all too well that my mate wouldn't listen to a message from me. Not anymore. She would probably just stay in Faerie to spite me. I sighed, my damn heart on my sleeve.
She may not be as upset now, friend,
Zeke offered, clapping me on the shoulder.
It's been a couple days, and we have no idea what's happening to her right now.
I shook my head in defeat. He was right. Again.
Fine. Fiona, tell Ash that we're looking for him if you can't get back. Find out what's happening with them, and try to return as quickly as possible.
I will get any information I can and report back, Fiona said with a solemn nod. Her determination shone in her tiny eyes. She was not going to let us down. I knew that without a shadow of a doubt. She loved Aurelia just as much as I did. Well, almost. Ugh. Why the fuck did I lie to her in the first place? I should have told her about Dan and that we were investigating the witch's death from the beginning. This is all my fucking fault, not Dan's. Fiona buzzed closer to the spot where she indicated the portal was, and took one last long glance at me before flying into it and disappearing with a pop.
She was able to get in,
Zeke said, shocked. I hadn't been entirely sure she would be able to get in there either. I'd hoped, of course. Her being a sub-level of Fae was certainly worth a shot. But ultimately, I didn't know how this would help our situation. For all I knew, she loved it there and never wanted to return to a place where she'd always felt she'd never belonged.
Let's see if she can get back before we start celebrating,
I said. Running a hand through my mussed hair, I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Dan picked up on the second ring.
Yeah, boss?
He asked, his voice wary.
I need you to come out to the clearing with our best guards. I want this place guarded around the clock.
I expelled a breath as I made new plans.
Do you want the trolls?
He asked. I frowned as something unexpectedly occurred to me. Can the trolls see the portal? I couldn't remember if the trolls were expelled along with us, or if they'd left persecution before we were banished.
Just bring one troll for now,
I said.
I need to test a theory.
I glanced up at Zeke's gasp and nodded. He knew where I was going with this.
On it, boss,
Dan said. I hung up the phone.
I don't think they'll be able to see it,
Zeke grimaced. I wandered over to the nearest tree and sat with my back resting against it.
I don't know for sure, though. I honestly can't remember if they were expelled or not. Everyone would know that the portal was here if the trolls could cross over,
Zeke replied as he sat down next to me with his knee bent and his elbow resting on it.
People overlook the trolls constantly. I'm guilty of doing the same. No one would think to even ask them if they can sense a portal. They're notoriously private and sometimes seemingly basic creatures.
I clenched my fists as the possibilities raced through my mind. I could have had a way in, or at least a means to get goods out of Faerie this whole time. It pissed me off that I'd been so stupid. It hadn't even occurred to me to hire trolls and sprites to search for the portal. We sat in silence for a long time, just waiting patiently for Dan to come out with the troll. It would take a while. I watched the portal, hedging my bets and waiting for Fiona as well. Would she be able to get back? Or did I just condemn her to being stuck in Faerie with no possible escape? What if she never sees Freya again, and it's all my fault? I leaned my head back against the tree and closed my eyes tightly. Freya was gonna kill me, or leave me forever if anything happened to Fiona. And I'd completely understand if that were the case. If she found out that her sister was stuck in Faerie with no way to return to her, Freya would come searching for the portal herself to go and find her. They were inseparable. The news would not go over well. The ground rumbled beneath me, and I stood, turning in the direction of the facility. They're here. Dan broke the tree line first, followed by a huge troll. The troll gasped loudly. His gaze immediately panicked.
What is that?
You can see it? I asked, taking a step toward the troll with hope.
It's the door to Faerie,
he said, voicing his realization.
Why did you bring me here?
The ground rumbled as he took a step back. A light buzzing filled the air, and something flew by my head frantically. Fiona? I asked, my eyes wide with shock as I tried to track her frantic flight path. She was frazzled and speeding all around the clearing. How had she managed to get so freaked out? She'd only been gone a matter of minutes, really. Not even a full hour. Master Grey? She asked in shock. You're still here?
What do you mean? Of course I am. You've only been gone about an hour, I said slowly.
That same buzzing filled the air once more, and Fiona's eyes widened again. Something's coming through, she announced, her voice shrill. I turned to face the direction of the portal and widened my stance, awaiting whatever was about to manifest as magic pulsed in the air around us. A huge body flew straight toward me, hurled like a giant stone, and I cursed. Zeke lunged forward to catch the body like a prized athlete catches a ball. He moved much faster than I'd have imagined possible.
Ash, what the fuck did they do to you?
He growled, assessing his brother-in-arm's condition.
Where's Aurelia?
I asked warily, still watching the empty space where the portal was supposed to be.
She's gone,
a knight of the Shadow Court said as he appeared out of thin air.
And she's never coming back.
Chapter 5. Aurelia. I dragged my feet as we made our way through the castle. Where are you taking us? Fenric led the way, his gaze focused ahead of him. I scowled at his back. He'd tried to get me to trust him when he'd been planning on ambushing me from the beginning. Had he even stopped to think for just a second that I might be more amenable to my fate if people like him didn't just keep shoving it down my throat by force? Fenric glanced at me over his shoulder. His lips pursed.
The king and queen have requested your presence in the throne room.
And what if I don't care about what they want? I asked snidely. I genuinely didn't care. I was sick and tired of it all and wasn't going to hold anything back from these people that were supposedly my own kindred.
Princess.
Fenric blew out an aggravated breath. He'd clearly had enough of my shit. Welcome to just a little taste of what I'm having to deal with, jerk. Watch your tone, soldier, I warned. Have you forgotten who you're talking to? Take me to them and then let me go my own way. I didn't ask to be here. I snarked as I held my chin high. If they want a pain in the ass for a princess, they'll damn well get it. Everyone wanted a piece of me, but no one wanted to treat me with any kind of respect, or cared enough not to betray me. They weren't going to get loving, loyal Aurelia without earning her respect in return. That was for damn sure. Grey. I shook my head as my heart skipped a beat, clearing it of any thoughts of the traitorous shifter. He only wanted me for a job. I had to remind myself of it again. My heart was a fool for clutching at straws. He'd caused all my problems from the beginning, sending that man after me and then pretending he'd had no idea. Large gilded doors stood before me as Fenric came to a halt. I glanced at Asher next to me and held a shuddering breath. He shot me an encouraging smile that belied the softness within the giant rider.
You can do this. Show them the princess you really are,
Asher whispered. I rolled my shoulders back, held my head high, and raised my chin in the air. I was as ready to meet my long-lost parents as I was ever going to be. There was no point delaying the inevitable any further. Fenric nodded to the guards on either side of the door, and they opened them. The room was huge, even bigger than Gray's penthouse. I swallowed the invisible lump in my throat, not wanting to betray any weakness. I hated that I compared everything to him. The room was decorated in bright silver and deep royal purple, and there, centered on a raised dais in the middle of the area, were two exquisitely elaborate winged seats, the thrones of the monarchs of Faerie. The room caused memories to flash in my mind like glimpses of butterflies I couldn't quite catch. I saw seats filling the space, and I sat in a smaller chair beside my mother in a tulle-covered monstrosity of a frock as the king and queen held court. Malcolm stood off to one side of my father, and Fenric stood behind me like a guardian angel in the shadows. Huh? So he hadn't been lying about being my protector. The proof was in the pudding, right there in my memories. But he still had to answer to the king and queen, which made him suspect until I could prove otherwise. As far as I could see, his loyalty would always lie elsewhere, to someone higher up the royal food chain. Those in positions of power could always be corrupted by those who held even greater power. Shaking my head ever so subtly, I attempted to clear it of the weird and unwelcome memories. I didn't want to have reminders of this place and these people, but I did. And much to my distaste, they were getting clearer by the minute. I peered at the people on the thrones, both just as regal and ageless as I remembered them. The queen had long, white blonde hair, and her eyes were a deep, jewel-bright green, just like mine. The king, meanwhile, had caramel-colored hair and sky-blue eyes. My own long, curly golden locks were clearly the perfect blend of both. These Fae were definitely my parents. If only I could remember what kind of people they are. Aurelia? The queen gasped as she stood from her throne. I stiffened as she moved toward me gracefully, a hand covering her mouth. Yes, it's me, I answered and glanced away, unwilling to hold her gaze. You truly don't remember us, do you? She asked softly as she drew nearer. She was impossibly elegant and looked way too young to be my mother, though I knew the Fae aged exceptionally slowly. Her deep purple dress boasted a beautiful multi-layered bell-shaped skirt, but the bodice hugged her trim waist. Her alabaster skin was flawless and practically glowing, as if kissed by starlight instead of sunlight. I remember a little, I admitted, but not much. I pursed my lips and held my ground even as she moved into my personal space. You're even more beautiful than I imagined you would be, the queen whispered as she smiled. She rested her hand softly against my cheek and swiped her thumb tenderly across my cheekbone, her eyes searching. How are you here? She asked, her softness disarming. Your man Fenric pulled me through a portal, I answered. Oh, wait, And I can't possibly forget how Malcolm abducted me all those years ago, and was not kind. He hurt my friends. I finished, keeping my gaze straight ahead and focused on the foot of the thrones. If I looked into her sad eyes, I would break and be lost. I can't let that happen. They gave the order to bring me back against my will. A part of me understood that they were simply parents who missed their daughter, but realistically, I had very few memories of them.
Aurelia, what did Malcolm do to you?
The king asked, interrupting my thoughts. Asher fidgeted by my side, but remained stoic and silent. I held strong and kept my chin up. Now was not the time to relent and succumb to memories and weakness. I knew exactly where I stood in this equation. This little family reunion meant little, if anything at all. He abducted me from the castle, initially, obviously. Then he abandoned me and a witch took me in. To make a long story short, she was murdered. I had people hunting me, and just when I thought I'd finally found my place in the world, he showed up again, out of the blue, and kidnapped me once more. When I tried to escape, he injured me and held me prisoner in a basement. The queen gasped, bringing her fingers to her lips again in genuine shock. "Surely Malcolm would never hurt you," she exclaimed. "He's your betrothed. You mean you tied us together when I was just a child unable to give my consent, and when he didn't get what he was told was his, he lashed out." I shook my head and stepped away from the woman who was my mother. The truth was ugly, but it was the truth.
Aurelia,
the king said in warning.
You will not speak to your mother like that.
My mother? I said in disbelief. The only mother I remember was murdered by Malcolm, and I was left to take the fall for it. I growled back. All he's done from one moment to the next is destroy my life. He's taken everything from me. The king sat forward on his throne at the same time as the guards stepped forward. The king held up a hand, indicating to the guards they needed to stop. They're worried about little old me? Well, that's entertaining.
I did not know that Malcolm had stooped so low.
The king sighed, at a loss. Well, how could you? I shot back. He's remained in the human realm all this time and waited for just the right opportunity to abduct me again. I shook my head as anger bubbled inside me. What has happened to you, my daughter? The queen asked, her elegant brows knitted. I don't think there's enough time in this visit to tell you both everything that has happened to me since the first time I was abducted. I shrugged, trying to maintain control. We have plenty of time to learn all the new things about each other now that you're back, said the queen with a warm but troubled smile. What do you mean by that? I asked, stepping back and away from the queen before bumping into Fenric. Well, you're home now, my dear. We have all the time in the world to catch up. The queen frowned, and it did little to mar her ethereal Fae beauty. I can't stay, I objected. I must stop Malcolm. He'll find me and try to force me to close off the portal forever. I shook my head again. They can't be on board with his plan, can they?
My queen,
Fenric said with a bow, interjecting.
I'm afraid the princess has been somewhat affected by the supernaturals of the Earth realm.
The queen gasped, a true look of horror spreading across her features. The king turned instantly angry eyes upon me, all openness and softness gone in the blink of an eye.
What does Fenric mean?
He demanded of me.
You wish to let them return to our realm.
Do you even know what they've all gone through these past few centuries? I asked just as angrily. They must hide what they are from the humans. They're miserable and miss their homes, and it's all because the Fae are racist.
So?
The king thundered in return, unfazed by my plight.
They do not belong here. They were banished for a reason.
Asher stepped forward, finally, entering the conversation and glaring at the king, bold as brass and every bit the rider of the Wild Hunt I knew him to be.
We did nothing to deserve being sent away. You say you don't deserve to be banished, even though you were among the worst we got rid of.
The king spat back with venom. And how is that exactly? I shrieked as I stepped in front of Asher, defending my only friend. Fuck this shit for a joke. Enough is enough. The Fae are so quick to judge and label others as undesirable. But what are their crimes? What are they guilty of other than being different? The riders of the Wild Hunt are older than time, Aurelia. They cannot be trusted. Step away from him now. My mother held her hand out to me, beckoning me forward and away from the supposedly dangerous criminal. I glanced at Asher out of the corner of my eye, but his expression gave nothing away. I don't care. He's been kinder to me than anyone else in my entire life so far. He's literally saved me more than once and put his own life on the line for mine. I crossed my arms over my chest, practically seething. If I wasn't careful, my magic was going to seep out along with my emotions, the more out of control I allowed them to get.
You will learn to care,
the king boomed, outraged.
You don't get to be a petulant child.
A petulant child? I bellowed in astonishment and outright disgust. I have never been a spoiled child that I remember. But I know one thing for certain, and that's that my friends don't deserve the fate they've been saddled with.
And what fate is that?
The queen asked. Tears rimmed her eyes, so much like mine, but she didn't let them fall. I felt badly for her. She'd lost her only child. Then I'd lost my memories and had ties to the very supernaturals they were supposed to hate. What Malcolm and the elders had done to all of us was far from fair. Their fate is that they must hide from the humans for mere survival. They can't permit their true natures to run free in that realm. They've been suffering for centuries needlessly, and Malcolm nearly beat me to death to get me to block them from ever returning home.
But why do they have to hide?
The queen asked.
Is the Earth realm not of a sufficient size for them all?
Asher stepped forward and bowed his head.
The shifters cannot shift openly. If they did, they would be hunted by the human authorities and put to death. Or worse, they'd be experimented on. The witches? They already knew the humans would fear them from the time of the infamous witch trials. They drowned, burned, hung, and crushed them alive. Humans are hateful, prejudiced beings. We cannot coexist. We are exiles in exile. Nowhere is safe for our kinds outside of Faerie.
The rider shook his head, glaring at the king and queen with obvious disgust.
That sounds horrific,
the queen gasped, her gaze stricken.
At the time, we wanted you gone from our lands, but we did not know of these terrors. Surely the elders couldn't have known of this. Husband? Are you really that naive, Your Majesty?
Asher asked, a thick, prominent brow raised. I turned to Asher with wide eyes. That was risky and rude, given his position. I was certain the king and queen wouldn't harm me, but I couldn't guarantee the same for the safety of the rider. I peered at my parents, awaiting their reactions, but neither seemed to be angered by his comment. Asher, I warned, surprising even myself. Am I seriously being protective of my absentee mother right now?
No, the elders knew exactly what they were doing to the rest of us. They knew we would suffer in the Earth realm. They have their own seers, which is how they received news of the prophecy in the first place.
Asher shook his head in dismay. Asher! I tried to warn again. He was on dangerous ground, and I wasn't sure how far my influence would go in protecting him if he continued to so brazenly challenge the reigning monarchs.
"It's okay, Aurelia,"
the Queen whispered unexpectedly.
"We need to know what those old bastards have planned."
I almost bit my tongue as I burst out into a fit of laughter at the regal Queen and her gentle curse words. "Mother, what was that?" I asked in a shocked gasp. Her eyes widened and happiness shone within her green gaze.
"Aurelia, I'm disgusted that the elders think they can harm whomever they desire to at will. But at the same time, I'm so happy to hear you recognize me as your mother."
"Wait, what?" I asked, doubling back mentally, my mouth open in disbelief after everything I'd been through, after everything the exiles of Faerie had been through.
"Those old bastards have no idea what they're doing, and even if they did, we can't let them get away with it, Channing,"
my mother said and glared up at the king. I took a step back. What the hell is going on here? Are my parents agreeing with me about the ban on the other supernaturals? Are you serious? I scanned the throne room, my gaze staring between my parents. You don't agree with them?
"No, of course not,"
my mother growled.
"If this is what they have done, then they are a bunch of old fools." "Katrina,"
my father bellowed.
"You cannot speak such things."
The Queen scowled back at him, but kept her mouth shut. A commotion sounded from outside the throne room, and I groaned. What the hell was going on now? Was something happening outside?
"Who's there?"
the king hollered. The doors to the throne room flew wide open, and 5 old men stormed in with a dozen guards flanking them.
"What is the meaning of this unannounced intrusion?"
my mother shouted over the top of their noisy entrance, her voice booming with authority. She waved her hand, summoning their retinue to arms. The knights around the room all unsheathed their swords, pointing them at the new arrivals, ready to defend their king and queen. A man with a cane pushed through the crowd and into the throne room, his beady eyes narrowing on me.
"Queen Katrina, why have you not told us of your daughter's return?"
he demanded.
"She's only just returned, literally,"
the Queen scoffed.
"And what difference does it make to you?"
The king stood from his throne and stalked across the room to do the first fatherly thing he'd ever done for me in living memory. He stood between me and the intruding men. Are these the elders? Are they a literal physical threat to me? I glanced at Asher, wanting to know what his take on the situation was. Despite being a rider of the wild hunt and bigger than most, he immediately stiffened in their presence. So they are a threat. That's good to know. The man with the beady eyes glared at me before turning his focus on Asher.
"I think it is of the utmost importance to us, especially since she had the gall to bring a rider of the wild hunt with her."
The other old men gasped and started shouting obscenities left and right in indignation. One man shouted above the rest,
"Abominations aren't permitted here. I told you, we should have taken care of her as a child." "And by take care of her, you mean murder an innocent child,"
Asher sneered.
"And you have the balls to call us the abominations."
"Asher!" I hissed, widening my eyes at my defender. He seriously didn't need to be bringing any more attention to himself than there already was. What was he thinking?
"Eliminating the threat to our very way of life is what I meant,"
the loudmouth barked back at him. Fenric stiffened beside me and clenched his sword tighter in his fist. Is he expecting a fight? My heart raced as the commotion of my arrival crashed around me like a stack of falling cards.
"That threat is my daughter,"
King Channing roared, unleashing his rage without restraint. All the knights stiffened at the king's tone.
How do you know that she hasn't brought more abominations with her?
The beady-eyed elder demanded, smacking his cane on the marble floor as if it would afford him extra authority. Fenric stepped forward.
I pulled her through the portal, and in her fear, she dragged the rider with her. There was no one else,
he said firmly. It wasn't lost on me that he'd stepped right in front of me, blocking me from the elders. Despite everything I'd thought, he was protecting me. He was loyal to my parents, not the elders, after all.
She's coming with us,
the beady-eyed fool proclaimed, just as the doors to the throne room burst open and guards flooded the room. I swallowed hard, taking stock of the situation that had just exploded dangerously out of control. Shit, there are too many of them. What the hell are we gonna do? Chapter 6. Gray.
What do you mean?
I growled. My hands shifted to claws as I stared down the shadow Fae. He was practically asking to be murdered unless he told me what happened to my friend and my mate real fast.
The elders have her,
he said emotionlessly.
The elders?
I asked, my stomach sinking at the news. Shit. That was literally the worst possible thing that could have happened. We needed to find a way to get her out of there, and fast.
I've been tasked with finding Malcolm,
the Shadow Fae informed us.
If I find that bastard first, I'm gonna gut him for this.
I ran a hand through my hair in frustration.
I don't think he will want to do that. He has stolen a priceless artifact from our princess, and it may be the only thing that can save her from the elders. We need Malcolm alive, or all is lost,
said the knight as he sheathed his sword. Dan stepped forward, his brow creased.
Are you talking about the book?
Yes.
How do you know of it?
The Shadow Fae's tone was filled with loathing, and there was no need to guess why. Dan was half Fae and half human, and there was one thing the pure-blooded assholes hated more than anything, and that was their precious bloodlines being tainted by other species. It was one of the primary reasons we were all banished in the first place.
I saw him take it with the help of a spell,
Dan answered, crossing his arms over his chest. He wasn't taking the knight's shit. Good.
We need that book if we're to fulfill the prophecy, and you are to be allowed back into Faerie.
The Fae removed his gloves, surprising me as he reached out a hand.
It's an honor to meet you, Shifter King. My name is Fenric, and I'm Aurelia's sworn protector.
Well, you haven't done a great job so far, have you? It was a cruel accusation, given the involvement of the elders. But still. I reached out and shook the Fae's hand.
Call me Gray. I don't advertise that I'm the king of shifters. I don't want to until I can successfully get my people home. That's admirable. The elders will go to great lengths to make sure that never happens, I'm afraid.
Fenric shook his head.
Then why would you help me with this?
I asked. It didn't make any sense. Why would the Fae want to help us? The elders banished us, but it looked like the Shadow Court wanted my help.
Our princess has been threatened, and the king and queen are rethinking their decision to banish you all.
Fenric shrugged, the gesture of a man merely following orders. He was a soldier first and foremost, not a politician. Asher groaned and writhed on the ground, drawing our attention. His face was bruised and bloody. What the fuck did they do to him?
Aurelia,
he whispered.
What about Aurelia?
I rushed over and knelt beside him. One of his eyes was completely swollen shut, and blood trailed down his chin from a cut on his lip. He blinked his one good eye open, but he was still dazed.
How did I get back?
He mumbled, glancing from me to Zeke.
I don't know, my friend, but you were talking about Aurelia. What happened?
I asked urgently. Ash's eyes rolled back in his head before he could speak.
What the hell did they do to him?
I growled, glaring up at Fenric.
They didn't take kindly to his presence in Faerie and retaliated. I got him out as soon as I was able. The how and what are not important,
said Fenric before he moved away from the group.
What is important then?
I snarled, rising to my feet.
He's not okay. He's fucking immortal, and look at him. The most important thing is finding that book and fast, or something terrible will befall your mate.
Fenric shook his head as if, despite my status, I had very little between my ears.
Fuck. Okay, let's get out of here and regroup.
I scanned the clearing, looking for Fiona, but couldn't locate her.
Where's Fiona?
I asked, meeting the Shadow Knight's gaze once more.
The sprite has her own part to play. She went back to the princess.
Fenric pursed his lips and stormed through the tree line.
Where the fuck are you going?
I shouted at the Fae warrior's back.
I'm getting out of the damn forest where anyone could hear our plans,
he yelled back.
He's not wrong,
Zeke growled, still holding his brother. I didn't particularly like the Shadow Fae warrior thus far, but he was right about one thing. I turned to the troll.
Can you guard the portal?
I asked.
I don't want to be anywhere near the Fae portal, boss. And that's precisely why I want you to guard the portal. You don't want to go back to Faerie, so you're the best man for the job. You'll guard the portal and not disappear on me.
I clapped him on the shoulder in support. I needed someone to keep an eye on that blasted thing.
Of course, boss. I'll watch it for you.
The troll nodded solemnly, even though he was definitely not happy about the situation. I followed Fenric from the forest and back to my car. Zeke carried Asher behind us. I grimaced when I realized that I would be returning to the penthouse without Fiona. Freya was gonna lose her shit in the worst way. Dan clapped me on the shoulder as he sidled up next to me.
What's that look for?
He asked.
Freya,
I said simply and shook my head. Fuck.
She's gonna be fucking with you until the end of time for this,
Dan chuckled.
There's nothing quite like the wrath of a tiny glitter bug.
You're not wrong, I grumbled, with a zing of paternal guilt. I was not looking forward to explaining to the sprite what had happened to her sister. That was going to be a pain in the ass. Sprites were like little firecrackers when their wings were in a twist. We made it back to the car without further incident, and I pulled the keys out of my pocket.
Dan, organize for a pickup, and take Zeke and Asher straight back to the facility and get a healer on site immediately. I have to go. On it, boss. No problem.
Dan dug out his phone and was making arrangements before I'd even taken another step. I nodded to Fenric, satisfied, and got in the driver's seat of my car and waited for the Fae. He climbed in and grimaced as he sat in the passenger seat.
You get used to the claustrophobic feeling,
I told him as I turned the key in the ignition.
I haven't spent much time in the human realm, to be honest,
Fenric said, adjusting himself to fit more comfortably.
Did you see my mate?
I asked as I did a slick burnout, coming around 180 degrees to accelerate back toward the city.
I was the one who pulled her into Faerie, but had I known what would unfold, I never would have brought her back.
He blew out a breath of frustration, clearly genuinely annoyed at himself.
You're the reason that she's in this mess?
I growled, glancing over at him.
I had orders from the king and queen. They wanted their daughter back,
he answered without hesitation, never glancing away from the window.
And it didn't matter what she wanted.
I felt disgusted. Of course it didn't. My own father never cared much for what I wanted either, and we both ended up paying the ultimate price for his ego.
No, it didn't. They gave her life, and have been searching for her for decades,
Fenric said.
What she wanted, though I didn't stop to ask, would have been of no consequence. I'm duty-bound to obey them. Decades? I asked curiously.
There was no way she'd been taken away from them for decades. That didn't make any sense at all. Aurelia was maybe 20-something, and had been at least 7 when Malcolm abducted her.
Time works differently in Faerie, it seems. We've been looking for her for a lot longer than she's been alive in the human realm, Fenric grumbled. I cannot explain it better than that. How long has it been since you ripped her out of the human realm, then? I asked.
How long has it been for my mate? Weeks? Months? Does she think that everyone here has forgotten about her?
It had been 2 weeks by the time I pushed the rider through the portal.
The Shadow Knight shook his head in dismay.
2 weeks isn't a terrible time frame, I admitted.
It's not great, but it could have been worse. Hopefully she knew deep down that I would be coming to save her. I needed her to have faith in that, even if she hated me. I refused to be that man again, and if she gave me a second chance, I would never break her trust. I'd sooner die.
It is when you consider she was taken by the elders almost upon arrival, and we haven't seen her in those weeks, Fenric said softly. Then how can we know that she's okay? That she's even still with us? I asked. We don't. We can't. All we know is that the elders have her, and we don't have much time to waste, Fenric said.
A subtle quaver in his tone I hadn't expected to hear. That was not what I wanted to discover. How the hell were we going to find Malcolm, especially if he didn't want to be found, and had acted against the king and queen's wishes in the first place? I sighed heavily.
I think we need to check out Malcolm's house, the place he took her when he abducted her from my penthouse.
I turned the car down another dirt road, the directions to my destination clear in my mind.
You know where he lives?
Fenric asked, seemingly shocked.
I doubt he lives there anymore, I admitted. He likely switched up his operations after we rescued Aurelia. It would be too easy for us to catch him if he chose to remain there. Malcolm is just arrogant enough to stay there, and not care if the Shifter King found him again.
Fenric shook his head at his fellow Fae's bravado.
You're not wrong on that one. He also might have left some nasty little traps for us and returned to Faerie. He could be lying low, waiting for an opportunity to present itself.
I gripped the steering wheel tighter in my hands until my knuckles were white.
I wanted a piece of that stupid Fae bastard badly, and my wolf was in full agreement. That's not possible, Fenric said bluntly. He can't go back to Faerie without the princess. Okay, I'm gonna need you to explain that.
I glanced at the Fae warrior from the corner of my eye. Why the hell would he need Aurelia to get back into Faerie?
When he took the princess from our realm, the king and queen formally banished him. And even if he does manage to get back into the realm, there is an order to kill on sight. So that bastard's desperate to find her, but he's also stuck in the same situation where he'll never get back.
I chuckled. It serves the stupid son of a bitch right. We pulled up to the sprawling ranch house and I cut the engine. I'd never wanted to come back to this place, but if it helped me get my mate back, then I would do anything at all. I'd cross realms for her and burn everything in my path.
There might be some booby traps inside. He's a sadistic prick.
I opened the car door and got out.
You don't become captain of the King's Guard without being a sadist, Fenric agreed.
The pile of twisted metal that was once a motorcycle was still beneath the tree that landed on them. Luckily for all of us, the riders hadn't been overly concerned about their bikes. The house had an ominous feel to it that sent a shiver down my spine. No one had been here since that night, apparently, as the door was off its hinges when we walked up the path.
I don't think he's here,
Fenric mumbled as he scanned the house with suspicion, clenching the hilt of his sword.
No, but we can have a look around and see if he left the book behind.
I stepped through the open door a moment later.
I don't believe he would be that stupid, Fenric said. The artifact is priceless. A loud click filled the quiet space. Fuck. Don't move. I think one of us just sprung a trap. I grimaced and scanned the floor. The tile directly under my foot was depressed a quarter of an inch below the rest, and I groaned. Just my luck. I triggered the trap. I'm not even sure what it does, or what'll happen if I move my foot. I turned to glance over at Fenric. He grimaced. I can't sift. He frowned, concentrating again, but he stayed in the exact same place. Malcolm has wards on the place. I sighed. He would make it so no one else could sift into his home. An unexpected ticking filled the room, like a clock ticking down the time until the trap went off, whether I moved or not. I don't have a choice. I have to move because either way this trap is going off. Fenric nodded and edged back out the front door. It's only a few feet away. I can make it before anything happens. I had my shifter speed to count on. 3, 2, 1, I said under my breath, and pivoting faster than the human eye could see, I bolted for the door. Despite my supernatural speed, an inferno of heat blasted me off my feet from behind. I sailed through the air as a deafening boom assaulted my ears from all sides. I slammed into the ground with a vicious thud. My head pounded with the reverberations of the explosion, and my body burned, forcing a primal scream from my lungs before everything went black, and I plunged into nothingness. Chapter 7. Aurelia. I gripped the iron chains, tugging hard against them. What the fuck? I exclaimed, a sickening mix of worry and fear bubbling within me. The beady-eyed elder sneered. The humans and the undesirable rabble really didn't do much for your attitude, did they? Why am I here? I asked, scanning the cell and ignoring his snide remark. It was dank and smelled of mildew and rot. Why the fuck did they think I deserved to be behind iron bars and locked in chains? No one deserved to be treated so cruelly. Aren't I supposed to be important to Faerie? What had I done beyond showing a little attitude that could warrant such a response? The stone floors were disgusting, and I was pretty sure the hole in the corner was supposed to be a toilet. The conditions weren't fit for an animal, let alone a princess of the damn realm. And where were my parents? Were they trying to rescue me? And what about Gray? Despite everything, had he given up on me? My mate. I sighed internally, pushing such things aside. None of that thinking was going to help me right now, so there was no point dwelling on what might or might not be going on beyond my 4 walls of filth. All I could do for the moment was focus and survive whatever these old bastards were going to subject me to. We need to test you to see if you have shadow magic, the elder said. The gleam in his eyes was hate-filled and deeply unsettling. Why would he think I had shadow magic? I'd never used such magic, nor had I heard of it. That's ridiculous, I said. I've never used such a thing. All I possess is air magic. You know, the purple crackling power you saw me with before you had me bound up like a common prisoner? You have yet to come into your full powers. You have no idea what you may possess, but that is why we're here. He shook his head. What? I haven't come into my full powers? What I have is already terrifying and difficult to control. What will happen when I have all my supposed powers? That can't be right, I argued back before chewing on my lip. The elder sighed. Do you remember nothing? Next to nothing. I had a memory block put on me at one point. Everything from the past is a blur. It comes in fleeting flashes at best.
I pulled against my bindings in frustration. I might be indignant and enraged, but I wasn't gonna let this elitist bastard's rhetoric faze me. He was not important. More than anything, I just needed to get out of here in one piece and search for Asher. Fenric had gone with him, and I hoped against hope that the rider was okay. It would be all my fault if something bad were to happen to him. Guilt ate at me, making my stomach roil. I hadn't seen either of them in days.
The Fae do not come into their full powers until their 25th birthday, and yours just happens to be in a few days' time,
he grunted. What the fuck? I'd never even known when my damn birthday was, yet this asshole knew it. That was really depressing. How much more about me did these Fae know that I didn't? So you're saying I have to be here for a few more days so that you can test me for magic I've never heard of before? Well, that's just great. Bring it on. I shifted uncomfortably, and the chains clanked together, echoing around the dank space.
Why do you think your parents' cord is called the Shadow Cord, child?
His beady eyes narrowed on me as if I might be playing with him. I don't fucking know. I wasn't even aware that's what it was called. It's new to me, like most of this shit is. I threw my hands up in frustration, but the chains would only allow me so much freedom of movement. The chains suddenly pulled tight, no doubt controlled by the magic, and the manacles scraped against my fair skin. I winced in pain. Fuck, that hurts. The beady-eyed elder chuckled at my discomfort, obviously enjoying the show and his pathetic power trip. Why are you even here telling me all this? I asked. Why don't you just get on with these magic tests? Truthfully, as far as I knew, they ultimately wanted me dead. They didn't want me controlling who came and went from Faerie, so why was he bothering to tell me any of this if they just planned on killing me anyway?
I just thought you ought to know what to expect before we start experimenting.
His grin was malicious as his eyes bored into my soul. My eyes widened, and my stomach practically sank out my ass. Are they going to experiment on me? I couldn't help but laugh darkly. The irony was not lost on me. All these years, I'd feared that the humans might discover me and experiment upon me. And yet now, it was my own people inflicting that fate. Just perfect. Fears realized. Check. Brilliant. But beyond the irony and my dark humor, trauma boiled. I did not want to know what they planned to do to me to make this crazy magic surface, and I sure as shit did not want to hang around to find out. I need to get out of here. I don't even want to know what you plan to do to get the magic to surface, I said aloud, giving voice to my thoughts and shuddering as I took a step back into the wall to which I was chained.
You will know soon enough.
He grinned and waved a hand over his shoulder. A signal. 4 council soldiers stepped forward and unlocked the cell door. He wants to do this now? Fuck. I thought I was going to be tested, not experimented on and tortured. The soldiers stormed into the cell and unhooked my chains from the wall. The men on either side of me grabbed my arms in bruising grips before they shoved me forward. I stumbled slightly, their unforgivingly tight hold on my arms the only thing that prevented my fall. They were not being kind or gentle, though I shouldn't have expected any sense of decency to exist in a hole like this. I ripped away from the Fae on the right with all the strength I could muster. He merely sneered as he shoved me forward again without a shred of remorse.
You will want to come quietly, Princess Aurelia,
warned the beady-eyed elder as he glared at me. And why is that? I asked with disdain, temporarily overcome with righteous rage.
You care for that criminal's well-being, do you not?
He asked so casually my stomach dropped. Asher's still here? I thought Fenric got him out. So that's how they plan to keep me in line while they experiment on me. Shit. I'm so fucked. Where is he? I demanded angrily, but allowed them to lead me from the cell. I wasn't gonna do this for myself. There would be no hope for me regardless, unless I was somehow able to escape the elders. I would do as was necessary to protect Asher. This was all my fault, after all. He never should have been dragged into this. He'd been kind to me, and look what it got him. Bad fortune followed me around like a tangible plague. The people that dared show me any form of kindness always suffered for it. Is Gray suffering right now? Do I care? When I searched my heart, I couldn't deny that I did, in fact, care. I cared a lot. No matter how hard I tried to put him out of my mind and to think of him as my enemy, I couldn't. The mark of his claim on my neck tingled as I was led out of the dungeon and to a room with sterile white walls and a large, solid table of gleaming stone at its center. There were leather straps at the head and foot of the slab, which were connected to metal D-rings that were drilled into the stone. Those are supposed to hold me down? Not likely. A smaller metal table stood off to one side, an array of shining instruments lining the tray. They looked like torture devices. I struggled against the arms holding me tightly. I couldn't possibly allow them to strap me down and torture me. My every survival instinct fought against it.
Remember, Princess, your friend will suffer.
The elder strolled to the little table, turning his back on me. Fuck. What am I gonna do? I didn't want Asher to be further harmed, but it looked like they were about to fucking dissect me or something. Again, I was confronted with a choice that was not a choice at all. Resigned, I straightened my spine and moved to the stone table, sitting down heavily with a sigh. The soldiers circled me and strapped me to the cold and solid slab. The leather cuffs had some kind of enchantment upon them, because no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't break free. This was it. No matter what I did now, regardless of whether I succumbed or fought tooth and nail, it was happening.
Magic is innately tied to emotions, so to bring it forward, we will need to invoke some,
the elder explained, his tone one of necessity and boredom. He picked up a scalpel, turning it over in his hand, before a gleeful smile crossed his sadistic face. He ran the dull side of the blade down my neck, toying with me to garner a reaction. Sweat broke out on my forehead, and I clenched my hands into tight fists. My stomach flip-flopped as he continued to torment me with the blade. Keeping my fear in check as best I could, I held very still and glared at him with defiance. Even if I cooperated, I didn't have to be fucking happy about it. So you're just gonna cut and bleed me to see if this shadow magic comes out? I asked. The elder was an idiot. Despite being restrained by the leather cuffs, I still had the damn iron manacles on. How did he expect me to access my power with the iron draining me with every passing moment?
I'll do whatever is necessary to discover what magic you possess,
he sneered. I smirked a challenge at his incompetent ass. And how do you plan on getting my magic out with this iron draining me? I raised a cocky eyebrow and pulled at my restraints to draw his attention.
You imbeciles! You didn't remove the cuffs?
The elder roared. The soldiers guarding the room stiffened before springing into action and removing the manacles. Relief flooded me instantly. The lack of iron touching my skin nearly made me groan with gratitude. Magic tingled in my veins and came easily to my fingertips in a crackling purple heat, though it didn't affect the leather straps still wrapped securely around my wrists in the slightest.
Easy there, Aurelia. You don't want to cause your friend more distress, do you?
The elder smiled obscenely. I took a deep breath and called my magic back to me, willing it to settle. You want me to let my magic out and then threaten me when I do what you want? That makes a ton of sense, I scoffed. He turned the knife so the sharp end was against the tender flesh of my throat. I gulped. Pain blossomed where he nicked my throat, and a small trickle of blood made its way down my neck to pool beneath my chin. My magic flared to life, but there wasn't anything new on display. It felt the same as it always did. What was shadow magic supposed to feel like, anyway? Would I recognize it? And would it be different? My usual magic continued to crackle against my palms. The elder studied me like a lab rat, his gaze focused on where he'd cut me.
Your healing works much faster when your magic flares, he observed. There isn't even the tiniest of scars there,
he said in awe. I stared at the ceiling, not even bothering to acknowledge his words. It was good information, and I filed it away for later, but I refused to let him see my curiosity. He huffed an aggravated breath and turned back to the metal table. When he turned back, he had a small hammer in his hand. Oh, fuck no. With wide eyes, I thrashed on the bed, my hands lighting with magic again. Asher was tough, a great big brute of a man. Surely he'd understand. I couldn't let this sicko start smashing my bones. Let me fucking go! I screamed, pulling at the straps on my wrists in another attempt to get free.
Hold her arms down with her palms facing the stone,
the elder barked. I kicked out at one of the Fae moving toward me, but the strap on my ankle didn't afford me enough movement to stop him. Strong hands banded around my arms as the soldiers secured me with their physical strength, squeezing hard. I nearly cried out, but I bit down on my tongue and held it in, not willing to give the bastards the satisfaction of knowing that they were hurting me. They saw me as nothing more than a threat or a piece of property. I wasn't entirely sure which one anymore, especially after having seen the gleam in the elder's eyes when he talked about the possibility of shadow magic.
You will be able to heal the damage,
the elder assured me with a grin. It doesn't mean that I want you smashing my fingers to see if any new magic will surface. I glared at him.
You don't have a choice in the matter, dear. You're at my mercy here, and your friend will suffer for any insolence you display.
He was way too excited to have me at his mercy. These elders were a breed unto themselves. What a sadistic asshole. I kept my mouth shut and gritted my teeth, waiting for him to get on with it. Fixing my gaze, I stared up at the white ceiling, refusing to give him any further reaction or satisfaction.
You're gonna scream for me before all is said and done,
he said in a depraved and conversational tone. He was reveling in the anticipation of the torture. He wanted my reactions more than anything. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and waited for the inevitable pain that would soon assail me. The elder chuckled.
Very well then. Let's begin,
he said, just before my knuckles crunched beneath the weight and momentum of the hammer's blow. Searing pain filled my hand, tearing a scream from my throat. My magic flared to life, and another scream met mine as power sizzled out of me and flowed into the hammer. A dam I never knew existed broke inside of me, and magic unlike anything I had felt before exploded out of me. My back arched as the room was flooded with my unrestrained power. I managed to open my eyes just in time to see the hilt of a soldier's sword coming toward me. Pain erupted in my head and a sickeningly loud crack filled the air, reverberating in my ears as my consciousness faded. Fuck. This fucking sucks. Chapter 8. Gray. A shadow loomed over me.
Did you think I wouldn't have taken precautions?
Sneered a familiar voice. I groaned as I sat up. What the fuck was Malcolm doing standing over me? I blinked against the dim light and scanned the dank, dark room. Where the fuck am I?
What the fuck happened?
I shook my head to clear it.
You and the Protector were stupid enough to walk right into my trap.
Malcolm chuckled.
Where's Fenric?
I asked. There was a small cot near a window with bars on it. The space was so small that I couldn't stretch out completely. It was maybe 6 feet wide at best.
Don't worry about him. Worry about yourself, Shifter King. Tell me where Aurelia's hiding.
Malcolm crossed his arms over his chest and glared down at me.
You don't know?
I chuckled right back, amused by the irony.
She's well beyond your reach. No one is beyond my reach,
he answered smugly.
So you really don't know?
I clucked my tongue and snickered. I was gonna enjoy taking this bastard down a peg or two. I moved across my arms and metal clinked together. He thinks he can chain me so I can't shift? There weren't chains that could hold down the Shifter King in this world or any other.
I know more than you can even possibly imagine, mongrel.
He spat.
Do you know that you've been banished?
I wonder. I smirked. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Banished? You must be desperate to delay me. That's impossible.
Is it really, though?
You abducted the princess and didn't think the king would retaliate?
The king was a notoriously angry man and could hold a grudge better than anyone in Faerie. Did Malcolm think because he was captain of the King's Guard he would be exempt from the king's ire? He's stupider than he looks. Malcolm's face turned red in anger, and he vanished from the room. Was he gonna check for himself if he could re-enter? He would be sorely disappointed when he discovered there was a troll guarding the portal, and that he could no longer see it. I rose to my feet and took 2 steps toward the door, and the chains clanked against the floor. Taking another step, my ankle caught and pulled back. My wolf growled inside my mind at the chains binding us. Borrowing from his strength, I gripped the metal in both hands and pulled at the cuffs. At first, they didn't budge, but after I twisted hard, exerting even more power, the sound of twisting, grinding metal filled the quiet place as the metal broke off at my ankle. Reaching for the chains that were attached to the manacles on my wrists, I pulled with all my strength once more until one snapped. Then I proceeded to do the same with the other. I didn't have time to waste. I needed to find Fenric and get the hell out of here before Malcolm returned on a rampage.
Master's gonna be very angry,
a voice cried out behind me. I spun to the sound and found a brownie standing with his little hands planted on his hips as he glared at me.
Ask me if I care,
I retorted.
Why do you even work for a psychopath like him? Brownies are good and kind, and respond best to those who are the same. Master bought the house, and I was included in the sale.
He shrugged, but he frowned at my words all the same.
So we're in Malcolm's house. It didn't explode?
I asked carefully. I needed to gather as much information out of the brownie as possible before Malcolm returned from the portal.
No, it did explode, but the master used his magic to fix it.
The brownie waggled his finger at me.
You should not have been breaking and entering. I didn't break anything, and the door was still blown off its hinges from before,
I said, turning away and back to the door.
All I did was enter.
Without hesitation, I gripped the door handle and turned it. The door clicked open, offering no resistance.
You can't go out there,
the brownie yelled, suddenly exasperated.
Who's gonna stop me? You?
I asked over my shoulder. The brownie looked down and away, showing submission, knowing full well my wolf was close to the surface. He was no match for the predator inside me, and he knew it. I stepped out of the room and glanced around. There was no sign of Fenric to be found in the long hall. Fuck. Where is he hiding the Fae warrior? We needed to get the fuck out of here. I crept down the hall to the next door and cracked it open. But there was nothing there other than an empty office. Could that be where he hid the book? I pushed the door open even further, and a squeak from behind me had me glancing over my shoulder. "You can't go into Master's office," the brownie cried. "Watch me," I said, and stepped into the darkened room. There was a single lamp on the dark hardwood desk, and bookshelves lined the walls. A high-backed office chair was positioned behind the desk, but my eyes returned to the books on the shelves. I didn't get a good look at the book during the mimic spell Karma performed, so I was going in blind. Ideally, I needed Fenric. He might have some idea of what the book looked like. He might even recognize it. I turned back to the door and stomped out of the office, determined to find Fenric before Malcolm returned. "Do you know where the Fae warrior's being kept?" I asked the brownie over my shoulder, continuing my search. "I can't say," he mumbled. I growled and spun around on the twerp, picking him up by the throat. "My mate is in danger in Faerie, and the Fae warrior is the only one who can help me save her. You will tell me where the warrior is. Now." My wolf was right at the surface. I could feel him. "Your mate?" he wheezed, coughing as he desperately struggled to breathe. He clawed at my hand. "Princess Aurelia is my mate. She's trapped and I need to save her, but I can't get there without the Fae. So where is he?" I snarled, punctuating each word. I dropped the brownie. He coughed harder as he sucked deep breaths of air into his lungs. Then, without further loyalty, he picked one hand up off the ground and pointed at a room down the hall. I raced down the hallway and pushed open the door. Fenric was on the floor. The skin of his arms flared painfully red because of the iron manacles on his wrists. They were slowly eating away at his magic. "Fenric," I said softly, and he lifted his head. His eyes were entirely black, and the pupils unfocused. What the hell happened to him? "Can you move?" I asked. Fenric shook his head but held up his arm. I gripped both sides of the manacle on his wrist and called on my wolf's strength again. It screeched in protest before snapping free. Fenric sighed in relief and offered me his other wrist. "How did you get out?" he asked. "The last time I saw, you were knocked out from the blast. I woke up with that asshole Malcolm standing over me," I explained. My wolf helped out. "Where is he now?" he asked. I destroyed the remaining cuff. The brownie muttered angrily to himself every time a lock broke. I ignored him. He was being overly dramatic. I didn't give a fuck about what he thought. I just needed to get Fenric to the office and then get the fuck out of the trader's house. "Come on, you good?" I asked as I wrapped his arm around my shoulder and lifted him. "Yes, let's get out of here," Fenric said. "We need to check his office first," I grunted. "You think he would leave the book in his office?" Fenric asked, incredulous. "Well, we didn't think he'd be here, but he was. He's an arrogant son of a bitch. Whether it's here or not, we have to check." I stormed from the room and back down the hall, Fenric hardly slowing me down. The brownie followed closely behind me. "You can't take anything from the master's office." "Do you want me to tie you up and gag you, brownie?" I asked. The creature gasped and stomped his foot angrily, having a mini tantrum. I opened the door to the office and turned back to Fenric. "Do you know what the book looks like?" Fenric hobbled into the room and followed alongside the bookshelves. "It's gold and priceless. I doubt he'd make it easy to find." "Okay,
Let's look around quickly. He could be back at any time.
I ran a hand through my hair and positioned myself by the door. I would be of little help finding a book that I'd never seen in person, but I could keep watch. How long will the troll be able to keep him busy?
How's your magic, Fenric? I asked.
I had no idea how long it took to recharge after Iron sucked the magic out of a Fae. It could be hours. How long was he locked up back there? Malcolm was a sick fuck, torturing a fellow Faerie that way. He really was a wicked bastard.
It's returning quickly,
Fenric assured me, still scanning the books on the shelf.
He must have a safe or something.
I turned on my heel to face the brownie with a sinister grin.
I will not help you steal from the master,
the brownie growled before he tried to dart down the hall. Obviously, I was faster, and picked him up by the back of his shirt.
You don't have a choice, little friend.
The bastard screamed and thrashed like I'd cut off a limb. I shook him angrily, trying to shut him up. His whining pierced my ears, and my wolf whined in my mind. The little fucker had a good set of lungs on him. That was for damn sure.
Shut up before I shut you up forever. Where's the bloody safe?
It's hidden with magic, the brownie said smugly, ceasing his wailing. You'll never find it. Fenric strolled over and crossed his arms across his chest.
If you show us where it is, I can get into it.
No! The brownie screamed again.
What should we do with him?
I asked with a malicious snarl. I snapped my teeth at him in warning. The brownie gulped but kept his mouth shut.
He's been brainwashed and is harmless,
said Fenric with a shrug. I spun back to the door as a crash sounded from down the hall. The brownie laughed.
Master, they're trying to steal from you,
he screeched at the top of those bastard lungs of his. I shook the little bastard hard. He was about to lead Malcolm right to us. With Malcolm being the only one in the house who could sift, the little asshole would give him exactly what he wanted. Our exact location. Malcolm appeared in the door in the blink of an eye. I threw the brownie onto the nearby chair. Mangy little fucker.
How the fuck did you get out of the chains?
Malcolm growled.
You underestimate shifters,
I smirked. Crouching down into a fighting stance, I grinned. My wolf growled in my head, thrashing at the barrier in my chest. He wanted to rip Malcolm apart and was just waiting for the opportunity.
Rabid beasts,
Malcolm snarled.
The only one rabid around here is you,
I smirked.
Where'd you get that cut on your forehead?
Fenric chuckled.
Did you find a nasty little surprise when you went to the portal?
Fucking trolls, Malcolm swore, then narrowed his eyes at me.
How did you know?
Who do you think stationed him there, idiot? I asked.
For an ancient Fae warrior, you aren't very smart.
Malcolm roared a battle call and magic erupted out of him. Fenric dove and smashed into me, protecting me without a second's hesitation. I flew back and hit the wall with a thud as flames poured from Malcolm's hands. Pain erupted up my spine and the breath whooshed out of me. The bastard clearly didn't care about destroying his own house when he could just fix it all with magic. Fenric stood in front of me with magic of his own lighting up his palms.
Malcolm, you don't want to do this,
Fenric said, widening his stance and readying himself for combat.
And why would you say that?
Malcolm sneered.
I can take you.
Don't, I gasped, as I realized just what the princess's protector was about to reveal. If he told him about the book and what it held, there would be no way we could retrieve it and rescue my mate from Faerie.
Aurelia's in trouble. She's gone,
Fenric said. Fuck. The stupid Fae didn't listen.
Fenric, no,
I groaned.
So she's in Faerie,
Malcolm shrugged.
It's inconvenient, I'll admit, but not impossible to retrieve her.
What did he know that we didn't? Had he seen the book already and knew what needed to be done? Shit.
It's more than inconvenient. When did you become the Council's puppet?
Fenric asked, the insult not lost on the captain of the King's Guard.
I am no one's puppet. This is what's best for all of Faerie,
Malcolm yelled back. He smirked a second later and waved a hand at the only exit. A wall of fire erupted, the heat searing my skin even from the other side of the room.
Have fun burning alive, gentlemen.
Then he sifted away to safety, leaving us to go up in flames. Shit. What the fuck are we gonna do now? Chapter 9. Aurelia. My head pounded behind my eyes, and I ran a hand through my hair, but my fingers got tangled in the mess of caked-up blood. Grimacing as I sat up in my cell, dizziness overwhelmed me like a crashing tide and nearly made me fall back onto the cold stone. Fuck. They dumped me back in a cell, and I was lying on the disgusting floor, cradling one hand with the other before realizing I couldn't feel any pain there. Has my magic healed me? I wiggled my fingers and they were fine. It didn't seem as if anything horrible had happened to them at all. Not even a doctor would be able to tell I'd just had my knuckles smashed with a hammer. I marveled.
You're awake,
a gruff voice said from the other side of the dingy, cold room. Who are you? I thought I was alone in here, I croaked. My throat parched.
No, I've been here a very long time,
the man answered.
How's your head?
I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Well, more than a bit, really. What happened? I asked, shaking my head to clear it, and immediately regretting the action as a fresh wave of pain and nausea racked me.
I don't know exactly what you did, but they brought you in here unconscious with gushing blood from your head.
He chuckled then.
From the talk I heard, though, that elder got the shock of his life.
I almost laughed in response, but fell abruptly silent when I touched my head and winced. The memory of the soldier's sword pommels smashing into my head making me shudder. I lost control of my magic, I said as I leaned my head back against the wall.
I guessed as much. The way your fingers looked when they brought you, I can't blame you,
he replied.
They looked mangled.
I flexed my fingers again, grateful for my incredible Fae healing. Who are you? I ventured.
Just a fellow prisoner,
he replied with a sigh.
I've been gone so long, I doubt you've ever heard of me.
Why are you here? I asked. I may as well get to know my cellmate between torture sessions.
I'm apparently a danger to society, as well as the Elder's plans.
He chuckled again, though the sound was without humor. Fucking elders, I growled. I hated the old bastards with my entire being and wanted nothing more than to destroy every single last one of them. It was clear to me now more than ever that the elders were the toxicity poisoning Faerie from within, and not the others. Without warning, a scream tore from my throat as shadows slithered up my arms out of nowhere. What the hell?
What? What's happening?
The man's panicked voice reached me through my screams. There's something wrong with my magic, I cried. I flung my hand as if to dislodge the darkness, but the shadows flew forth and wrapped around the bars of the door. They bent under the pressure and onslaught of the strange new magic.
Breathe with me, princess.
My fellow prisoner's calm voice was familiar, but somehow different, although soothing. I focused as best I could and matched my breath to his, doing my utmost to keep Gray's face out of my mind as I made use of exactly the same technique he'd always taught to regain my calm and control. Soon, my breathing slowed, and the shadows untangled themselves from the bars, retracting back to me. Shit. That's gonna be noticed. The shadows slithered along my arms like writhing, intangible snakes, pulsing against my skin. They were foreign, yet also an innate part of me.
"Are you okay, Princess Aurelia?"
My cellmate asked, concern evident in his tone. "I have shadow magic," I whispered, my heart racing at the realization.
"Shh, Princess. You need to control it. They must not see it,"
the older man whispered back with an unmistakable sense of urgency and panic. "That's why they were torturing me. They were trying to see if I had it. Why is it so important?" I asked him.
"I'll tell you, but first you must control it. Make it obey you."
Gnarled tan hands grabbed at the bars that divided our cell, and he stretched them out just enough that they looked like mine. I closed my eyes and coaxed the magic back inside me, desperate for it to listen. It couldn't be seen. That much was paramount. I didn't know why exactly, but the man in the adjoining cell was sure about it. And from the sounds of it, he'd been here a hell of a lot longer than I had. Whatever was going on in Faerie and with me couldn't be good. Thankfully, after exerting my willpower over them, the shadows slithered a bit more, almost as if they had a will of their own, before seeping back into my skin. Okay, it's gone. It's hidden. I blew out my breath in relief.
"Good. You mustn't let the elders see it, no matter what pain they cause you,"
he said, sounding relieved. "What's your name, friend? How do I know I can trust you?" I asked.
"You should trust none but your mate,"
he countered emotionlessly, withdrawn once more. I scoffed. The memory of Gray and his betrayal was still too fresh in my mind, and sent a knife of pain through my heart. "I don't have a mate." I shook my head and slid down the wall, leaning my head back against it again.
"You forget that I saw them bring you in, Princess. What do you think that mark on your neck means?"
he asked angrily. I must have hit a nerve, but I wasn't sure that I cared. He wasn't experiencing my pain. He wasn't feeling what I was with every ache of my still beating heart. I know what it means, but trusting my mate is a bit tough right now, given he betrayed me. I shook my head and heard, even though he couldn't see me.
"Impossible,"
he barked.
"Betraying a mate would be like chewing your own arm off."
"Wait, are you a shifter?" I gasped, my stomach roiling. I thought all the shifters were sent to the human world. How is this man in a cell next to me?
"Yes, though I was too powerful to exile, according to those assholes,"
he said with a growl. He's been here since the exile? How has he not gone completely insane? Holy shit, I whispered with renewed empathy.
"That's putting it mildly,"
he chuckled. "You've been here all this time?" I asked, not even bothering to hide just how horrified I was. I knew the elders were cruel bastards, but that was going too far. What about his wolf? His need for the open sky, the moon, and to run free? That would drive him mad, surely.
"But none of this is what you really want to know, is it, Princess? They're not the questions you should be asking."
"What's so important or dangerous about shadow magic?" I asked, agreeing with the old shifter and deciding to get straight to the point. "My parents' court is the shadow court." The shifter sighed.
"It's been centuries since anyone has developed shadow magic,"
he revealed. There was a shuffling noise like he was moving closer to the bars again. "But if they're the shadow court, how can they not have shadow magic? It doesn't make sense." I curled my knees up beneath my chin and wrapped my arms around them as I mused over this strange contradiction.
"They believe they've been cursed because they failed to stop the elders from exiling everyone,"
he said.
"They were short-sighted and agreed to their foul plan, when they should have stood and fought for all the residents of Faerie."
"If they think they're cursed, then why do I have the shadows?" I whispered, squeezing my eyes closed.
The prophecy says the one who rules the shadows will decide.
Decide what? I frowned, looking up. Was I truly supposed to decide who could live in Faerie? I didn't know anything about the politics of Faerie, but I knew a wrong when I saw one.
I think you already know, Princess Aurelia,
he said. I flinched. This isn't a fair exchange, I said. You know exactly who I am, but I have no idea who you are. A powerful shifter whom the elders fear? Tell me your name.
My name is Nicholas, and I'm the Shifter King,
he said. My jaw dropped open, and I stared at him through the bars in shock. The Shifter King? What? I cried. Was that why the council had locked him up for centuries? Simply because of his birthright? Why not let the former king go with the others, with his people? Why did they keep him here? He would have been no trouble to Faerie beyond the portal.
That's why I'm stuck here, Princess. I'm far too powerful to be set free. And they know that my son won't come into his full power until my death. So they're purposefully keeping me here and alive until they can seal the portal closed forever,
Nicholas said with a growl. That's terrible, I breathed, tears of unexpected emotion pricking my eyes. I'm so sorry, Nicholas. How could they keep another living soul in a cage like this for so long? It's barbaric and cruel.
It's okay though, Aurelia. I'm here to meet you and help you escape,
he said with a smile in his voice. You're gonna help me escape? How? I asked, equal amounts of surprise and doubt creeping into my tone.
Don't sound so incredulous,
he chastised.
I don't know what my son did to betray you, but when we get out of here, I'll be sure to slap him upside his idiot head,
he finished, humor in his voice. Gray? Gray is your son? I asked in horror. Oh my God, that's why he sounds so familiar. He had to be talking about Gray. It couldn't be anyone else. He was the only one I'd ever let get close enough to hurt me, and he would be the last. He was my mate, and I wasn't ever going to trust anyone again the same way I'd trusted him.
Is that what he's going by in the mortal world? And yes, I can smell his mark of claim on you.
Okay, that isn't weird at all. He can smell him on me? I shuddered, not liking the idea of that at all. What the fuck? You can do what now? I asked. Wait, can everyone smell it?
No, Princess Aurelia. I'm stronger and he's my son, my blood,
Nicholas assured me. That really doesn't make me feel much better. I squeezed my knees to my chest more tightly, as if I could shield myself from all this realm-altering drama going on around me. Drama I'd fast become a part of, whether I liked it or not. Drama I've always been at the center of.
Why don't you tell me what he did? I know my son, and he would never betray his mate unless there was no other option,
Nicholas said. He was looking for a Fae to help him find something and sent a man to locate me. That man shot me with the tranquilizer dart and is the reason why the witch who raised me is dead, and why I had nowhere else to go. I shrugged. If I tried really hard, I could probably find a way to blame him for this, too. If I hadn't been running from him, I never would have been pulled into the portal. The truth was that I was finding it difficult to stay angry at him. I missed him horribly. I missed him in my very bones, and the harder I tried desperately not to miss him, the more I did. My mark tingled at my neck and I nearly groaned, reaching up to cover it with my hand. Where is he? Is he looking for me? I've already been gone much longer than I should have been.
It must have been difficult for him to decide what to do in such a circumstance, Princess. It would be an impossible choice, to choose between his fated mate and his people who depend on him to get them back home,
Nicholas said so softly I almost didn't hear him. Yeah, I said, but frowned at the news. Is that what really happened? Did he only do what he did to save his people? That made him sound exceedingly noble. But did it not matter that I was hurt in the process? Did it not matter that I was accused of murder because of his actions? The lock on the door clicked. My eyes widened and I scrambled to my feet, pressing myself back against the grimy, cold stone wall. Shit. I'm not ready to go back to the torture chamber. Not yet. A woman in a dress that was practically rags walked in with her head down, with chains connecting to her wrists and ankles so that she was forced to shuffle. She carried 2 plates in her hands and pushed them carefully beneath the bars. I opened my mouth to say something, but stopped short. The woman's eyes met mine, and she shook her head almost imperceptibly. Got it. Do not talk to the help. It could be bad for us all. And the last thing I want is another innocent soul being punished because of me. A familiar buzzing caught my attention, and I cocked my head to the side, scarcely willing to believe. No, it can't be, right? That would be too good to be true. The blow to my head must have left my ears ringing. The woman left the room without a word, disappearing from sight. I peeked at the food she'd left behind. Is it safe to eat, or would they drug me? I can't use magic without something to sustain it, though. Fuck, I'm so hungry.
It's okay to eat,
Nicholas said.
I don't smell anything foreign in there. Your friend is back, though.
Friend? I asked as the buzzing started up again, and a tiny blur darted forward, and all the air rushed out of my lungs. Fiona glowed bright green and flew up to eye level to stare at me. Oh, Miss Aurelia, you look much better than the last time I saw you. You've been here before? I asked.
She has,
Nicholas grunted. Do not speak to the princess, disgraced king. Fiona spat with a surprising amount of venom. My eyes widened once more. That was another round of questions that needed to be asked. But not now. Fiona, focus. King Nicholas has been very helpful, but I need information. Have you seen Asher? And where's Gray? Asher's back home, but it doesn't look good, Miss Aurelia. And Master Gray's gone. No one has seen him since we rescued Asher. Fiona fluttered about my face, her tiny, frantic wings fanning my hair. Asher isn't okay and Gray's gone? What the hell are we gonna do without them? Do I even want to live in a world where Gray doesn't exist? My heart sank. This was not the news I'd been hoping for. Gray, where are you? Chapter 10. Gray.
Fuck. We're gonna die here.
Smoke billowed up from the heat of Malcolm's magical fire,
choking me. I could barely see my nose in front of my face as I coughed and hacked. Haze clouded my eyes, making them water, and I held my breath as best I could. My wolf thrashed inside my chest as I crawled across the room searching for Fenric. Fenric! I coughed. Where the fuck did he go? He should be here. Gray, I'm here, Fenric called, but his declaration ended in a violent hacking fit. We need out, I croaked. This was complete bullshit. How was Fenric not able to counter the magical fire? What the hell did the Fae have magic for if not to fight magic with magic? Fenric appeared in front of me, crawling on his belly. We need to go that way. He jerked his head in the direction of the door that was still currently a raging wall of fire. How the fuck are we gonna get out of there? I asked, exasperated. I have a plan, don't worry. He turned around and army crawled toward the wall of flame. Do I follow him? How the hell is he gonna get us past that? With a shake of my head, I didn't bother commenting again, and instead just followed behind the Fae. Could I really trust him? Why was he helping me with my mate anyway? Could he really want everyone to return to Faerie? And if so, why? It didn't make any sense. Why were the Shadow Fae suddenly so willing to let us come back?
Was it the Shadow Fae, or just Fenric going rogue? He'd said the king and queen sent him to retrieve the book and help my maid, but then why would they let her fall into the council's hands? Did they have a choice? Pushing those thoughts temporarily from my mind, I came up behind him, staying low to the ground. The smoke billowed and continued to choke me as I waited for Fenric to do something, to pull off some kind of magical miracle. A moment later, he got up on his knees and faced his palms toward the glowing orange flames. Water gushed from his hands as if he were channeling a goddamn fire hydrant, and hit the wall of fire with a crackling hiss. Though his actions afforded us movement, we weren't out of the woods yet. The flames had spread throughout the room and into the hallway beyond. How long can Fenric keep up this intensity of magic? Doing something like that no doubt cost him.
I'm gonna shift. Get on my back. I'm faster in wolf form, I said.
Fenric tilted his head to the side in curiosity momentarily. It wasn't every day that a shifter allowed someone to ride on their back to safety. It showed immense trust. I didn't yet trust the Fae, but we were both gonna die here if we didn't do something, and fast. Plus, if he wanted to protect Aurelia for any reason, we were at least on the same team when it came to that front.
Okay, thank you, Gray,
Fenric corrected. I was just glad he was trying to stop with all the Shifter King nonsense. I would deal with that title when I got my people back to Faerie. Allowing my wolf to take over, I quickly shifted, then bent my big body down so Fenric could climb on. My wolf growled, not liking the idea of the Fae on his back, but didn't react otherwise. He wanted our mate rescued too, and he knew Fenric could help. As soon as he was securely mounted, I took off down the hall, leaping over the fire wherever it sprung up, making my way to the front of the house. A tiny wailing voice reached my ears, and I cursed in my head. The damn brownie. That bastard Malcolm had just left his loyal little servant behind, as if his life was entirely worthless.
Gray, what are you doing?
Fenric asked as I slowed. He was still spraying water with his hands at everything in our path, trying to quell the flames and stop the bastard fire from singeing the shit out of my fur. I tilted my head to the side, where the damn little brownie was cowering in a corner.
Shit,
Fenric whispered. I trotted over to the mini shithead and picked him up by the back of his tiny coat between my teeth, and ran back to the front door.
Let me go!
The brownie shrieked and squirmed, fighting to be free of my jaws.
He's saving your pathetic life, Brownie. I would be grateful and stop wriggling about before he drops you in the flames,
Fenric yelled. The brownie stilled immediately, his protestations dying on his lips as he instead began to babble and whimper. Fenric slid off my back and blasted water at the front door, blowing it off its melting hinges. I waited patiently on tenterhooks, searching for the tile that I stepped on previously to not re-trigger the trap and be thrown into yet another explosion. That son of a bitch Malcolm was sadistic and had zero regard for his house or anyone's life, including his misguided but loyal servant. The man made me sick. When the flames engulfing the front door were extinguished, we sprinted out of Malcolm's house of horrors to the safety of the outdoors. I jerked my head, motioning for Fenric to get back on.
The car should be out here,
Fenric grimaced, perhaps not entirely keen for another wolf ride. But I knew that the vehicle would be gone after Malcolm caught us. He wouldn't leave anything behind that would aid us in an escape or possible rescue mission. We would have to make it on foot to the facility. It was the closest and safest location. My penthouse was in the city, and I wasn't walking through the damn city without clothes, so I wouldn't be shifting until we arrived at the facility. Fenric frowned but climbed onto my back again. He'd never been to the facility, so he couldn't sift us there. Nope, good old paw power is what it's gonna take. I tightened my jaw around the brownie's shirt. My wolf would just as soon eat the little fucker than permit him the privilege of riding on my back, so that wasn't gonna happen. The little turd whimpered. He probably thought he was destined to be wolf food.
Thank you for saving me, but I'm safe now and would like for you to let me go, he stammered. You're coming with us, rodent. You have information we need, Fenric said.
Good. Glad we're on the same page. I ran through the forest with speed and stamina, the likes of which only my wolf was capable. He raced between the trees without so much as a misstep. He ran for miles, and as he did so, I noticed there was a magic to the trees that should not have been. They continued to pass by us in a blur until the magic of the wards washed over me, and I instinctively slowed my pace. The brownie was still screaming and cursing us, his gratitude for being saved apparently very short-lived. My wolf shook him slightly in fun. He certainly enjoyed terrifying the tiny annoyance for all the hassle he caused. Zeke, the rider, met us out the front of the facility, his face drawn and his eyes tired. Without a word, he threw clothes at my feet. I waited for Fenric to jump from my back and secure the brownie before shifting back to my human form and dressing quickly. A few of my shifters raced from the garage. I nodded toward the brownie. He has information we need. Lock him in a cell until I can question him. The shifters reached for him as one. Fenric turned to me. Do you have a magic-canceling cell? He'll be able to get out of anywhere else. You heard him. I barked at the shifters. Don't let him escape. The brownie flailed and screamed as they carried him off to the magical cells. Where have you been? We thought you were going to the penthouse. Freya and Fiona have been worried sick. Zeke crossed his arms over his chest. Fiona's here? I asked, hopeful and glad to hear she was alive and well. She was, but she went back yesterday when no one could find you. Zeke shook his head with a grimace. Fenric raised a brow. What do you mean, yesterday? How long have we been gone? You've been missing for 2 days, Zeke answered. 2 days? I asked, shocked. Shit. Where have you been? Zeke asked again. Malcolm got us. It's a long story. What did Fiona report? Is Aurelia all right? I stomped into the parking garage, ready to devise a plan and throw myself into action. We'd lost enough time as it was. Zeke and Fenric followed closely behind me. How the hell did I lose 2 days to that house? I was passed out, but for days? What the hell? Zeke sighed. It isn't good. Just spit it out. I growled with impatience. The Shadow Fae have lost all access to their shadow magic since the exile, Zeke informed. I turned sharply to Fenric. He nodded. We have been cursed to lose the shadow magic we were created with. The gods were not kind to us after the exile. Fenric rubbed a hand over his neck. What does this have to do with Aurelia? I asked. I already had a feeling I really wasn't gonna like the answer. They think she may be the one to bring the magic back to the court. And if she does prove to have it, the council will kill her, Fenric said softly. They want the Shadow Fae to be weak. They don't want them to get their shadows back, and they'll do anything to keep them down. Zeke clenched his hand into a fist. What aren't you telling me? I growled. If I found out they were hurting my mate, I would tear the fabric of the universe apart to get to her, and destroy the elders once and for all. You don't want to know, Gray. I'm one of your oldest friends, and I know that look. You need to calm the fuck down and think logically, or I'm not gonna tell you. Zeke planted his feet wide, refusing to take another step. We were stopped in the middle of the parking garage, glaring at each other. He needed to tell me what those fucks were doing to my mate before my wolf freaked out and forced a shift on me.
I'm not telling you anything until you calm down.
Zeke stared me down, his gaze hard but that of a true friend. My shoulders slumped and I rubbed a hand down my face, forcing my aggravation and panic down.
Fine. Let's get up to my office and you can tell me over a fucking drink.
I shook my head.
God knows I need one.
I stomped over to the elevator and pushed the button. It wasn't coming quickly enough for my liking, so I stabbed at it again.
Easy. That is not you calming the fuck down,
Zeke warned, clapping me on the back.
I told you, after the last few weeks I've had, I just need a fucking drink.
I growled as the elevator dinged and I marched inside.
Just give me a minute.
Exhaling my rage, I pushed the button for the top floor and leaned back against the glass wall, then turned to Zeke with a grimace.
How's Ash doing?
I asked, feeling like a shitty friend for not having asked sooner. But to be fair, I just had a ton of information dumped on me, and I was reeling.
His body's still broken, and he's in a coma. It doesn't look good.
Zeke sighed heavily, clearly worried about his brother-in-arms and dear friend.
He'll be back to his obnoxious self in no time. Just you wait and see,
I assured him with a grin. Asher was one of the infamous riders of the Wild Hunt, and those bastards were damn near impossible to kill. They were practically immortal as far as I'd witnessed. He wouldn't be taken down by the damn elders and their pathetic bullshit. He was stronger than that, and I knew it. He just needed time. The elevator doors opened and we stepped out into the empty hall. I led the way to my office and opened the door for my friends. It looked exactly the way I'd left it, but it somehow felt empty. But it wasn't the office that was empty. Not really. It was me. I was empty without my mate, and it hurt me to my core, like a splinter lodged in my heart, deep and unreachable. Could she ever forgive me once we rescued her? I didn't see how it was possible when I was honest with myself. I'd truly done all the things she'd said, and I was a fool for it. I should have been truthful with her, instead of hiding my part in her foster mother's death. Heaving a sigh and shaking my head to clear it, I grabbed a bottle of aged scotch and 3 glasses from the drawer in my desk. I poured us generously and handed them out to the others. I took a sip and then glared pointedly at Zeke.
Okay, I'm calm. What did Fiona report?
My hand tightened on the tumbler as I waited for him to speak.
Aurelia doesn't have her full magic, as she's yet to turn 25. So, they're trying to pull it out of her, Zeke said as he rubbed the back of his neck. Speak plainly, Zeke. I need to know what's happening to her.
I sat forward, resting my elbows on the desk. Zeke eyed Fenric with a modicum of distrust, before he turned back to me with a frown.
Fiona said they were torturing her. The last time she saw Aurelia, she'd been beaten and was left in her cell. She said that she saw a lot of blood.
He stood with his hands raised in a gesture of placation that said, "Hey, I'm not the bad guy here." I vibrated with rage, and the glass shattered in my hand, the dark amber liquid pooling on my desk as it mixed with my blood. They were torturing my mate, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop them.
We need that fucking book,
I snarled, clenching my wounded hand more tightly and reveling in the pain.
Because I'm gonna tear every last one of those fuckers to shreds.
Chapter 11. Aurelia. Sitting in the cell with my back to the bars, I stared into space, feeling everything and nothing all at once, and it left me numb. This isn't the way it was supposed to be. "Aurelia," Fiona said, patting my cheek insistently. "You need to stop. Please, princess." Snapping out of my vague trance, I peered down at my hands with a frown. shadows pooled there, silently writhing up my arms. I hadn't even noticed. Shit, I panicked, and Nicholas's sudden intake of breath gave me pause. Did he smell something? Was someone coming? Shit. I did my best to call the shadows back inside me as footsteps manifested and keys jingled in the lock on the other side of the door. "Fiona, hide," I whispered fiercely, my heart racing a mile a minute. She acted instantly, buzzing up to the top of the bars to hide. Sitting there, she kept quiet and silenced the buzz of her tiny wings. The same beady-eyed elder from before, the one who'd smashed my knuckles with great delight, strutted like a damn peacock into the dungeon, flanked by 3 soldiers.
"Leave her,"
Nicholas growled in warning.
"She won't experience a change until her birthday. You can't force the magic to manifest before it's time." "Shut up, Shifter King,"
the elder sneered. He spoke Nicholas's title like it was an insult, and maybe to him it was. "It's okay, Nicholas. I don't have a choice. He knows nothing will happen, but he wants to punish and torture me all the same." I shrugged as if I didn't care, as if I was too strong to fear further pain, and rose to my feet. But the truth was pain, and I didn't want to feel anymore. Even if my magic ensured I healed so beautifully, there was not so much as a trace of what I'd endured afterward. Sucking in a silent breath to steel my will, I stepped away from the bars. The elder jingled the keys, taunting me like a pathetic, power-tripping child. I kept my carefully bland expression blank, waiting for the inevitable. Whether he wanted me for himself or not, I was beginning to wonder if Malcolm was secretly working for the psychotic elders behind my parents' back all along. He certainly believed in the same ideals. The door to the inner cell opened and the men stormed inside, placing cuffs on my wrists before dragging me back out once more.
"Don't do this, Ronaldo,"
Nicholas yelled, rising to his feet in anger.
"You have no idea what you're doing here."
His name's Ronaldo? That suits him perfectly. I almost smirked at the ridiculously pompous name, but held my expression firm. Nicholas continued to yell at the guards and the elder as he tried in vain to protect me, but they simply ignored him. None of that mattered. I needed to focus harder than I'd ever focused on anything in my life. I couldn't let my shadow slither out of me during the torture session, no matter what, even if he broke my hand with that damn hammer again. Regardless of what torment he put me through, I had to be strong. I couldn't let them know I'd come into my shadow magic. It would spell the end for me and all those trapped beyond the portal of Faerie. I'll be dead, and all those I cared about will never see their homes again. They turned me down a long hallway that I didn't recognize. I frowned, worry and fear rising within me. This wasn't the way to the torture room. Where were they taking me? Were they just gonna put me to death regardless and get it over with? I wouldn't put it past them to lie and cheat to gain ultimate control over the realm, especially where my parents were concerned. I struggled against the guards and tried to drop my weight. Anything to get them to stop their forward march to wherever it was we were going. The 2 guards only tightened their bruising grip on me and continued on, forcing me to find my feet or be dragged on the cold, uneven, and rough stone floor. "Where are we going?" I asked, infusing as much attitude into my tone as I could summon. "Tired of the torture already?"
"You will be tried for bringing that criminal into Faerie,"
Ronaldo spat with a sneer. "You're gonna charge me with the crime that I couldn't have possibly had knowledge of?" I asked indignantly. I hadn't even meant to bring Asher with me. It had been a desperate afterthought, the simple desire to not be alone and unprotected again. I never meant to come here myself at all.
"You've broken our laws and must be punished accordingly. Your ignorance does not excuse you from the consequences of your actions, Princess."
Ronaldo grinned maliciously, obviously enjoying every damn minute as he gloated over my very convenient misfortune. "Where's Asher?" I demanded. "Will he be at this hoax of a trial?"
"The criminal will not be there,"
the elder answered, waving a hand dismissively. "Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You don't have him anymore," I said as the realization struck hard and fast and as cruelly as lightning. They'd deceived me into thinking he was still a prisoner at their mercy to guarantee my cooperation, but he hadn't been. What happened to him? Did Fenric manage to get him back home? I sure as hell hoped so. Even if they succeeded in their farce and decided to execute me, I was glad that he was where he belonged, with his fellow riders and hopefully in one piece.
"Your assumption is preposterous. No one escapes the council. Be assured, we still have him locked up to ensure your cooperation,"
he said. That's a lie. I could sense it somehow, and inside my soul crowed in triumph. He was gone. He was safe. And now it was my turn to grin. I didn't have to fucking cooperate anymore. And as soon as I got the opportunity, I was gonna bust out of their damn cell and make a break for it. My shadows had already proven they could bend the bars, so I had a better chance now than ever before. Ronaldo stepped in front of an ornate door and whispers trickled through from the room on the other side. How many people were there to see this sham of a trial? Without Fenric and Asher present, they had no solid proof of their claims. Even so, I was under no delusion that the proceedings would be anything but unfair and unjust. Ronaldo opened the door with a flourish, and gasps rang throughout the room. My parents were there, looking as regal and ethereal as ever, and they stood shouting angrily at the collective elders. "You dare treat the princess of the Shadow Court with such disrespect," my mother hollered, her pale cheeks flushing with rosy color.
"You mean to start a war by treating her as nothing more than a common prisoner?"
my father added, vibrating with rage and loathing. Something dark flickered over his hand, and my eyes widened in surprise. Did they get their shadow magic back when the elders tortured mine out of me? That did not bode well for me. I subtly shook my head at my parents, willing them to notice my gesture, and directed my gaze pointedly at my father's hand. My mother caught my expression and glanced down before covering his hand with hers. To anyone else, it would have seemed nothing more than a gesture of comfort or solidarity, but I knew the truth. She was hiding his magic for me. My mother, the queen, knew the stakes and what would happen if they found out I had shadow magic and awakened it once more within Faerie. Regardless, they may just kill me anyway. I'm the only thing in their way.
"Enough,"
Ronaldo roared.
"The princess has broken a sacred law that has allowed us to live in prosperity for centuries, and she will be treated like the criminal she is."
Ronaldo shoved me roughly into a chair facing the crowd. My father growled, daggers in his eyes. My mother caught his ear and whispered something to him. His face paled as he glanced down at the hand she still held firmly in her grasp.
"My daughter will not be put to death for something that was not her fault,"
he countered a moment later, squaring his shoulders and holding his head high.
"The punishment will be as the council sees fit."
Ronaldo grinned, happy as a pig in shit.
"You will release my daughter to me,"
the king shot back.
"She will not be treated so poorly. Do you want war with the Shadow Realm?"
he roared.
"You would wage war over a daughter who remembers nothing of you and has become associates with undesirables."
Ronaldo scoffed in disbelief. "I wasn't given much choice when your puppet took me to a realm I knew nothing about and left me to fend for myself." I shook my head, my voice confident but full of derision.
"Malcolm left you to fend for yourself?"
an elder with greasy, dishwater-colored hair asked with a frown.
"But you were just a child.
The same child some of you wanted to kill because I was supposedly too dangerous. I scowled.
We didn't want that at all, Princess. We voted only to watch you from afar and wait. Whether you posed a true threat to our way of life remained to be seen, the greasy-haired elder replied.
The problem with all of that is you thought you could decide my fate. And ultimately you chose wrong if all you cared about was safeguarding your precious way of life. I snickered under my breath at the bittersweet irony.
How were we wrong?
Ronaldo growled. If I'd grown up here, I may have seen things your way, but you let your fear rule you, and now you've inadvertently caused all of this. Everything that has happened up until this point is your fault. The elders glanced between themselves, wearing expressions of conflict and trepidation. Old fools. They're all old fools. And they did this to themselves.
You aren't endearing yourself to us, Princess Aurelia,
the greasy-haired elder warned, narrowing his eyes on me. You're gonna find me guilty whether I am guilty or not. Though you might not have put me to death as a child, your minds were already made up. Your prejudices were already born all those years ago. And all you've done ever since is foster them, feeding them and growing your hate of what you don't understand. I clanked the chains around my wrists as I held my hands up. My parents' eyes widened and they shook their heads, wishing me to remain calm. They didn't want me to antagonize the elders, but I was fast running out of fucks to give.
You don't believe that we are capable of treating you fairly?
Sir Greasyhair asked with a frown. Are you capable of treating me fairly? I mean, not you specifically, of course, because of the way you've spoken to me so far. But do you think the others can put their prejudices aside and listen to the facts as they stand, even if they don't like what they hear? I asked with a raised brow, already knowing the answer that was to follow. The elder with the kindest expression of the lot scanned the other faces in the room and grimaced apologetically.
You are probably correct, Princess.
Ronaldo scoffed, outraged by his fellow councilman.
Richard, how dare you? The child speaks the truth. Whether she understands our ways and our beliefs is irrelevant, and she brings to light an undeniable quandary. You have all become corrupted by your power. I can see that now.
Richard shook his head in disgust. The rest of the elders rose to their feet as one, most of them screaming at Richard. And from there, the courtroom devolved into a chaos of accusations and people raging to keep the old ways. I sat back in my seat and scanned the pandemonium with mild amusement. They'd done this to themselves. I didn't have to do anything. All along, I'd been nothing more than a catalyst, one that would reveal the undesirable truths and the terrible power imbalances within Faerie. I turned to my parents with a small, lopsided smile. My mother grinned behind her hand and winked at me. My chest warmed with pride. And for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt her love in a tangible and real way. She was proud of what I'd achieved by my wits alone. Turning the elders against each other had honestly been easier than I'd thought. It just went to show that the council were not a united front. There were cracks in their precious facade, and now they were exposed for all to see. 3 elders stood with Richard, spitting insults at the 3 remaining elders who seemed rabid to get a piece of me. What will happen if they're split down the middle when deciding my fate? Will I be executed, or will they set me free? I could only hope for the latter. But despite what I'd managed to reveal, I wasn't entirely optimistic. It was nice to get a small win in, though.
Enough,
Ronaldo roared.
Don't you see what she's doing here? She's become infected by the views of the undesirables and is trying to divide the council.
I raised my brows at the greasy-haired elder. His face was slowly turning an ugly shade of eggplant with his palpable rage.
Let's just get on with this farce,
Richard said, waving his hand in the air.
Farce?
One of the elders next to Ronaldo countered.
she's broken our laws by bringing that criminal here."
My father stepped forward, his demeanor more composed than previously.
"That is unequivocally untrue. She was brought here at our order and had no idea what was happening when she was pulled through the portal."
Richard raised an eyebrow of his own.
"That doesn't sound like she knowingly brought a criminal here, or that she even returned willingly."
"I didn't," I interjected passionately. "I was running from Malcolm and stumbled upon the portal. I had no idea it was even there, and I certainly didn't intend to come through or bring anyone with me." I nodded, grimacing at Richard.
"Can you really prosecute her for something beyond her control?"
Richard asked, glancing between each of his fellow elders. The men closest to him frowned as they stared at me. What were they thinking? Were they contemplating finding me innocent? There were 7 of them in total. Would my future come down to the opinion of one solitary elder?
"Let's vote,"
Ronaldo said smugly, unsettlingly sure about the assumed outcome. What did he know that the rest of us didn't? Could he have one of the uncertain sympathizers in his pocket?
"I vote we release her to her parents."
Richard grinned in my direction, causing relief to flood through me. My parents gasped. They'd probably not expected that. I held my breath, waiting for the remaining votes to be tallied. They could still yet vote to kill me. Richard was just 1 vote, after all, though I was grateful for it. Ronaldo's eyes bored into mine with skin-tingling hatred.
"I vote execution."
Well, that wasn't the slightest bit surprising. I raised an eyebrow at him, unconcerned as the others cast their votes. 3 voted to send me home, and 3 voted for my execution. It was a tie, just as I had suspected it would be. There was just 1 elder left. He sported a nasty gash on one side of his face, and he stood on Richard's side. I held my breath as I waited for him to decide, my gut roiling with dread. I wasn't so optimistic anymore. My fate rested in the hands of an old man, one who'd spent all his years surrounded by corruption and an unhampered hunger for power. Conflict and guilt twisted his features as he did the worst thing imaginable. He cast his vote for my execution. My mother screamed through her fingers, her expression wrought with anguish. My father hurled insults at the elder who had tipped the balance. The elder who'd sealed my fate hung his head in shame. He was in Ronaldo's pocket. He had to be. That was the only feasible explanation for his outward signs of guilt. Ronaldo grinned and raised his voice out over the crowded courtroom.
"The council has decided the Princess of the Shadow Fae will be executed at dawn."
My father roared as shadows crawled over his arms, writhing with menace, ready to obey their king. Ronaldo gasped before turning his vicious glare at me.
"You are the girl foretold by the prophecy, and for that, you must die."
The evil elder raised his hand and lightning sizzled in his palm. The other elders rushed my father as one to stop whatever he'd planned to do with his shadows, which was likely unleash them upon Ronaldo. I yanked at my wrists in a desperate attempt to free myself from the magic-canceling cuffs they'd placed on me. Ronaldo bellowed and threw his lightning at me with all the energy and hate he could muster. With nothing else to do, I closed my eyes and prayed to the gods that today would not be the day I died. Chapter 12. Gray.
"Where is it?"
I growled at the brownie by my feet.
"You're just gonna kill me either way,"
he whimpered pitifully. I rubbed my eyes in frustration. I'd been interrogating the brownie for hours, but the diminutive bastard refused to talk.
"I have no intention of killing you right after having rescued you from a blazing inferno," I said through gritted teeth. "If I wanted you dead, I would have just left you. But I'm not like your master."
Why won't the little shit just talk? I leaned back against the bars and stared at the ceiling as I let my nerves settle. Perhaps it was time to try a different tactic. I left the brownie's cell, locking it behind me when someone screamed my name. I turned to the sound and found Karma still sitting in her cell, pressed against the bars. She had a black eye and a swollen, bloody lip. Had she been causing problems for the guards? Is that why she was a bruised and bloody mess?
What do you want, Karma? You're not getting out of that cell.
I didn't do anything. I had no idea what that man had in store for us, Karma growled. Yeah, good one, bitch. Growl at the only one with the authority to either have you killed or set you free.
You followed Layla blindly, and for that, you'll stay in the cell. You knew exactly what she was doing, and still pretended to have no idea that she was behind Aurelia's disappearance.
I clenched a fist at my side, my heart aching at the mention of my mate's name. I didn't know that he was planning to make Aurelia trap us here, she argued, as if that was what I was mad about.
Did you know he beat her and locked her in a tiny room like she was some kind of animal? I think your punishment fits the crime.
I snarled and turned my back on her. The tiger in her growled at the insult, but I didn't give two shits. I strolled down the hall to its end and knocked on the locked and sealed door. Zeke saw me through the bulletproof glass panel up at eye level and opened it with a nod.
Did you manage to get anything out of him?
He asked hopefully.
No, he's not talking. The stupid little fuck thinks I'm gonna kill him.
I sighed in annoyance.
That makes no sense. You don't kill people who are useful. You reward them.
Zeke frowned and closed the door behind me, sealing the prisoners inside. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should show the petulant shit that I can be nice. And maybe then he'll give me the information I need.
Have a good meal sent in there for him. And make sure Karma sees that he's being rewarded.
I stormed down the hall.
You're rewarding him for bad behavior, while treating her like the enemy she is,
Zeke questioned, chuckling as he followed behind me.
I'm showing her what disloyalty gets her, while showing the evil little brownie exactly what he can expect if he chooses to cooperate.
I called over my shoulder. I stabbed at the elevator button impatiently and waited for the familiar ding. I hadn't garnered any new information about the book, and they were torturing my mate in the Fae realm. If she lost control, as she had so many times before, and she does have shadow magic, she would be as good as dead. The elevator opened and Dan stood on the other side.
Good, you're here. I need to speak with you. You have a visitor,
he said, and glanced warily at Zeke. Zeke was an intimidating guy to most as a rider of the Wild Hunt, so Dan's reaction made perfect sense. He stiffened before stepping back to afford us more room to enter. I stepped in and hit the button that would take us to the floor where my office was. Zeke followed me into the elevator, a huge and silent sentinel of a man.
I think this is a personal matter,
Dan said softly, clearing his throat.
Zeke is here to help. He knows everything that we do regarding Aurelia,
I said.
Nothing need be hidden from him.
All right, the half-fae agreed.
Well, Magna's here, and she and Fenric are waiting in your office for you.
Dan crossed his arms over his chest.
Good. I need to know what this prophecy's all about, beyond Aurelia being able to bring us home or kick us out for good.
I stared at the ceiling in the stagnant silence that followed until the doors opened.
I have some items I need to discuss with you on the business side of things as well, by the way.
Dan held out a hand to keep the elevator door from closing too soon when it opened.
You know my top priority right now is getting to my mate. If you can't handle the job of second in command, I'll find someone who can,
I said and waved him off.
That's not necessary, boss. But we do have jobs that need assigning, though,
Dan said, following behind me.
Then get them assigned. There are employee files and job descriptions in your office. Something as simple as research shouldn't be difficult for you. I growled. I have more important things to worry about than this. Got it. Sorry, boss. I didn't realize I got an office as your assistant, he said. I whipped around to face him. What exactly have you been doing, Dan? Was the facility falling apart while he was my second? How did he not even know he had an office? I've been getting to know the staff and looking for Malcolm. This place is crazy. Dan threw his hands up. I opened the door to my office to find Fenric and Magna whispering quietly, their heads close together as they spoke. What's going on here? I asked. You didn't tell me you had a half-seer working with you. Fenric accused and glared. Seers aren't common here. They're a closely guarded secret, I said and moved to my desk. Plus, she says more cryptic shit than anything that actually helps. That's unfair, Magna retorted, narrowing her eyes at me. Is it, though? You still haven't told me the details of this prophecy, and my mate is in danger of being executed in the fucking Fae realm. I raised my brow to emphasize my point. Magna gasped and her eyes widened. She's in Faerie? Yes. I turned an accusing stare right back at Fenric. I was following orders from the king and queen, he snapped. We had no idea that the council would find out so quickly. Fenric pursed his lips and set his jaw. Of course they did. I'm sure they had an alert spell cast on the portal that let them know the moment the Shadow Princess went through. They've been planning this since the prophecy was first spoken, Magna said, with more passion than I was used to seeing from her. Magna, it's time. I need to know the exact wording of this fucking prophecy or we're dead in the water. I ran a frustrated hand through my hair for the 50th time that day. I don't know the exact wording, Magna replied. What about you? I demanded, turning to Fenric again. I haven't been informed of the exact wording either. The Council of Elders kept most of that information to themselves. Then tell me what you do know, I growled, my temper flaring as my wolf grew ever more aggressive and impatient at being parted from his mate. The Shadow Fae think that there's a curse on us all. Ever since the exile, we've been slowly losing our shadow magic. Fenric held out his hand to display his lack of magic, only for shadows to creep over his skin. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth falling open. What the fuck? I asked, my voice raised as I stared at his hands. I thought you just said you didn't have shadows anymore. Magna gasped. They've brought the shadows out of her. Magna stepped away from us, her eyes round and filled with abject fright. What does that even mean? I asked, deeply unsettled by her reaction. She's the one who can bring us back to our realm, but only if the council doesn't kill her first. Magna sat heavily on the leather sofa by the window and tilted her head back to stare at the ceiling, seemingly lost. They're gonna kill her, I breathed. Hopefully she knows better than to show them what she can do. Maybe they haven't even realized yet. There is a powerful ally with her, Magna said cryptically. He will tell her what to do. Who's the ally? I asked, turning to her. Who would defy the council? Is she talking about Fiona? She's just a little sprite. I can't see his face, but he is very powerful. He will protect her as best as he can from a cell. Magna's eyes clouded over, and she withdrew entirely. I hated it when that happened. She saw more than she would ever tell me, and it pissed me off big time. What was the point of being able to see into the past and future if you couldn't fucking benefit or learn from it? This is growing damn tiresome. Have you found the book yet? Magna asked as her eyes cleared unexpectedly. No, the brownie isn't telling us a damn thing.
I drummed my fingers against my upper arm as I stood with my arms folded. "It's in the facility," she mumbled so quietly that I could almost have sworn even my wolf misheard her. My eyes became saucers, and I turned to Zeke. "Did anyone search the little fucker?" I asked with a growl that shook the room. "I figured that would be the first thing your people would do," Zeke said, raising his hand to his head in frustration. Fenric wasted no time. He raced out the door and down the hall with me hot on his trail. Those idiots who dragged him in were going to end up in a cell next to Karma if the brownie had that book on him. How is it that he wasn't fucking searched? I stabbed at the button on the elevator, momentarily contemplating just taking the stairs, but ultimately decided against shifting and running down 10 stories. Though more exhausting and perhaps faster, I didn't want anyone to see me rushing through the stairwell. Questions would be asked, and this had to be kept under wraps until we could investigate properly. The doors opened and I barely waited for the others to load in before I stabbed the button for the jail floor. "We've been trying to get him to talk for hours, and he had it on him the whole time," I said, seething and shaking with frustration. "Aurelia." "Let's just get down there and get the book from him," Zeke said, and double-stabbed the button after I had. He was clearly as pissed as I was that my men hadn't thought to search the little idiot. You always did a pat-down with prisoners. Always. Even fucking human cops did it to their criminals. It was so damn obvious. You always checked for weapons, valuables, or items of interest. What if he has something on him that could help him escape a magic-canceling cell? He might have gotten out with the book already. I shifted restlessly in the elevator. If he got out with the book, we would have yet another problem on our hands, and my mate was likely fast running out of time. When the elevator doors finally opened on the floor with the cells, everything was deathly quiet. I breathed a small sigh of relief as I marched out into the hall. Placing my hand on the security scanner outside the door to the cells, I rushed to the brownie's cell. Karma started screaming at me about food and how unfair I was. I threw a look at her that said, "Don't fuck with me," and it shut her up on impact. Without delaying a second longer, I opened the cell with the little brownie in it. He sat there on his small bunk eating and stared up at me in surprise. "What do you want now?" the little turd grumbled. "You've been holding out on me, brownie. Where's the fucking book?" I took a menacing step into the cell, practically oozing rage. The brownie gulped. "Your people took it from me." He glanced away in shame. "You're lying," Zeke roared, coming up behind me. "If his people found something like that on you, they would have told him immediately. Don't fucking lie to us." The rider strode past me and grabbed the brownie by the back of his jacket and lifted him into the air. The agitated creature flailed. "Stop! You can't take anything more from me." "We can't? You're at my mercy, brownie. If you'd told me where the book was, I would have let you go. You did this to yourself." I nodded to my burly friend. Zeke shook him violently, letting the little shit know that we meant real business this time. There would be no games. "I told you," the brownie wailed. "Your people took everything." My wolf howled inside me, his proverbial hackles up as he sensed betrayal. It can't be true. My people would have informed me. Zeke patted him down roughly and frowned. "There's nothing here, Gray. Whatever he had, it's gone now." "Dan," I barked, spinning on my heel. "Find the shifters who brought the brownie in and search their quarters. If I don't have that book in my possession within the hour, there will be fucking hell to pay." Dan ran from the cell, a man on a mission, to the chaotic sound of Karma's cackling. I tilted my head to the side and exited the brownie's cell to confront the bitch of a shifter witch. With lightning reflexes, I reached out through the bars and snatched her by the neck, picking her up until her feet dangled from the ground. "What do you know, Karma?
Tell me now, or you won't live to see another sunrise, I growled through gritted teeth. Not everyone here is happy about the Fae Princess catching the boss's attention, she managed between gasps. I squeezed my hand tighter, cutting off her airway. I wouldn't be lenient with anyone who proved to be disloyal. Never again. I had given them everything they could desire in this realm, and a way to prosper as long as they were loyal to me. And this is how I'm repaid? Jealous females in the Syndicate thought they could steal from me to try to get rid of my mate. To try and get their claws into me like I was nothing more than a prized piece of meat. I dropped the bitch to the floor, gasping, and turned to the others, hell blazing behind my eyes with righteous flames. Find the book, and the shifters who stole it, and bring them to me. I will take no more disloyalty. They will pay in fucking blood.
Chapter 13. Aurelia. When death didn't come, I cracked an eye open, my heart thundering in my chest like a bird frantic to be free. An impossible wall of writhing, living shadows stood between me and my enemy, blocking Ronaldo entirely from view. Shouts rang out, magnified by the enclosed space, hurting my oversensitive ears. And the next instant, my mother was beside me. "Are you doing that?" I gasped at her in shock, shaken. "No, it's your father giving us a chance to escape," she breathed, her voice thick with anguish before reaching out her hand and helping me from the chair. Purple magic flared in her palms and the manacles clicked open. Tingles raced over my skin, and I breathed a sigh of relief as my magic flared back to life inside me. "We must go back to the cells. I need to get my friends," I said urgently. Without awaiting her response, I turned toward the door I'd been dragged through, dodging a fireball that had been aimed straight at my head. The heat seared my skin as it came dangerously close to its mark. "She's getting away," Ronaldo roared. I glanced at the elder over my shoulder, rage surging within me with a life of its own. Again, he threw lightning at me, his eyes blazing with hate. My magic flared in response, and shadows wrapped around my torso like armor, writhing in anger. In a split second, they shot away from me, surging through the air to meet the lightning head-on. The elder's power fizzled out instantly, the threat nullified in a heartbeat. Is that why the elders have wanted to get rid of shadow magic all along? Or was it just Ronaldo specifically? Without shadow magic to challenge him in the realm, it seemed he was the most powerful Fae in all of Faerie. "Mother, do you know a way out through the cells?" I asked over my shoulder as I kept moving. I had no idea how I was going to get out of there. I just knew I had to get to Fiona and Nicholas. I couldn't leave without them. I wouldn't. It wasn't even a possibility. "We will find a way, even if we have to blow a hole in the wall, Aurelia," answered my mother, who kept pace beside me. My gaze snapped to hers, and despite the chaos and fear, a fleeting smile lit my features. My mother is badass. Good to know. "Okay, but let's try a door first." My smile broadened into a grin as I reached for the lever that would lead us to the cells. Pain exploded in my back and sent me flying face first into the door. I cried out as agony exploded in my nose, and the crunch of bone made my vision blur as blood, hot and sticky, gushed from my shattered nose. "Fuck," I cried, my hands instantly rising to meet the mess of my face. "Aurelia!" my mother screamed, and whirled on whoever was trying to kill me. My magic pulsed within me as I turned. Shadows writhed and dripped to the ground at my feet, pooling around me. Unbelievably, my nose was already beginning to heal, spurred on by the use of my magic. I sucked in a breath and hissed as a twinge of pain hit me when my nose set itself back into alignment of its own accord. My shadows tried to creep across the floor, back through the main doors and toward Ronaldo as my father kept him busy trading one magical attack after another. I wanted that motherfucker to pay for what he'd done to me. But we had a small window of opportunity to escape, and we couldn't waste it. "Come on, Mom," I called, waving to my mother. I reached for the lever on the door again and pulled it open. "Aurelia, watch out!" My mother screamed and shoved me forward, sending me flying through the door. Instinctively, I managed to tuck and roll, rolling through the hallway just low enough to duck the rogue bolt of lightning that was destined to take me out. "What about Father?" I asked as I scrambled to my feet, a little worse for wear. "Janning can take care of himself, believe me. But if we want to get to your friends, we need to hurry." She grabbed my hand and pulled me down the hall the same way I'd originally come in. I took her lead and raced down the hallway to the door of my prison and threw it open.
"Princess, what happened?"
asked Nicholas, who stood abruptly in his cell.
"Nicholas?"
My mother gasped.
"How?"
Her eyes wide. "We don't have time for that now," I interrupted. "Fiona, come on." Buzzing cut through the shocked silence as Fiona flitted to me from the safety of her hiding place. I willed my shadows to wrap around the bars to Nicholas's cell and let them do their thing. They seemed to tap into my wants and desires and reacted as I responded accordingly without the need for explicit instruction.
"I'm guessing they found out about your magic."
Nicholas raised a brow. "It wasn't my fault. You didn't tell me that every shadow fae would get their magic back when I did. My father lost it a bit when they sentenced me to death." I grimaced, and my magic ripped the bars wide open. An echoing boom filled the air, rattling up the hall. "Fuck. Time's up," I said, and turned to search for an exit.
"We don't have time, darling."
My mother focused a moment and pooled her shadow magic into her palms. Nicholas stepped out of his cell and straightened to full height. He was even taller than Gray, which was more than a bit intimidating. He was an incredible specimen of a shifter.
"Blow a hole in that wall,"
Nicholas instructed, pointing a finger at the far wall.
"I'll watch the door to make sure we aren't ambushed."
The Shifter King stepped past me and placed himself between us and the door, a physical shield. "But we all need to go," I countered, clenching my fists at my sides. "I won't leave you."
"We will. I'm just making sure you get out first, Princess,"
Nicholas said with his gravelly timbre, though he never turned to face me. What was he planning? He better be coming with us, or I'll come back and drag his stubborn ass out. I narrowed my eyes at his back. I couldn't leave without him. How would Gray react to knowing his father was still alive and had spent all these years of the exile confined to a dank cell, and that now he was nobly buying us time?
"Katrina, blow the damn wall open,"
Nicholas shouted as more screams and blasts filled the air, becoming increasingly closer with every passing moment. My mother took a deep breath and then hurled her magic at the spot Nicholas had indicated. A deafening roar exploded through the prison as dirt and stone debris blasted me in the face. I choked on the dust and coughed as I waved a hand in front of my face. My mother grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the steaming rubble just as Ronaldo and his goons appeared in the cell's doorway.
"Go, Princess Aurelia. I'll hold them off,"
Nicholas roared. I dug in my heels. There was no way I was going to let them keep him a prisoner anymore. Anger at the elders rushed through me hot and fierce as a tornado of my shadows and purple fae powers combined, billowing around me and whipping up my hair. "You will not keep him chained," I bellowed. The magic surged forward, erecting a wall of shadow and elemental magic between them and Nicholas. "Let's go," my mother cried and pulled at my arm again. Nicholas stared at the wall of shadows that the elders were trying to beat down with their own attacks for a millisecond longer before turning on his heel and raced back toward us. My mother stopped abruptly on the other side of the rubble, standing as still as a statue. I nearly ran into her. "What's wrong?" I asked in confusion. As the dust cleared, my eyes widened. 10 of the Elders' Knights stood blocking our path. How did they get there? What made them think we'd even come out this way? Was it the explosion? There had been tons of them going everywhere. It didn't make sense. Unless they were counting on my weakness, or my strength, or my loyalty and love for my friends to predict my movements. They guessed I'd go back for them. Nicholas stepped up next to me and removed his shirt, his golden eyes blazing. "What are you doing?" I asked, shocked, as I turned away. I didn't need to see Gray's father undressing.
"I'm shifting. I'm sure you know all about that, being mated to my son."
Nicholas chuckled before he focused his intense gaze on me and gave me a subtle nod. Is he offering his approval of our match? My heart galloped with emotion, aching and rejoicing all at once. It was a touching gesture, though I hadn't known the great Shifter King long. I treasured it.
"Mated?"
My mother asked softly and shook her head, breathless. "Now is not the time. We have 10 council guards waiting to haul me off to my death," I reminded her. My shadows slithered up my arms, eager to come to my aid. The more I used them, the more natural it became. It felt like I'd never been without them. They caressed my arms and waited for instruction as we found ourselves between a rock and a hard place, the elders on one side and their knights on the other. A wet nose nudged my hip, and I turned. Nicholas's wolf stood almost to my chest. It was a beautiful russet brown color, with startling clear gray eyes. He snarled as one of the Fae warriors stepped forward, ready to launch himself and defend us. But why? How have I commanded such loyalty? Is it truly just because I'm his son's mate? Nicholas leaped in front of me, putting his huge muscular body between them and me. The men drew their blades and crouched at the ready in our high-stakes standoff. I let the shadows and my elemental magic pool in my hands. They twisted and writhed together like lovers in a dance. I didn't want to have to hurt anyone. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Given half a chance, I would have gladly ended Ronaldo's miserable life for all that he'd done to Faerie, the exiles, and Gray's father, not to mention me. Nicholas crouched low and snarled, his hackles raised and teeth bared. My mother stiffened, then screamed, "Guards!" 3 men appeared from out of nowhere, wearing the armor of the Shadow Court, and surrounded my mother and me. We're still outnumbered almost 2 to 1. One of the council warriors broke our stalemate and slashed out at Nicholas with his blade, clearly brainwashed into believing Ronaldo's vile vitriol. Nicholas charged, and chaos erupted all around us as the council warriors attacked as one, falling upon the Shifter King like vultures hankering for blood. No. I blasted shadows at one warrior, and they turned into black, merciless chains that wrapped around his entire body, holding him tight. A second later, I spun as the hair on the back of my neck prickled with unease, narrowly dodging the blade aimed to take my head clean off my shoulders, and channeled elemental magic at the offender. They evidently didn't care about taking me alive to face their executioner officially. They would likely be rewarded by the council for killing me in the thick of battle. Not gonna happen, assholes. Vines raced up the man's legs, bursting through the stone, and he stumbled as they grew more verdant and stronger, binding him to the spot. I spun around and crooked my elbow before smashing it into the traitorous Fae's nose. He fell in a heap against the vines, unconscious. Grabbing the sword from his limp grasp, I turned it over in my hand, getting a feel for it. I wasn't great with swords, but I'd have to make do with what little training I possessed. Pivoting on my heel, I scanned the area for my mother. She was engaged in the heat of battle, fighting with her magic against 2 other guards. Nicholas stood nearby, bloody over a third. The Queen's summoned warriors were each busy dueling warriors of their own. A high-pitched yelp full of pain and anguish filled the air, shattering my soul, and I spun to find the last council warrior standing over Nicholas with a scarlet-stained sword. Without thought, I screamed, and my magic burst out of me in a protective and rage-fueled wave. There was no controlling it this time. It hearkened to my deepest fears and desires, spiraling around the man, cutting off his airway and lifting him off the ground by his throat. I couldn't stop it. And at that second, I didn't want to. I wanted the Fae's blood for what he'd done to Nicholas. "Aurelia!" Someone shouted my name. I barely heard it through the roaring in my ears. Death. I wanted his death, and nothing else mattered. Not even when my mother's face filled my vision. Her eyes implored me to find myself again. "You got them, Aurelia. They won't hurt Nicholas again," she said, her voice soothing. I cocked my head to the side, returning from the haze of my blood fury. The Shadow Knights all stared at me with wide-eyed horror, ankle-deep in the midst of the sea of bodies. The Elders' warriors were all dead, slaughtered one by my shadow magic, just as I'd willed it, just as I'd wanted. I didn't do that, did I? It was certainly what I'd wanted, to end the fighting, to save Nicholas and my mother. But my shadows had responded ruthlessly, obeying my unspoken wants without remorse or measure. I shook my head to clear it. "Aurelia," Nicholas whispered. He'd returned to his human form, a great bleeding gash up his side. "Breathe with me, Aurelia," he said. It was just like Gray used to do, and I found myself missing him even more in that moment. With hot tears pricking my eyes, I took a deep, cleansing breath and dropped the dead man still suspended in the air by my magic. I matched my breathing to Nicholas's until his started to falter. "What's wrong? Why aren't you healing?" I asked frantically, my voice thick with emotion as tears spilled down my cheeks. My mother kneeled beside me and laid a gentle hand on my shoulder. "The Council Guard's weapons are treated with a poison that prevents the healing process." "What? No, he has to heal." I cried out and placed my hands on his chest, willing my magic to heal him. But my magic was depleted and needed time to regenerate. It stuttered out the moment I called upon it. I'd done my dash killing the Elders' Knights. "I'm so sorry, Aurelia," my mother whispered. "Can you heal him?" I asked hopefully, my voice scarcely above a whisper. Nicholas grabbed my hand and shook his head. "Whatever magic your mother still has in reserve, she'll need for what's to come. It's okay, Princess. But can you promise me something?" He coughed and blood dribbled down his chin, and his breathing became progressively more labored. This can't be happening. My only companion these last few weeks as I went through hell was gonna die, and there was nothing I could do about it. There was nothing I could do to save my mate's father. My heart racked with guilt and pain. Helplessness washed over me as more tears washed down my cheeks. "What is it?" I whispered, my voice shaking. "Take care of my boy," he breathed. "He deserves all the happiness in the world. He's a good man. I know it in my heart. Whatever he did, I'm sure it was out of duty to his people. He'd never hurt you, Aurelia. You have his heart." I nodded my head furiously, choking on a sob as the words I so desperately needed to say lodged in my throat, refusing to come out. Nicholas smiled, gratitude and deep trust reflecting at me from his beautiful gray eyes. And then he closed them for the last time. A heaving sob violently tore out of me, and I let it all out. How was I going to tell Gray that his father had died protecting me? That when I'd needed a champion most, he'd been my hero. It was so unfair.
Chapter 14. Gray. I paced the office, running a hand through my hair repeatedly. Has anyone found the fucking shifters yet? I growled. My gaze stared between the men posted in the office. Dan shook his head. They signed out half an hour ago, saying they were going on a job. He stared down at his phone, checking over the details. Both of them, I scoffed. And no one thought it was the least bit suspicious. All jobs have been suspended because of Layla's death. I clenched my fists and continued to pace, every minute that ticked by adding to my aggravation. A moment later, Zeke stepped into the room with a grim expression. Asher's awake, he said. That's good news. So why do you look like an angry toddler? I asked. Shouldn't we be celebrating the fact he's pulled through? It's not good news, old friend. They told him things while they were beating the shit out of him. The hulking rider folded his arms over his chest, glaring into the distance. Fenric shifted uncomfortably in his seat. What could they have told him that I didn't overhear? You're not gonna like it, Gray. Zeke sighed, refocusing. I don't like much of anything these days. Let's go see Ash, I said. Check the shifters' rooms for the book and report back to me, I added, turning to Dan. You got it, boss. He nodded and left the office to fulfill his mission. We strode from the office and made it to the elevator. I stabbed at the button, which was fast becoming a habit, and waited impatiently for its arrival. What did Ash say exactly? I asked Zeke. I'll let you hear it from him. He was adamant that I don't tell you. The elevator doors dinged open and Zeke walked inside. I followed him in, wondering what could have been so dire that he wouldn't let Zeke share the news. Fenric squeezed in just before the doors closed. I helped him get out of there. I think I should come too. And any information he has regarding the princess could aid us in our rescue attempt. Fenric shrugged as he leaned against the far wall. I pushed the button for the infirmary. All right, it's fine by me. I think I'll probably appreciate the company after being out for days. The elevator doors opened, and Asher's obnoxiously loud laughter filled the entire floor. I guess we can say he's definitely feeling better. I shook my head with a grin as I strolled to the door of his room. One of the female healers was in there performing a scan, which was why he was in such a good mood. Ash, stop flirting with my staff, I chuckled. When the only thing I have to look at is your ugly mug, I have to flirt with every pretty girl I can. Asher winked. The healer blushed a deep scarlet as she scurried from the room, giving us our privacy. Now you're embarrassing my staff, you big brute. I rolled my eyes as I made my way to the side of the bed and sat in the chair next to him. Ash's face fell and his gaze darkened as some unnamed memory hit him. Gray, it's Aurelia. The council has her. I know. Fenric told us when you dragged your heavy ass back through the portal, I said, attempting to lighten the mood in the room. And it wasn't just for Ash, but me too. Whatever he had to say, it was nothing good. Asher turned to the Fae standing in the doorway and nodded to him. Thanks for getting me out of there. Fenric simply nodded solemnly, clearly not wanting to make a fuss. Men were often insular in that way. We were taught very young to guard our emotions and keep everything close to our chest. I raised both brows. Asher wasn't one to thank people for anything, even when it was warranted. But I guessed it had to do with the trauma he'd suffered at the hands of the elders. It must have been horrific. What did they do to you? I asked, leaning forward on my elbows. This isn't about what they did to me.
Asher sighed.
They have someone else locked up with the princess, Gray. Who?
I asked. Why would I care about who else they had locked up with Aurelia, unless they were a danger to her? I frowned in confusion.
King Nicholas is alive,
Asher said, his tone wary. He ran a hand over his tired face upon his revelation.
What do you mean? That's impossible. He was killed as a traitor to the Shadow Fae crown.
I stood and rubbed the back of my neck, trying to process the unexpected information. My father had vehemently opposed the removal of the shifters, witches, and half-bloods from Faerie, and the Fae had killed him for being disloyal. Hadn't they?
He wasn't. The elders knew of the prophecy long before the information was leaked. They knew the Shadow Fae would lose their magic, but still forced the king and queen to accept their decree.
He stared at the wall and swallowed hard.
I don't understand how one thing connects to the other, Ash,
I admitted, my brows furrowed. Fenric stepped forward and cursed.
A new king can't come into power until the death of the old king. If he's still alive, the prophecy can't fully come to pass.
Fenric balled his hand into a fist, his expression murderous.
You're telling me that my father's been stuck in a cell for centuries?
I asked with wide eyes.
They kept him alive so you would never become king,
Asher said sadly.
I'm sorry, Gray.
The thought of my father being trapped in a rotten Fae cell for hundreds of years killed me. Regardless of our relationship, that was cruelty of the highest order. He was a wolf, a shifter. He would have suffered incredibly during his imprisonment, never having the ability to shift and run free, to stretch his legs or feel the wind on his face and the earth beneath his paws. My stomach flip-flopped. An anger unlike any I'd felt roiled up inside me. Death likely would have been kinder.
And I'm stuck here, with no way to get him or my mate out of chains.
I jumped to my feet with a roar and punched the wall so hard my hand crumpled it like tissue paper. Zeke stepped forward as if to stop me. I shot him a glare. The very same one that had silenced Karma. The one that said, "Don't fuck with me." There had been too many injustices piled one on top of another for me to settle down now. I wanted to rage. I want justice and my fucking mate. He raised his hands up in surrender.
I just think we should all calm down. We don't know anything for sure. All we have is just what they taunted Ash with.
I need that stupid fucking book. I need it now more than fucking ever, I yelled. Fenric clapped a hand on my shoulder.
There may be a silver lining here. Yes, you have been exiled, but the king has not. If you got his power somehow, you might not need the book. Yeah, if he dies, that's the only way. But the Fae are keeping him alive in a cell so he can't, I said. That's a real shitty thing to say, Fenric.
Asher shook his head with a perturbed grimace. They just got through saying my father had to die for me to get his power, and I didn't really want it. Not if it meant he had to die. Regardless of our quarrels and issues over the centuries, he was a good king. I knew it in my bones, and I'd never wish death upon a man who stood up for his people and kin.
From what I know of the prophecy, true royal mates could break the curse on the Shadow Fae. I mean, I have shadow magic I never had before. It means things can change.
Fenric crossed his arms. Asher blinked and frowned.
You have the shadows?
He shifted in his bed.
They were taunting me, saying they were going to use my presence there to force her to cooperate. Cooperate my ass. They were intent on torturing the magic out of her all along.
I growled. My wolf was close to the surface. He hated all this talk of torture when it came to his mate. Our mate. He wanted desperately to end any threat to Aurelia. But for the time being, we were frustratingly helpless to save her. All was quiet until the elevator dinged, and thudding feet moved toward us from the hall. Dan peeked his head in, breathing heavily.
"We have a location on the shifters, but we need to hurry,"
Dan said between gasping breaths.
"How did you get a location?"
I demanded as I spun around and stomped to him.
"One of them left a scribbled note in their quarters. If I hadn't planned to kill them both anyway, I'd fire them for such carelessness."
Without a glance back, I thundered out of the room and after Dan.
"They didn't leave the book behind, so they must have it on them. I'm hoping they aren't meeting to hand it off,"
Dan said, pushing the button for the elevator.
"If there's a note about where to meet, then I'm sure that's exactly what they're doing."
I stepped into the elevator and turned to face the doors. Zeke and Fenric followed closely behind, forcing their way into the confined space of the elevator along with us.
"Where are we going?"
Zeke asked.
"Which side? In the city. It's actually not far from where Aurelia lived with her foster mother,"
Dan said as he leaned back against the wall.
"But why somewhere so public?"
Zeke asked, his heavy brows knitting.
"No doubt to stop anyone from starting a fight and taking the book. They're hoping no one would dare risk revealing our world to the humans. But that plan will not succeed,"
I said. Fenric turned to Dan.
"Did the note say who they were meeting, by chance?"
The doors opened to the parking garage and I strode over to my SUV. 4 huge men wouldn't fit in one of my sleek cars. I grabbed the keys and hopped into the driver's seat, barely waiting for the others to get in before turning over the ignition.
"Put the address into the GPS and let's get the hell out of here."
I turned and pulled out of my reserved parking spot. The tires squealed as I drove faster than I should have toward the main road. The drive to the city was silent, and I was okay with that, lost in my own head. We were so close to getting the book, but something about this scenario didn't sit right with me about the note, and the shifters taking the book back to Malcolm. Does he even know the book is missing yet? And if it isn't Malcolm, then who are these shifters working with? I pulled into the parking garage at my penthouse and decided we would walk from there. The address was close by, so it would be easier to sneak up on the exchange. It was nearly impossible to find parking in downtown Dallas anyway. I turned the ignition off and stared down the men who came with me.
"Dan, you and Fenric go around the back. Zeke and I will go around the front. There should be no escape for them that way,"
I said, and launched myself out of the car. The streets were bustling with activity as we strolled to the small coffee shop that was mentioned in the note. They had an outdoor patio and every seat was full, but the shifters weren't there.
"I don't see them,"
Zeke mumbled. There was an alley along the side of the building, and I nodded my head in that direction. Zeke caught my meaning, and we moved toward the mouth of the alley. My shifter senses went wild, suddenly on high alert. The scent of rotting food and garbage nearly made me sneeze in revulsion. But the low voices talking were what had my primary attention. The fact that they were in an alley in broad daylight, where anyone could see them, made me cringe. They were beyond stupid and careless, and I was glad they were as good as dead for selling us out. The Syndicate didn't need shit like this.
"Do you promise we can go home for this?"
one of the shifters whispered.
"I've already said as much, mutt. Don't make me repeat myself."
I stiffened at the voice. I recognized it, but hadn't heard it in centuries. I turned to Zeke. His eyebrows were raised practically to his hairline. He recognized the council puppet's voice just like I did. I stepped into the alley and cleared my throat.
"I say the council fucks sent their best errand boy into my city."
I held up my hand when the shifters moved to run.
"You aren't getting out of here. Submit to me and I'll make your deaths painless."
The shifters gulped and glanced between each other before dropping to their knees. That was the most mercy they were going to get, and they knew it.
This is a private affair, Shifter King. No one asked you,
Eric said, and stepped toward me menacingly.
You shouldn't have come into my damn city and tried to turn my shifters against me.
I smirked and shook my head as if admonishing a child.
This doesn't concern you,
he warned, taking another step forward.
Doesn't it, though?
I asked with a leer.
Your masters have my maid, and sent you to get the only thing that could help me get her back. I'd say that makes the two of us intrinsically involved.
The two shifters tensed on the ground, still on their knees as if suffering. A searing pain exploded in my chest, and my wolf howled in rage and agony. I dropped to my knees with a savage roar. My wolf wanted to rip himself from my skin. The shifters in front of me howled a long, mournful sound. Fuck. This could only mean one thing. There was no mistaking it. My father had been locked up for centuries, and now he was inexplicably and suddenly dead. How did he die? Anguish tore through me even as the power passed on from my father fueled me. But it was too much power and far too quick. Heedless of the alley in broad daylight and the presence of humans so near in the cafe, I screamed, locking eyes on the council's spy. They killed my father, and I would do anything, give anything, to make them pay. Chapter 15. Aurelia. A bellow of rage filled the air as the council descended on us. I stared down at Nicholas, sadness and anger warring within me. He died protecting me, and that would be a heavy weight to carry for the rest of my life. But I'd carry it all the same, and ensure his sacrifice was worthwhile. I'm gonna find a way to make all this right. Somehow. Ronaldo cursed his dead warriors as they littered on the ground at my feet.
The idiots killed the Shifter King,
he screeched. The elder seemed completely unhinged about the death of the Shifter King, but it wasn't because he cared about the man or the wolf within. His lamentation was entirely selfish. My father raced toward us, carefully stepping over the fallen, his shadows coiling around him.
Are you okay?
He asked, glancing between my mother and me. I shook my head, my lips trembling as the pain of what had happened to Nicholas crippled me. My father followed my gaze and glanced down at Nicholas. A gasp escaped him, and he turned sharply on Ronaldo.
You were holding him prisoner all this time,
the Shadow King roared.
You don't get to question me, Shadow King. I'm your elder, and you will respect my authority.
Ronaldo spat back. His focus fell upon me, and mania shone in his eyes. My father stepped between us, blocking Ronaldo from view. He'd become our shield, and was fast making up for lost time with his protectiveness and obvious love.
Step aside, Shadow King. Or what?
Asked my father through gritted teeth.
The council has sentenced the girl to death, and now, more than ever, she must die.
Ronaldo raised his arms, preparing to defend his staunchly held hate and misguided beliefs.
Katrina, get Aurelia out of here,
my father said too softly. What are you gonna do? I cried. You have to come with us. There was no way I would lose my parents a second time, not if I could help it.
I will. Just a second after you. Now go,
Father ordered. My mother grabbed my arm and a disorienting dizziness washed over me, making my stomach churn. The landscape spun away, and darkness clouded my vision. What the hell is happening? What has she done to me? My head whirled as I hit something soft and swayed, confused and taken aback. What? I asked as I glanced at the vaulted ceiling above me. I don't understand.
I'm sorry, dearest. I should have prepared you before I sifted us. But there was just no time. I needed to get you out of there.
My mother stroked my hair back from my face as she gazed down upon me, practically glowing with her love. Oh, she sifted us. So that's what that feels like. Yikes. I should have figured that out. Where are we? I asked, taking deep, steadying breaths to regain my bearings. I didn't think being back at the castle where they took me from was the best idea. And if I were honest, I wanted to go home to the human world. I needed to find Gray and tell him about his father. Anguish ate at my gut, and guilt riddled me for not being able to do more for him. If I hadn't used so much power when I lost control, then maybe I could have saved him. Maybe he wouldn't have had to sacrifice his life for mine.
We're at a secret home of ours, Mother said softly. It's safe and far away from the council.
Safe from the council? Is there even such a place? I scoffed with a defeated sigh as I attempted to sit up slowly. I had no doubt the council would hunt me across realms to keep their way of life as the status quo. My very existence threatened everything they wanted for Faerie's future.
It's as safe as we can make it, she answered,
sitting next to me on the fluffy bed. I nodded and managed to get fully upright without a head spin. I needed information if I was ever going to defeat the council. I needed to know exactly what was happening to me. Why does Ronaldo care so much about Nicholas's death anyway? I asked. Nicholas said it was something to do with Gray, but didn't get into details. I met my mother's gaze evenly, hoping for the truth. She thankfully obliged. It seemed the time for lies and miscommunications was finally over.
Long ago, at the height of the Shifter King's reign, a prophecy was shared regarding his death. It was believed his death would bring about a new era in Faerie. The elders despise change and want to stop any chance of such a thing eventuating, especially if it had anything to do with the shifters or witches, she said.
Then why did everyone seem so surprised that he was alive? I asked. It still didn't make any sense. They kept him locked away instead of exiling him with the rest of the shifters and witches.
Nicholas was originally meant to be executed before the exile. He was staunchly against the plan to get rid of the shifters from Faerie, and they charged him with treason.
Mother sniffled.
I honestly thought I watched him die. They obviously staged the whole thing.
So they faked his death and pretended that the exile was the new era that the prophecy had spoken about, I said, putting everything together in my mind. But really, they just wanted to keep him alive as a prisoner to prevent the prophecy from ever coming to fruition.
I'm starting to think you're right about that,
my mother said. But that isn't the same prophecy that's about me, is it? I asked.
No, darling, it's different.
She shook her head and sighed, clearly at as much of a loss as me as to how all this treachery and pain had blossomed in the darkness, right under their noses.
Katrina, Aurelia.
My father's voice boomed from somewhere inside the house. Mother jumped to her feet and ran to the closed door, throwing it open and calling down the hall.
Aurelia's room, Channing.
Are you sure that's wise? I asked. Surely there are ways for the Fae to mimic voices, wear glamours, or trick wards. We should be extra careful at this point. Friends aren't always who they seem. Magic pooled in my palms as I anxiously waited to see if it really was my father, and if he was alone. They could have forced him into giving up our location.
Aurelia, are you okay?
My father asked from the doorway. Are you alone? I questioned, craning my neck to peer behind him.
Of course. You're perfectly safe, daughter. I would never jeopardize this location. It's our safe house. If I even suspected I was being followed, I would have sifted to several locations to throw the trail.
He shook his head and stepped forward into the room. There was no one else in the hall behind him. I blew out a breath of relief and released my hold on my magic. I need to get back to the human world as soon as possible, I said softly. Guilt ate me up no sooner had the words left my lips. My parents had saved my life, and all I could think about was getting back to Gray. And, of course, figuring out a way for us all to be safe. Because until I did, there would be no peace between the realms for any of us.
Your mother didn't tell you?
My father smiled as his gaze found mine. Tell me what? I frowned. Not more secrets.
The only place in the realms we could ever have a secret house away from the Council's prying eyes that was truly safe enough is in the human world, sweetheart.
Father chuckled. What? I gasped. We're in the human world? How? Where? I asked as I jumped off the bed and raced to the nearest window. I threw the curtains open to reveal a sea of beautiful green trees stretching for as far as the eye could see.
We're in the Texas wilderness,
my father said, coming up beside me. We're in Texas? My heart raced at the sudden and impossible situation. Did you know where I was when you bought this place? I asked, my voice breaking as emotion flooded me. If they had known where I was, why hadn't they come looking for me?
What do you mean?
Mother asked, her brow furrowing as she studied my expression. I grew up in Dallas with a witch, I revealed. It's right here in Texas.
You were that close this whole time?
My mother asked with tears pooling in her eyes. Now she understood, and it hit her just as hard as it hit me. I was. I shook my head, trying desperately to hold back the deluge of sadness that threatened to swallow me whole. It's in the past. None of it matters now. But past or not, the realization rocked me to my very core. My parents had been a stone's throw away, and yet light years might as well have separated us. How did the witch mask my presence so easily? My parents were right here at times, almost within reach, and neither of us ever knew it. It was a cruel twist of fate that would take time to come to terms with. Anyway, I need to get to the facility, I said, shuffling my feet anxiously. I have people who need me.
It's not safe,
Father declared, clapping me gently on the shoulder.
I'll go see if I can find this facility or your mate for you.
It's warded, Father. I couldn't let fear of the Council stop me from making things right with Gray. Despite his betrayal, I missed him. And I still had a promise to keep to Nicholas. Pain lanced in my chest at the thought of the slain Shifter King. He'd done everything he could to protect me, and it had cost him his life. I had to make things right. I owed him that much.
You don't need to feel guilt over the Shifter King's death, daughter,
Father said as he squeezed my shoulder. I glanced up at him. How did he know I was feeling guilty over that? It was true, but it wasn't the only thing I was feeling guilt over. If I hadn't run off, then maybe Gray's father would still be alive. But would we have even known he was alive? There was no way of knowing any of that. He could have rotted in Faerie for several more centuries. I shuddered at the thought. Oh, what is that? Mother asked curiously as she plucked something from my shoulder. Fiona buzzed angrily, held between my mother's fingers. Fiona! I gasped. I forgot you were there. Miss Aurelia, I don't like being forgotten and tangled up in your hair. Fiona glared at me as she struggled in my mother's hold, ever the little spitfire with attitude. Mother, Fiona's my friend. Let her go, please? I asked with a lopsided smile. My mother released her. Fiona buzzed up to the top of one of the posts on the four-poster bed. Miss Aurelia, I can take King Channing to the penthouse. Maybe we'll find Master Gray there, she said in her tiny voice.
That is a wonderful idea,
Father beamed.
I approve of this tactic.
And what am I supposed to do? I don't want to just sit around here and do nothing, I said, shaking my head and pursing my lips. I'd had enough of feeling helpless and was ready for action. "You could start with a shower," Fiona said in a snarky and disgusted tone. "Hey, that's not my fault," I countered. "I was stuck in a fucking dungeon for weeks." I crossed my arms over my chest and mock scowled at Fiona. The nerve of that little thing. "It doesn't mean you stink any less." She waved her tiny hand dramatically in front of her nose. "Rude," I scoffed. "I thought you said she was your friend," Mother whispered to me, wearing a look of confusion. "She is," I assured her. "Social mores are a bit different here in the human world, and friends come in unexpected packages," I chuckled. "Very strange indeed." Mother frowned at Fiona. The little sprite was still sitting on top of the post, swinging her legs back and forth as her wings fluttered behind her. "But wait," I interjected, a thought suddenly occurring to me. "I want to know more about the prophecy that I'm involved in." I glanced between my parents. They shared a look at my abrupt subject change. "If I'm going to stay behind while you go find Gray, I want to make good use of that time." It seemed they weren't going to let me out into the world without an escort. But why? If the council never came to the human realm, I would be safer here, right? "Fine, my dear. Let's go into the sitting room. I have a book in there that may help explain what I know for now." Mother looped her arm in mine and led me from the room. "I'll bring your prince back, daughter. You have my word," Father announced, and then sifted with Fiona on his shoulder. Was Gray my prince? I didn't think he was technically a prince at all. Did he know that his father was dead? Did he feel the magic transfer through the veil? I just hoped my father didn't explain to him what really happened. That Nicholas was dead because of me. Will Gray hate me forever if I tell him? My mother nudged my shoulder. "Don't fret, darling. He will not blame you for his father's death, especially if he is truly your mate. He will be glad of his father's noble sacrifice." "How do you guys do that? You seem to always know when I'm feeling guilty," I said curiously. "The scent of guilt is acrid. It's a very easy emotion to discern." She shrugged as if that were common knowledge and led me down a set of marble stairs. "So I smell? Well, that's not weird at all. Maybe Fiona was right, and I should go start with a shower." I shuddered. The last thing I needed was to be repulsive to my own flesh and blood. No, dear. It's not a physical scent on your skin. It's rather more like our magic is empathic, and the emotions come through with the scent. Not everyone describes it as a scent. Magic is very subjective." She glided away from the stairs, ever graceful, and into a small sitting room. She stepped next to the black, overstuffed couch and sat delicately down on the edge of the seat. Would I ever be that graceful and elegant? Probably not. I plopped on the couch beside her and leaned my head back on the cushion. It was so nice to sit on something that wasn't stone or seriously uncomfortable. It had been so long, I'd nearly forgotten what comfort and relaxation felt like. Mother grabbed a book from the side table and opened it wide in her lap. "I'm not sure if the prophecy about the king is connected to the prophecy about you, but it would make sense if it was." "What are you talking about?" I frowned. "I thought you said they were different." "Separate, yes, but connected. Think about it. The prophecy foretold that the death of the Shifter King would usher in a new era. An era where you would bring back the shifters and witches. Shadow magic would return to us, and we live in prosperity." Mother pursed her lips, never looking up from her book. In the next second, Father appeared in front of us, a grim expression on his face. Fiona hovered by his side and was crying softly. "What happened?" I stood abruptly, every nerve instantly on edge. "The penthouse was ransacked, Miss Aurelia, and Freya is—" Fiona trailed off. unable to finish her sentence. My heart broke for her. Freya is what, Fiona? I asked, panicked. Freya is gone, she wailed. I think someone took her. She sobbed. Was Gray there? I asked. But I knew it was a stupid question before I even finished forming the words. If Gray had been there, he would have come back with them. Nothing would keep him from me. I knew that. If he could find a way, he would. Where are you, Gray? Please be all right.
Chapter 16. Gray. He's gone, I said through gritted teeth as I breathed through the pain. What? Zeke asked with a heavy frown as he leaned down to help me up. My hands shifted to claws as I stared the council spy down. They killed my father, I said aloud. On my feet, I was barely managing to hold my wolf back from shifting and tearing into the spy. He was beating at the inside of my chest with shocking force, baying for the Elder's blood. Power unlike anything I'd ever felt before poured through my veins, and I snarled. Shit, Zeke said, taking a step back. He's dead? I'm sorry, Gray. So, it's finally happening then. I took a threatening step forward, fighting every emotion and raw instinct within me. Eric glanced around the alley, scanning it for any possible exit, but he wouldn't be fast enough to escape my claws. I was just sent to retrieve a book, Eric revealed, and threw his hands up in surrender. I didn't even know the Shifter King, your father, was still alive. No? Then why aren't you shocked by the power surge that's just raged through me? I sneered. I have no problem with you, Shifter King. I just came to retrieve the book, that's all. Eric took a step back, but stopped when I growled. You too, I snarled as I peered at the shifters on their knees. Give me the fucking book. Zeke is gonna detain you. Please, boss. One of them whimpered shamelessly in fear. You stole from me, and you will be punished. I glared, holding out my hand expectantly for the book as the sound of running footsteps pounded the ground behind Eric. Fenric came into view first with a grimace. Eric, of course they sent you. Fenric, Eric countered. I see you are as much of a traitor to the council as I always believed you were. The Fae smirked. Detain the assholes, I said, turning back to the shifters and issuing a command to Zeke. They were gonna pay for what they'd attempted. That was for damn sure. I stomped forward, picking the shifter on the right up by his throat. Tell me where the book is, I snarled, my wolfish teeth just peeking through with my rage. He glanced at the other shifter almost reflexively, revealing the book's location. I threw him on the ground at Zeke's feet, done with him for the moment. The second shifter stiffened. I stomped toward him, my anger like a palpable cloud of darkness. Zeke, detain him. I called over my shoulder to the rider, referring to the second shifter. Reaching down, I ripped the bag off his shoulder. Eric, you don't want to do that, Fenric shouted. I glanced up to see Eric, his magic crackling over his palms. You want to challenge me? I laughed. I threw the bag to Zeke so he could check it for the book. If the shifter had lied to me, his death would be even more painful than already promised. I would guarantee it. I need that book. Eric growled in challenge. You just watched me become the new Shifter King. Do you really think you're fast enough or strong enough to challenge me? I shook my head at how egotistical and desperate the Fae was. Eric glanced away, unsure, clearly second-guessing himself. But he was a soldier with a mission and his conscience warred with him. Duty or life? Fenric frowned in confusion at my words, having taken up the rear as we'd originally planned. He's dead,
he asked, seemingly shaken by the news.
Apparently something happened. I need to get the damn book now. More than ever before, because he was with my mate in those cells.
I growled. Is my mate dead too? Or did she manage to escape and my father helped her? I really hoped it was the latter. Surely I would know if my mate were dead. I'd have felt it, wouldn't I? Aurelia's death would be unacceptable. It would be something I could never accept or forgive. Losing one's fated mate was an agony without end, and I would rage against both fucking realms if something had happened to her. Zeke clapped me on the shoulder, momentarily bringing me back.
Gray, I have the book. Let's get them rounded up and get the hell out of here.
No! Eric yelled, startling me. I turned just in time to watch him throw crackling electricity right at Zeke. I barreled into my friend on instinct, shoving the rider hard, out of the way of harm. Then, with speed I never possessed before, bolted to Eric, gripped him by the throat, and threw him against the brick wall. His head cracked and his eyes rolled back in his head, and I let his body crumple to the ground. I turned to Zeke to make sure he still had the bag in his hand. He did. He had the bag in one hand, and the other was wrapped around one of the shifters' necks. Dan stepped forward from the background, peering down at his phone in concern.
Boss, I received an alert from the security company that oversees the building you live in.
Dan frowned.
What's going on now?
I growled, before offering a nod to Fenric. Our Fae ally came to stand over Eric and used his magic to wrap around the Council's spy's unconscious form.
Someone broke into your penthouse,
Dan said, his gaze rising to meet mine.
What the fuck?
I raged. Can this day get any fucking worse? I was torn between checking on Freya, securing the book, and dealing with the supernaturals who needed to be punished. Fenric glanced at me with a nod of his own, fast proving himself invaluable.
Go, Gray. We can handle things here.
Are you sure? I asked. I couldn't handle any more fuck-ups.
Yes. Now that I know where the facility is, I can sift there.
Fenric reached down and grabbed the magically secured Eric, throwing him over his shoulder before he sifted away. I turned toward the mouth of the alley. I needed to get to the penthouse as soon as possible. It was urgent that I make sure Freya was okay. She was like family to me. Watching my behavior as best I could, I rushed the 2 blocks to the building, forcing myself not to run supernaturally fast. There would be no way to explain that to the humans in the area. We needed to keep the humans unaware of us. Gods only knew what would happen if they ever discovered our existence. The elevator from the parking garage took far too long to ascend. I ran a hand through my hair in agitation as I watched the numbers change with the passing of each floor. I tapped my foot impatiently. Fuck. I hope Freya's okay. The elevator finally dinged, and I raced into the entryway. My home was in complete disarray. Again. What the fuck? Who would have the balls to trash my apartment?
Freya!
I called into the room. Furniture was overturned and slashed, feathers and stuffing littering the room. But it was just furniture. It was replaceable. Freya was what I was truly concerned about, and she hadn't responded.
Freya!
I called again, crossing to the kitchen where she would normally spend most of her time. Where the fuck is she? Has she been kidnapped? The kitchen was destroyed, just like the living room and entryway. Everything was torn from the cabinets and tossed about carelessly. It seemed the goal was to make as much mess and upset as possible. Why would someone do this? It's not like I would hide things in the kitchen. This wasn't simply a robbery, I realized. Someone wanted to send me a message. This was personal.
Freya!
I yelled again, more desperately, and ran to the hall just as the elevator dinged a second time. Zeke, Fenric, and Dan stepped out of the elevator and into the hall.
She's gone, I sighed. But who would take the sprite from my home? Fenric cocked his head to the side as he surveyed the destruction. Can you smell anything, Shifter King? I snarled because no, I hadn't tried to scent the intruder. I hadn't had such heightened senses long enough to really think about scenting the air for anything. I forgot my senses are even more enhanced now, I admitted. Calming myself the hell down, I took a deep breath through my nose and growled at the scent. Malcolm, I rumbled. Of course that rat bastard would come here, Zeke said, his hands balling into fists at his sides. How did he know where you lived? Fenric frowned. I sighed. I should have moved. This isn't the first time that fucker's broken into my home and taken someone important to me. My hands turned to claws and I roared out my anger. He's after the book too, boss. I bet he plans to trade Freya for it. Dan shook his head. Well, he's not getting it. Freya's stronger than she looks. She would be pissed if I gave up the only thing that could bring us to Aurelia. I shuddered, wondering what kind of nasty pranks she would pull if she had the chance. It would not be pretty. She might be a tiny sprite, but she knew what was at stake. If I gave up the book, not only would we potentially never find my mate, but our hopes for ever returning home to Faerie would be lost. That sprite does get angry easily. I wouldn't want to be you if she was pissed at you. Dan grimaced. So, what are we going to do? Fenric asked. We can't give him the book, but we can't let him keep your little friend either. I don't know. We could pretend we're agreeing to give him the book and then get the sprite back by force, suggested Zeke, crossing his hulking arms over his chest. That could be an option, but he's not stupid. He'd expect us to try to double-cross him after everything that's happened, said Fenric as he ran a hand through his hair roughly. You don't become the captain of the King's Guard by being stupid, I agreed. An unexpected buzzing hit my oversensitive ears, and my head snapped to the hull. Was that Freya? Did Malcolm not have her after all? Freya, I called, hope filling my tone. Did she somehow escape the madman? A buzzing ball of green flew down the hall with a beaming smile. Fiona. The sprite crashed into me, excited.
We thought you were gone, she screeched. I am so glad to see you, Master.
Fiona, what are you doing here? I asked, confusion knitting my brows. She was supposed to be in Faerie, helping Aurelia. I can answer that, a male voice said. I stiffened at the familiar cadence. I slowly turned. How the hell was the king of the Shadow Court standing in my destroyed living room? Where's Aurelia? I asked instantly, with wide eyes. I couldn't believe her father was standing right in front of me, especially at a time like this. She's safe, but we've been looking for you, the king said. Fenric dropped to one knee upon seeing the king. I, on the other hand, scowled at him, king to king. Where is she? I demanded. I was a king too now, and his fucking equal. I didn't have to bow to him. She's at our safe house, and she's fine. I will take you to her. The Shadow King nodded to Fenric. My king, what has happened since I last saw the princess? Fenric asked softly as he rose to his feet. Much has happened, but we must leave before Malcolm returns. We cannot have him follow our trail. The king turned. I eyed Zeke and Dan. Keep track of the book, and don't let anyone in the facility know where it is. You got it. But what happens if Malcolm reaches out about Freya? Zeke asked. Try to trade for his brownie, though I doubt he cares about the servant who's so loyal to him. Stall as much as possible, and call me if there's a new development. I need to see my maid. Zeke nodded. and he and Dan walked into the open elevator, ready to carry out my instructions. Okay, Shadow King, let's go. I need to see Aurelia more than I need air to breathe, I said. My wolf howled in my head, excited about seeing his mate and wanting to shift. I refused to let him out, even though he was stronger than he'd ever been before. Fenric wrapped a hand around my arm and sifted. He obviously knew where the king's safe house was, which meant he was someone I could truly trust. Dizziness washed over me as we appeared in a cozy living room. Fiona flitted off my shoulder as we touched down. I followed her progress to the sofa. My shoulders straightened and my eyes widened as I stared down at my mate sitting on the plush, overstuffed black leather couch. Her green eyes bore into mine. I stood rigid, scarcely daring to breathe. Is she still angry at me? I couldn't tell based on her expression. What is she thinking right now?
Gray?
Aurelia whispered. My wolf howled in my mind, the sound tentative and mournful. He was just as frightened as I was that she would be angry and not want anything to do with us. Aurelia, I breathed. She gave nothing away as she stood slowly. I clenched my fists at my sides so that I didn't reach for her and overplay my hand. She had every right to be angry with me and accuse me of betrayal. The Shadow Princess stepped in front of me slowly, not quite meeting my gaze.
You're okay?
She asked quietly before swallowing hard.
Your father...
She trailed off, glancing away, her eyes shimmering with unfallen tears. I know. I felt the transfer of his magic. What happened? I asked, even though that wasn't what I wanted to know. Her face fell, and the tears pooling in her eyes fell down her cheeks. I reached up a hand and cupped her cheek, willing her to strength as I searched her glistening eyes for answers.
He died protecting me,
she whispered, her voice broken. My heart ached for her. She seemed shattered and fragile. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how traumatic that would have been for you, I said tentatively, daring to draw her in close. Without another word, she let me tug her into the circle of my arms, and I breathed a sigh of relieved contentment. My mate was alive and finally back, and she wasn't pushing me away.
Chapter 17. Aurelia. Gray was here, and holding me in his arms. He hadn't reacted in anger when I'd revealed that his father had died to protect me. He just held me close. How could he not be angry with me, though? It was my fault his father was gone. I was the reason he was no longer here for his son. Pulling back hesitantly, I stared up into his eyes. So many emotions and unspoken questions passed between us. Am I still angry with him? If I was honest with myself, I hadn't been angry for a while. I was a woman, not a self-obsessed teenage idiot. Though it hurt, I understood Gray's actions. He had so much responsibility on his shoulders, and the welfare of all those who were expelled from Faerie when the exile took place. It was a heavy burden, and there was so much more to all this than just him and me and what we felt for each other. I sighed and laid my head back against his chest, listening to the familiar thumping of his heart. Gray's arms tightened around me as a throat cleared in the room.
Sorry to break up the reunion, daughter, but we have things to discuss.
My father clapped Gray on the shoulder. Right, sorry. My cheeks heated as I took a step back. Gray refused to let me go and growled softly. With a regretful smile, I eased myself away from him and sat on the couch beside my mother once more. He quickly sat down next to me, crowding me and entwining our fingers. Does he think I'm gonna leave? I had no intention of ever leaving him again. Not only because of the promise I'd made to his father before his untimely death, but because I needed him. He was my mate. His betrayal smarted, but was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. He did what he did for his people and didn't know how to tell me, or if he could even trust me at that point in time. I'd been wary with my own ability to trust, so I could forgive that.
"What do we need to discuss?"
Gray asked, tightening his fingers around mine. My father blew out his breath before turning to answer Gray.
"Aurelia is the princess from the prophecy, and has successfully brought back shadow magic to our people, as foretold. But I fear we're going to have a war on our hands with the elders, as they sentenced her to death." "They sentenced her to death? For what?"
Gray snarled, stiffening next to me. The growl in his tone hinted that his wolf was perilously close to the surface. I patted his hand to soothe him. For no other reason than that I was a threat to their way of life. They trumped up some ludicrous charges regarding my bringing Asher with me into Faerie, I said. My eyes widened, and I snapped my gaze to Gray. "Asher?" I asked. "Is he—" I held my breath, my stomach tightening in a knot. Gray shook his head with a small smile.
"He's gonna be just fine. He's already being a royal pain in the ass."
I breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. Thank the gods. I couldn't bear if someone else had lost their life on my account.
"We need to gather our forces,"
Father said, picking up the conversation where we left off.
"The Syndicate is having some staffing issues at the moment,"
Gray admitted with a grimace.
"But you do have people trained for battle, yes?"
My father asked with a raised brow. I slumped back on the couch and exhaled. I did not want to go back to that place. Every time I did, something bad happened.
"Yes. But what good will that do us if we can't get through the portal to march on them?"
Gray countered, squeezing my hand. He must have seen my reaction when the Syndicate was mentioned. I hate the facility. Fenric ran a hand over his face and groaned. He'd been so quiet, I'd almost forgotten he was there.
"We have access to the book now. We could probably find a way to get everyone back in through the portal. But the Council watches it as closely as we did," he warned. "You have the book? Where?"
Father asked with wide, hopeful eyes. He turned, glancing between the two men. It was clearly the first bit of solid good news he'd heard.
"Well, I wouldn't take it with me to my home that had just been ransacked."
Gray sat back, his shoulder brushing mine and sending tingles down my spine.
"Fair enough,"
Father nodded.
"But we need it."
"What about Freya?" I asked softly. "Where is she?"
"We fear Malcolm got her,"
he said, his heart obviously heavy with regret.
"I have people on that already. But I have a feeling that the only way we're going to get her back is if we pretend to trade her life for the damn book."
Gray sighed. My heart fell. Fucking Malcolm. My free hand clenched tightly into a fist as pent-up rage reignited within me.
"I think we need to go to this facility of yours and retrieve the book. Time is of the essence."
My father rose from his chair. As much as I wanted to save Freya, a flicker of anxiety sprang to life in my chest, making my voice catch in my throat. "Right now?" I asked, glancing out the window at the darkening sky. Every fiber in my body wanted to put off going back to the facility for as long as possible. Not only was that place littered with bad memories, gory deaths, and pain, but I hadn't even had a chance to talk to Gray privately yet.
"Daughter, we need to do this quickly. The elders will continue to send their men after you. They will stop at nothing to see you dead."
The Shadow King crossed his arms over his chest in a manner that said there were to be no arguments made, and eyed me evenly. "You're right, I know you are, but I just don't like that place," I said, looking down at my hands in my lap as I twisted them. A lot happened there. Gray wrapped an arm around my shoulders and drew me in close.
You don't have to go now if you don't want to. You can remain here safe with your mother. But King Channing's right. We need to move quickly on this. Our enemies won't wait for us to be ready.
No, I said, standing immediately despite my heavy stomach. It's fine. We should go. I need to train anyway. I hadn't sparred in weeks, and still didn't know how to utilize my magic the way other Fae could. Father smiled at me with pride.
That's the spirit, daughter.
He turned to Fenric.
You've been there, yes? Yes, my king. I will take you there first.
Fenric bowed his head to my father. A second later, he clapped a hand on my father's shoulder and sifted them both away. I strolled anxiously to the window. What would happen when we got to the facility? What was the plan?
Are you okay?
Gray asked, stepping up behind me. I'm fine, I sighed.
Are you really? Are we good, or…
He trailed off. Is he still afraid to ask that question? I turned and leaned against him. We're good, I assured him. I should have given you the time to explain. I was just in shock at seeing the stalker right there in the facility after the horror show of Layla's death.
You were so angry at Dan, sweetheart. I didn't want you to leave. It really wasn't malicious, and it happened so fast.
He wrapped his arms around me and rested his chin on my head. My mother stood with a smile on her face.
You two will definitely bring in a new era for all of us. What?
Gray asked with a frown.
It was foretold that your father's death would usher in a new era for Faerie.
My mother patted his shoulder. One thing at a time, Mother, I said, shaking my head. It's all a bit much, and we haven't even had a moment to talk. Father and Fenric sifted back, appearing in the sitting room once more. I pulled away from Gray. I needed to learn to sift like they could. It would make things so much easier. Besides, as the Princess of Faerie, it seemed only common sense I had a crash course in all things Fae. Gods knew I needed it. Fenric clapped Gray on the shoulder, and they vanished into thin air. My father wrapped his strong arms around Mother and me with a reassuring nod. The room spun out of focus quickly, and I closed my eyes against the dizziness that always took hold whenever someone sifted me. I stumbled as we appeared on the dirt road outside of the wards of the facility. My father's arm tightened around me to steady me.
Not quite used to that?
He asked with a grin. No, I never really had anyone to teach me how to use my magic. I feel a little bit out of my depth, to be honest. I shrugged.
I'm sorry for that,
Father whispered. Why was he sorry? It wasn't his fault that Malcolm had abducted me and then left me in Dallas to fend for myself. Nor was it his fault I'd been raised by a witch and forced to sleep in a closet. Perhaps he simply felt the empathy of any parent when confronted with the truth that their child had been put at a disadvantage. Gray stepped up next to us.
We need to get inside the wards before Malcolm shows up again, and we have a fight on our hands. Malcolm will pay for all that he's done.
My father growled. Without another word, we rushed as one to the other side of the wards. I breathed a happy sigh as the trees danced in the breeze, bathed in the radiance of the moon's light. It was my favorite place. This forest spoke to me in a way no other forest had. Not that I'd been in many forests. There was just something magical about the trees that surrounded the facility. I might not like it within the confines of the Syndicate's compound, but I felt at home among the branches and thick trunks of the forest in a way I couldn't quite explain. Gray wrapped his hand around mine, probably more for my comfort than anything else. The previous time I was here had not been a fun experience. Then, out of nowhere, the last person I expected to see rushed toward us with a huge grin on his face. The mountain of a man grabbed me away from Gray in one smooth move and spun me around as if I were a small child. Shouldn't you be resting? I shrieked at Asher with a startled giggle, hugging him tightly. Asher gently lowered me to the ground, his chest rumbling with mirth.
Zeke told me you'd escaped the council, and I've been waiting to see you.
He grinned and set me right, revealing just how protective and loving he truly was. Gray growled and wrapped his arms around me possessively.
Don't do that again. We went through a great trauma together, Shifter King. I'm allowed a damn friendly hug.
Asher crossed his arms over his broad chest defiantly. I swatted Gray's arms from around me. He's my friend, and I was worried about him too. Cut this possessive crap out. Possessive damn wolf.
Fine.
Gray grumbled, but he didn't let me go.
Where's Zeke, anyway? He's in your office.
Asher jerked his head in the direction of the parking garage. The rider glanced between all of us, his eyes widening as they landed on my parents. His shoulders stiffened, and he peered at me with a question, seemingly awaiting my word as to how he should respond. They helped me escape, I said calmly. They're with us.
I'm just shocked to see them in the human world more than anything,
Asher admitted, his shoulders relaxing before he turned back toward the parking garage. We walked through the space, dread filling me as we stepped into the elevator. Gray pushed the button for the top floor and pulled me to his side. It made me feel slightly better. When the doors opened, Gray ushered me out first, and we walked down the deserted hall. I stopped short, stiffening when we walked into the office. The man who shot me with the tranquilizer dart was standing right there by the huge window.
Shit,
Gray whispered.
I forgot he was still here.
I took a step back instinctively and scanned the room. What did I want to do? My gut wanted me to run again, to protect myself, and panic tugged at my insides with sharp claws.
Princess,
the man breathed and dropped to his knee, his head bowed. What the fuck? I gasped, turning to Gray with wide, searching eyes.
Dan might be my best tracker, but he's also half Fae,
Gray said.
He's bowing to royalty.
Make him stop. I panicked, my voice rising in pitch as my nerves thrummed with electricity. I took 2 large steps back. My mind couldn't seem to reconcile that this man was in my mate's employ. All I could focus on was the fact that this half-fae had attacked me and changed the course of my life forever. I can't do this. I need to get out of here. My throat tensed and dried up, leaving me gasping for breath. Shadows slithered up my arms angrily, responding to my panic. Gray took hold of my upper arms and turned me to face him.
Breathe with me.
His tone was so soft, it helped calm some of my distress, but also left a pang of sadness in my heart. Nicholas had helped me the same way when I'd panicked. I glanced down and away, the loss of the ancient Shifter King still raw. Gray pinched my chin gently, turning my face to meet his gaze.
Keep your eyes on me and match my breathing.
Gray inhaled deeply and blew his breath out slowly. You still need to make him stop, I managed, but did as he directed.
I think it's his way of apologizing, beautiful.
I nodded in understanding. That made sense, given my established title and position now that everything was out in the open. Without further distraction, I continued to breathe with Gray. Slowly but surely, my shadow magic slithered away until it was completely gone and hidden within me once more. I told Gray on more than one occasion that I wanted that man, Dan, dead for what he'd done to me. And now that I knew he was no longer a threat, I no longer wanted to kill him. But I didn't want him anywhere near me either. Worst of all, I was still mentally freaking out. I needed to find a way to be calm and accept the past, but it was harder than I'd imagined. Maybe I'm not as strong and brave as I thought. I'm okay now, I said with a small smile, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince more, Gray or myself.
Are you sure?
He asked, placing a kiss on my forehead. I am, I said and turned to Dan, who was still on the ground. Unable to hide a grimace, I spoke to him for the first time since our fateful engagement in the alley. You can get up now. The half-fae didn't get up right away. Is he ignoring me? I turned back to Gray, a question in my eyes.
Dan, get off the fucking ground. You're making Aurelia uncomfortable,
he said with a shake of his head. Dan finally stood and lifted his gaze. I breathed a sigh of relief. This princess shit is gonna take some serious getting used to.
I'm sorry for my part in your foster mother's death, Princess Aurelia. I am, truly. I hope you can forgive me someday.
Dan bowed his head. Anxiety leapt to the fore again at the heady mix of confronting emotions, and I instead directed my attention to what mattered now. This isn't what we came here for, I said with frustration and turned back to my father.
What did this man do?
Father asked, his gaze narrowing in an accusatory glare. Dan cleared his throat and regretfully faced the Shadow King.
I shot her with the tranquilizer dart, my king.
King Channing took a threatening step forward and lunged for Dan. He was so insanely fast no one could stop him, and those that possibly could didn't bother to try. He had Dan around the throat in a heartbeat and lifted him off the ground. "Father, stop!" I yelled, surprising even myself as I rushed forward to grab his arm.
He shot you,
my father growled, tightening his grip. I know, I stressed, but it's over now. What's done can't be undone, and I'm okay. I succeeded in getting him to lower the tracker back to the ground, but his hand was still cutting off Dan's airway.
You're lucky she's so forgiving,
my father snarled.
In my court, any slight against my family is punishable by death.
The king pushed him away roughly in disgust. All the while, Gray just stood there, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk on his face. Dan coughed and gasped, bent at the waist, trying desperately to get air back into his lungs.
It's less than you deserve for that particular stunt,
Gray finally remarked. I turned to him sharply. He was the one who'd sent Dan after me in the first place. Weren't they his orders? How could he be saying such a thing? Gray? I said with a raised brow.
I sure as shit didn't order him to shoot you with a dart,
he responded.
I only wanted him to bring you to me. I didn't even find out about what he'd actually done until you told me yourself.
Gray moved around his desk and sat behind it, pulling me down with him and onto his lap. My father raised a brow, but didn't offer any comment. I swallowed my anxiety down as best I could and licked my lips. It doesn't matter now, like I said. We have more pressing matters to deal with, I reminded our odd little resistance team. Like starting a damn war with the elders, and hoping we all make it out of this alive.
Chapter 18. Gray. I pulled Aurelia close and rested my chin on her shoulder with an internal sigh of agitation. I hadn't gotten to enjoy a proper reunion with her due to our present circumstances, and it was making my wolf even more possessive and jealous. He wanted me to kick everyone out of my office and greet her properly, in the deeply carnal way only two mates could share. Unfortunately, we have bigger things to deal with, though. You have the two shifters secured in the cells? I asked Zeke, raising my gaze to meet his. They are, and Eric is in a magicless cell, Zeke answered, stepping forward. I nodded to him, grateful that he was capable of handling all of it while I was busy recovering my mate. And where's the book? I asked. Zeke held up a bag and placed it on the desk in front of me. They couldn't have found a more secure place for it? I lifted a brow at Zeke. He just shrugged. I've had it the whole time on my person. Do you think anyone in this place would dare cross me?
Zeke grinned.
I would,
Asher boomed.
Fuck off, Ash. You're barely healed and you're on our side, you idiot.
Zeke shook his head at his brother in arms. Aurelia reached for the bag with tentative fingers, drawing it closer. I peered over her shoulder into the bag with curiosity. Aurelia's brow furrowed as she removed the book from the bag. Her hands glowed softly in response, her sharp intake of breath not lost on me. "This isn't the right book," she whispered, her voice quavering.
"What?"
I demanded, my volume rising in frustration and anger.
"How do you know?"
"I'm not sure," she answered, turning the book over in her hands. "I just have a feeling this isn't what we need. This isn't the key." Aurelia hung her head, her disappointment a tangible thing that filled the room.
"Don't feel that way. This is not your fault. It's the fucking shifters' fault,"
I growled, pulling her in closer to me to reassure her with my heat and strength.
"Are we sure it was the shifters and not the brownie?" Zeke asked. "The loyal little shit could have hoodwinked even them."
My fist clenched on the desk.
That fucking brownie had been the bane of my existence since I'd met him.
"Brownie?" Aurelia asked. "The one from Malcolm's house? How?"
"Yes."
I nodded into her shoulder.
"We crossed paths when we were looking for the book."
"He's a mean little thing," she said and shivered. Of course. She'd encountered him when Malcolm had abducted her.
"That he is,"
I agreed.
"I wish you'd heard him squeal when I picked him up by his jacket and carried him out of the burning house."
I grinned against her shoulder. "Maybe he didn't know he was grabbing the wrong book?" she asked, playing devil's advocate.
"Perhaps. But why did Malcolm bother to destroy my penthouse if he had the correct book already?"
I asked, staring up at Zeke.
"Maybe we should go ask our little friend that question,"
Zeke suggested with a grin and turned for the door. I picked up Aurelia as I stood and set her back on her feet.
"Let's go have a chat with an asshole brownie."
Aurelia nodded and stepped aside. She had no idea where she was going. I wrapped an arm around her waist and led her to the elevator, the rest of our trusted team following us. She leaned her head on my chest with a sigh as the elevator descended. "What are we gonna do without the right book?" she whispered.
"We'll figure it out,"
I said as the elevator door dinged open and we made our way down to the cells.
"Let me fucking out of here!"
Karma screamed as we walked past.
"Shut up, bitch!"
I barked at her. Aurelia scowled at the woman, her anger bubbling just beneath the surface. "Oh, you got your princess back," Karma sneered. "She really doesn't know when to shut her fucking mouth," Aurelia muttered. Magic sparkled along her fingers, but she let it subside. She glared at Karma, who was no threat to us now.
"You'll get your shot at her,"
I promised, wrapping an arm around my mate. We stood outside the brownie's cell together as we waited for Zeke to open the door. The little shit was huddled in the corner on the small mattress like a mouse.
"What do you want?"
he asked, glaring up at us. His eyes scanned our faces until his gaze landed on the Shadow King. His beady eyes widened and he scrambled to kneel on the floor, immediately humbled.
"Your Majesty,"
he spluttered.
"Brownie, where is the real book?"
the king asked, an air of command in his tone. The brownie glanced up with a frown.
"His people took it from me,"
the brownie answered and pointed an accusing finger at me.
"The book they had was not the correct book,"
I snarled back, shaking my head.
"What? It's the wrong book?"
the brownie shrieked. His eyes widened and he jumped to his feet, his bearing panicked and erratic. I could tell immediately. Aurelia interjected. It's not the one. Burned! Burned! The book is burned! He wailed, gripping his head. What is he babbling about? Aurelia asked with a shocked gasp, turning to me.
Malcolm's home was in flames when we escaped. The dickhead tried to burn us alive.
I scrubbed a hand over my face.
I barely got to the book before the flames grew too big. Then the wolf grabbed me and stuck me here.
The brownie glared at me. So, the book is truly gone? Aurelia whispered, her voice shaking.
It can't be. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Malcolm search my penthouse for the book if he had it?
I asked. Maybe he doesn't have it, Aurelia said with wide eyes.
Wait, did he ever have it?
I asked, realization dawning upon me. Zeke ran a hand through his hair.
Well, what book do we have then? It was clearly magical. The princess's magic glowed when she touched it.
Aurelia frowned. Perhaps he's been looking for it all this time. Had Aurelia hidden it better than any of us thought, and then managed to block her memories, shielding and safeguarding its true location? That would be extensive magic for just a child to perform.
Have you gotten any more of your memories back?
I squeezed her to me, searching her glorious green eyes for answers. Not many, she admitted. But do you think I'm the one who hid it? Why would I have done that? After Malcolm left me with it, I assumed it was lost or taken by my witch mother. Aurelia shook her head. Fenric shuffled his feet and cleared his throat loudly.
I don't think we should discuss this here.
He eyed the little jerk in the cell with no small measure of suspicion. He's right. The brownie's loyal to Malcolm, first and foremost. We shouldn't give him any more information than necessary.
What other properties does he have?
I demanded, turning to the brownie.
I only know of the place I've served him from,
he answered staunchly. That was too easy. Why would the little shit be so willing to give us that information? Was it because of the Shadow King's presence, or something else?
All right. Okay, let's go.
I moved to the door. Everyone filed up behind me, and we returned to the office. The book was still on the desk, safe and sound. I moved to it with Aurelia by my side.
Pick up the book,
I said to her. She picked it up, and her hands glowed a bright purple. Her eyes widened as she stared down at the strange sight, which seemed even more intense than the first time. I think I remember this book, she whispered, her brow furrowed deep in thought.
What do you remember?
I prompted, hoping that if I spoke softly, perhaps I wouldn't break her concentration. I'm not sure. It's more a feeling. I just know that I've held this book before today. She flopped into the chair in front of my desk, her expression one of uncertainty as she opened it. I leaned over her shoulder and cursed.
Are all the pages blank?
What do you mean? Aurelia frowned, glancing up at me momentarily.
It's blank,
I repeated. Fenric stepped up to the other side of Aurelia, his brow creasing in kind.
What's the point of a blank book?
He asked. You can't see the words? Aurelia asked. She trailed a finger over the page from left to right, as if there were words there only she could see.
No, there's nothing there.
I turned, waving over the Shadow King.
Do you see anything?
My mate's father peered down at the pages as if trying to discern the intangible. Then he sighed.
No, nothing. That is most strange indeed.
He scratched his head in confusion. Zeke leaned over and shook his head as well. Why would he think he could see it? I figured it might only be visible to the Fae, but the king and Fenric couldn't see anything either.
It must have something to do with the prophecy,
I muttered as I sat down next to her. I don't think so. Aurelia leaned further over the book, peering at the pages.
"What do you see?"
I asked. Aurelia flipped the page and gasped. "It's me."
"What do you mean?"
I leaned over her shoulder again, even though I couldn't actually see anything. "I spelled this book," she breathed. "I wrote on these pages. But how?" She bit her lower lip, mulling it over. How could she have done all of this when she was so young? My phone buzzed in my pocket and I pulled it out, recognizing Magna's number on the screen.
"Magna, what do you know?"
I chuckled, despite the tense atmosphere.
"Aurelia's there?"
she asked.
"Yes, but you knew that already."
"You're in the office?" she followed up.
"You know that too. You're our friendly neighborhood seer, so just come on up since I know you're here."
I sat back in my chair. What is the seer gonna reveal now? This night was dragging on longer than the limits of my patience. I was tired and wanted a proper reunion with my mate. My wolf needed to feel her soon, or he was gonna lose it. I hung up the phone and turned to Aurelia.
"Magna's here." "Of course she is."
Dan chuckled. Magna walked in minutes later, bringing with her a sense of mystery and expectation. "Do you know anything about this?" Aurelia asked the seer.
"I do,"
she said. Magna glanced down at the book and mumbled something in the Fae language I didn't quite catch, despite my supernatural hearing. The book glowed and words magically filled the page.
"How did you do that? What have you been keeping from us?"
I said, focusing an unimpressed glare at Magna.
"I have kept many things from you for your own protection, Gray,"
Magna said with a raised brow, utterly unfazed by my aggression.
"Of course you have,"
I growled. I think I knew you before," Aurelia said suddenly, a frown creasing her lovely features.
"What?"
I turned to her sharply.
"It wasn't time for you to remember before now, Princess."
Magna shrugged before she sat in a spare chair on Aurelia's other side.
"You had best explain,"
I barked, crossing my arms over my chest. What had this woman been planning, and for how long? If she'd known Aurelia as a child, how, and in what context?
"I can see the wheels turning in your head, Shifter King. I found her in an alley as a child, and I knew she was special. No matter how hard she tried to hide her wings, she couldn't hide them from me."
Magna smiled. "You were in the alley?" Aurelia gasped. "Are you the reason I ended up living with the witch?" Was she finally about to get the answers she'd been searching for most of her life? Why hadn't Magna told us all this sooner?
"I am the reason for that,"
she confirmed.
"You were so small, and you were freezing. But no matter how many futures I searched in my visions, it never went well for all of us if I'd kept you with me."
How horrible that must have been for her to see all those possible futures and have to hand Aurelia over to someone who would treat her as little more than a slave. The witch had been a monster to her. I gritted my teeth against the memory.
"You knew that she would be sleeping in a closet on the floor,"
I growled.
"You do not get to condemn me for that, Shifter King. We would not even be here today had I chosen any differently."
Magna crossed her arms over her chest in silent defiance. "What do you mean?" Aurelia asked. "How bad could it have been?"
"You would not have met at all, and we would not be in a position where we can finally go home."
Magna smiled softly.
"I'm sorry for your struggles, Aurelia, but the future will be bright. You'll see."
How can she say that with war so clearly on the horizon? No one is safe. Chapter 19. Aurelia. I sat back against my chair in shock as the realization washed over me, my hands straying to toy with my long hair. I knew Magna as a child, and she never told me? Did you hide the book we need? I asked softly. A hand squeezed my shoulder, and I glanced up to find my father's sky-blue eyes staring back at me.
I did not hide the book. You did, Magna said, her lips quirking. You left my daughter, the princess of the Shadow Kingdom you once belonged to, with a woman who had her sleep on the floor of a closet, my father boomed, coming to my defense. Everything I did was so that we could get to this moment.
Magna stood and squared off with him, clearly not at all fazed that he was her king. What's so important about this moment? I asked warily, resting my hand on my father's to calm him. Magna just smiled.
It's a turning point. I can't tell you the details, or it may change the timeline of what's to come.
I covered my face with my hands at her answer. I was so tired, and all this back and forth was just making it worse. I yawned. Do you know where the book is hidden? I asked. Magna shook her head.
No, I do not. I refuse to let you tell me the location of the book.
Gray sat forward, pursing his lips.
Smart. Malcolm could have tortured the information out of you.
So how are we supposed to find it? I asked. I still couldn't remember anything from my childhood except fleeting bits and pieces. I certainly didn't remember Magna finding me in the freezing alley. I only remembered Malcolm leaving me to my fate.
This book will jog your memories.
Magna tapped the tome with a knowing twinkle in her eyes.
You wrote it to remind yourself when the time was right.
I stroked a finger over the page it was open to. I hid the real book and left myself clues in this one? How was I supposed to figure this all out? Clearly, I was some kind of child prodigy because right now all of this seemed so beyond me. I sighed. Gray cleared his throat, breaking the tension in the room.
All right, it's getting late, and I need time with my mate. I think we should pick this up tomorrow.
It was a command, not a question. Magna opened her mouth to argue, but closed it and nodded.
Very well. I'll go find a place to settle in.
Everyone filed out of the room to find a place to sleep in the facility. I frowned. We're sleeping here? I asked Gray. I didn't like or trust this place, and I wasn't sure I could catch a wink of rest here even if I wanted to.
The penthouse isn't safe. Malcolm's broken in twice now. I don't want to take that chance again.
Gray pulled me up into his arms. I get that, but I'm not comfortable here, I said as I laid my head against his chest.
I know, Princess,
he soothed, running a hand through my golden hair. He pulled me closer and kissed my forehead. Everything felt so right when I was with Gray. Where are we sleeping? I asked.
I don't know how much sleep we'll be getting.
Gray chuckled. He tilted my chin up so I could meet his eyes and placed a tender kiss on my lips. A shiver ran through my soul, and I melted against him.
I'm truly sorry, my love. I should have told you sooner about Dan, and the book, about everything. I promise my intentions were never malicious,
he said, pressing his lips to mine again. I ran my hands up his chest and wrapped them around the back of his neck as I went up on my tiptoes, pressing my lips harder to his. His hands slid down my side slowly until they gripped my ass. I moaned into his mouth, overwhelmed by the small amount of pleasure after having gone without for what felt like forever. He took my eager response as permission to deepen the kiss, and his tongue met mine in a heated dance as he lifted me off my feet. Chapter 20. Gray. I rolled over and pulled my mate into my arms, still half groggy with sleep. After our fun on my office desk the night before, I'd carried her to the bedroom I reserved here in case of emergencies, and helped her shower before we fell into bed together. We have to get up, don't we? She asked, stretching and yawning.
Yes, unfortunately. We need to find the place a child would hide a book,
I grumbled. But I don't want to. she moaned, rolling into me so her head was against my chest. With a sigh, I stroked her magnificent mane of golden hair, burying my nose in its fragrance. Aurelia. Her name suits her perfectly. Truth be told, I really didn't want to get up either. I hadn't had nearly enough time with my mate. I wanted to steal more precious moments like this. Moments where I could just love, appreciate, and worship her. But we needed the damn book to stop the elders.
You know what they say. There's no rest for the wicked, my love.
I grinned and patted her back, signaling I was about to move. I'm not wicked, she griped. I hate how that term has become synonymous for the Fae.
I know, Princess. It was a bad joke.
I squeezed her to me tighter before releasing her, missing her soft warmth almost immediately. She sighed and sat up in bed, the sheet pooling around her waist. The glorious sight was making me impossibly hard. We really need more quality mating time. I glanced away reluctantly, knowing that if I didn't stop staring at her, we wouldn't be leaving the bedroom anytime soon. God damn it. Duty first, fun later. What am I going to wear? She asked, grimacing at the pile of dirty clothes on the floor.
I have spare clothing in the closet if you want to take a look,
I said, jerking my head toward it. She jumped from the bed naked and went to investigate. I stared as she crossed the room, adjusting myself beneath the sheets, and sighed. There was just no way to take this time with her. And no matter how much I was resolved to being the king I was born to be, I hated that obligation always had to come first. Time was ticking even now, even with the book Aurelia had written to give herself clues. The elders wouldn't sit on their laurels. They were bound to send more people after her in the book, and they had endless resources at their disposal and no shortage of willing soldiers. We needed to gain ground. We needed a win, desperately. You have women's clothes in here, Aurelia said as she peeked her head out of the closet with a raised brow.
I brought them from the apartment after the first time we were attacked by Malcolm, just in case,
I explained as I got up from the bed and moved toward the dresser. I grabbed a pair of black jeans from the drawer and unfolded them before pulling them on. I paused in between one breath and the next when a knock sounded on the door. I turned quickly to make sure that Aurelia was dressed before stomping over to answer it. I threw the door open to find Dan standing there on tenterhooks, his back rigid and his eyes wide with panic.
What's wrong?
I demanded as the acrid scent of his fear hit me, overwhelming my senses. He glanced away.
Someone's tampering with the wards, boss.
He fidgeted, moving from foot to foot, unwilling to hold my gaze.
Have you sent a team out?
I barked over my shoulder as I moved back toward the closet to grab a fresh shirt. Aurelia stood there with wide eyes, fear rippling off her. Not only was she reacting to the unexpected news, but she was also responding in a very primal way to a fellow Faerie's fear, even if he was only half Fae.
We have, but the individual in question will only speak to the princess, alone.
Dan stressed and scrubbed a hand over his face.
Absolutely not,
I growled.
No fucking way. I figured you would say that.
Dan sighed. Why do they want to speak to me? Aurelia asked as she stepped out of the closet.
He didn't say,
Dan said, shaking his head.
At this point, we're lucky they aren't using brute force to push through the wards. It could be anyone, Aurelia.
I turned, now fully clothed, pulling her into me. But what if it's Malcolm with Freya? She gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She was clearly just as attached to the tiny, mischievous, but fiercely loyal sprites as I was. Fuck. What if it is Malcolm?
Then we trade him the brownie,
I said, gently releasing her to cross my arms over my chest. Are you sure that's a good idea? Aurelia asked, chewing her lower lip. He heard a lot of what we were discussing yesterday. I growled deeply in my throat. She wasn't wrong.
We don't have another choice. We don't have the book we need and have no idea where it is,
I said.
Agreed,
said Dan, piping up.
And we can't give him the book we have. It may be the only clue we have to finding the actual book.
My tracker leaned against the doorframe, his nerves settling the longer we spoke. Maybe we can just wait it out? It may not even be Malcolm, Aurelia reasoned and laid her head on my shoulder. She hated this. I could feel it. Freya was once again in the hands of a monster, and all she wanted was to get her back. But at the same time, another confrontation with Malcolm was not something any of us was looking forward to. I squeezed her tighter to me, willing her to be calm, and glanced back at Dan.
Get everyone together in the parking garage. We're gonna take a look.
I stepped toward the door, but Dan was still blocking the way.
Are you sure that's wise, boss?
Dan asked hesitantly as he scratched his head. This guy is my best tracker. He needs to get the fuck over his fears if he's gonna prove useful to the Syndicate. I bristled with annoyance.
I can't have people tampering with my wards.
I stomped past him, pulling Aurelia along with me. Maybe I should have left her with Dan and checked the wards out for myself. But at this point, I wasn't gonna let her out of my sight. I pushed the button for the elevator and waited impatiently. When the doors opened, the Shadow King was already inside.
Where are you going?
King Channing asked.
Someone's screwing with the wards, and I need to check it out.
I stepped into the elevator. Aurelia followed close behind me.
Why are you going, daughter?
Her father asked with a furrowed brow.
You should remain here, where it's safe and guarded. I'll go with your king to see what kind of threat is at our doorstep.
The Shadow King clapped me on the shoulder as if we were old buddies. The person, whoever they are, wants to speak to me. Alone, she said, staring straight ahead.
All the more reason for you to stay behind,
the Shadow King growled. Seriously? After all these years apart, father? Said Aurelia with a hint of agitation. I'm a grown adult and can take care of myself. I've survived this long at least, and I've escaped Malcolm twice now.
But not without help along the way,
Channing countered.
Be it your witch mother, the sprites, your mate, or your friends. This is not something you can or should do alone. Your life is precious, daughter, and there's too much at stake. I'm going with her, and we'll be staying on our side of the wards,
I assured him, pulling Aurelia into my side to kiss her temple.
I'm coming too,
the Shadow King insisted.
I want to know who dares to call upon my blood and threatens your people in the same breath.
He leaned back against the wall of the elevator and fell silent for the rest of the ride, unwilling to take no for an answer. I nodded and pushed the button for the parking garage. Honestly, the more protection Aurelia has, the better. When we reached the parking garage, several supernaturals were standing around. Their expressions shuddered.
Where are they?
I asked. A shifter was shoved forward, their gaze firmly down in an open gesture of submission.
Boss, he was adamant it only be the princess,
he breathed, his fear permeating the air.
I don't care what he was adamant about.
I snarled and shook my head. Whoever he was, I wasn't leaving my mate alone with him for one damn second, especially with so many threats against her.
You screwing with the wards at the road leading to the city, boss?
Another shifter pointed over his shoulder. I nodded to the shifter and marched past him with the king and Aurelia at my back. A second later, someone clapped me on the shoulder, and the world spun around, my stomach along with it. Motherfucker. I was not expecting that.
You can't just do that without warning.
I spat at the king as we appeared at the edge of the wards. But he wasn't paying attention to me. His eyes blazed with the fury of 1,000 suns as he stared at someone behind me. I spun around and growled. My wolf beat at the cage of my chest, ready to tear the bastard a new asshole. Ronaldo stood on the other side of my wards with a smug-as-fuck smile on his face.
What the fuck do you want?
I snarled, scarcely holding my rage in check.
The princess is condemned to death, he said matter-of-factly. I'm simply here to take my prisoner back to Faerie to be punished for her crimes.
He shrugged as if his declaration was entirely reasonable.
You have no jurisdiction here. Fuck off, I yelled.
I don't, Ronaldo asked, his tone far too light and airy, as if he knew something I didn't. What the fuck is he talking about? Of course he doesn't. We aren't in Faerie. I hadn't been back in 2 centuries, and it was my sole mission to return my people to our home realm, and my mate was going to help me do it. I refused point blank to give her to this psychotic, murderous bastard elder to be executed.
No, this is my property,
I fired back.
And you are trespassing. Leave.
I turned my back on the elder. The elder Fae growled at the slight. Turning my back on him was a major show of disrespect to him, and I didn't give a shit.
You will give the princess to me before all is said and done. Her real betrothed misses her terribly.
Ronaldo smiled. Real betrothed? Aurelia scoffed, raising her voice, a flash shining behind the emerald of her eyes.
Malcolm will pay for the things he's done,
the Shadow King roared.
He's baiting you, Shadow King,
I said, gripping his shoulder.
Don't bite.
I tightened my arm protectively around Aurelia. She glared at the elder. I will never be with Malcolm, Aurelia yelled. He can rot in hell.
Shh, I know. You're all mine, always,
I assured her.
Don't let this old fool rile you up, my love,
I said with a shake of my head. I would sooner die than let that bastard touch her ever again. She is mine. My wolf snarled in my mind at the merest suggestion of her being with someone else. Least of all fucking Malcolm. Another man stepped forward, revealing himself, and I jumped in front of the Shadow King.
I know how badly you want to kill him, I warned. But don't go out there, Channing.
Aurelia's father's face flushed red with so much rage that he trembled with it. Aurelia crossed her arms over her chest and glared at Malcolm, ever defiant. Where is Freya? She demanded.
Nothing he says is going to be true,
I said as I pulled her away from the edge of the wards.
Where is my brownie and the book your lover stole?
Malcolm sneered, completely ignoring me to address the princess.
Do not speak to her,
the king roared beside me. This was devolving way too quickly. I had to hold the king back.
You want your damn brownie? Then give me Freya. And the book never belonged to you. It was Aurelia's all along,
I spat, turning back to face the assholes.
No,
Malcolm growled.
Fine,
I said with a shrug I hoped appeared nonchalant.
I'll keep the brownie. You left him to die in a fiery inferno anyway. I want the book,
he roared. He beat against the wards in frustration, but was unable to pass them. No one with ill intent could ever get through them. A very powerful witch had set them up for me long ago. You're not getting that book, Aurelia hissed. You have no right to it. She unfolded her arms as if ready for a fight, and planted her feet.
I can make you give me the book,
the bastard taunted, a malicious grin spreading over his face as he pulled something from his pocket. Aurelia gasped aloud. My mate's heart was racing so loudly that my inner wolf howled in warning. Malcolm pulled Freya from his pocket, keeping her firmly trapped in his tight fist. Aurelia's hands crackled with angry purple magic before her shadows began to snake up her arms, dark and brooding, ready to answer to her will. Freya's limp form made me see red.
My wolf snarled in my mind, pushing at my restraints. He wanted to tear the Faerie apart for so many reasons, but hurting Freya had definitely skyrocketed to the top of the list. Without warning, Aurelia launched her magic at Malcolm through the wards, the power behind her shocking us all. He dove out of the way with a roar, just in the nick of time. His hand opened instinctively, and Freya's limp form went flying through the air. There was no time to think. I just reacted. Barreling through the ward, I dove to catch her before she hit the ground, and even more damage was done. Ronaldo shouted something in the language of the Fae, his arms upraised. I twisted mid-air, managing to get out of the way just as his electricity scorched through the ether toward me. I landed in a heap next to Freya, who lay crumpled on the ground, and scooped her up into my hand.
Gray?
She breathed with her tiny voice, her body and face bruised.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Hush, I've got you now, I whispered. Hang on. Die, Shifter King, Ronaldo roared. A scream tore through the air, and I knew it was my mate. Ronaldo's lightning was met by Aurelia's, and the chaotic purple magic exploded around us but didn't hit me. I rolled to my feet, crouched, ready for whatever was coming next. At the exact same time, Malcolm launched himself at me. I turned fast, Freya still cradled in my hand, and elbowed him in the gut. A crunch sounded, and I grinned. He bellowed in pain, clearly out of practice. Not wasting a moment, I rolled away, back to the edge of the wards as excruciating pain tore through my back, causing me to stumble. Aurelia! I shouted in desperation, and tossed Freya to her on the other side of the wards as I fell to my knees. Electricity tore through me again, and my body twitched and convulsed as I fell face down, half inside the wards, half out. The Shadow King, the man who would one day become my father-in-law, bellowed, his shadows lashing out at the men on the other side of the wards as he came to my defense. He directed a tendril of shadow at me. It wrapped around my body and pulled me back inside the wards and to safety.
Gray!
Aurelia cried, her heart in her throat as she dropped to her knees beside me. Her hands were on me in an instant, trailing down my body and over my back. Healing magic pulsed between us, offering me an impossible amount of relief. Turning my head to the side, I stared up at her in question. If both of her hands are free, where was Freya? Aurelia grinned and jerked her head toward Freya, who was safely resting on our side of the ward, her little chest rising and falling with every breath.
You did it, Gray. You got her back.
Aurelia grinned. No, I said, reaching out to rest a hand on her thigh. We got her back. And we didn't even have to give him anything. Your reaction was flawless, mate. I commended her, before closing my eyes and resting my head on the dirt road with a groan.
Maybe we finally have a win,
she whispered, but turned at her father's shout of rage. Come back, cowards! King Channing roared in outrage, but Malcolm and Ronaldo sifted away, knowing they were beaten and no longer had anything to bargain with. As Aurelia's healing magic soothed my injuries, I rolled to stare at Freya again. She was so small and fragile. I just wanted to protect her, always. She'd been with me forever, since before the exile. She has to be okay. Fiona would be devastated if anything happened to her that was beyond our means to heal. They were sisters, and I would be devastated too. The Sprites were family and always would be. I could not bear the loss of either one of them.
Chapter 21. Aurelia. Someone help! I yelled as we were sifted back to the facility and ran straight for the infirmary. Gray cradled Freya's tiny, fragile body close as we ran. It would have been a touching sight if I wasn't so scared for the little sprite. She looked badly banged up. A healer peeked out of her room with wide eyes and beckoned us forward to give Freya a visual once-over before shaking her head. "We don't have the right healing here for sprites, sir. We need Magna," I said with conviction. If anyone can help, surely she can. But where was she right now? She always seemed to uncannily just pop up whenever we needed her.
"She should be in my office, I think,"
Gray said. His tone clipped as he turned back toward the elevator. "Stay here. I'll go get her." Without waiting for his approval or consent, I raced ahead of him to the elevator and stabbed at the button. Freya was my friend, and this was the second time she'd been hurt on my account. She'd put herself in harm's way for me, to protect me, to get me help when no one else could. I shuddered with quiet rage. I'll make Malcolm pay before all this is over. The doors dinged open on the top floor, and I rushed down the hall to Gray's office. The door flew open at my approach, and Asher stood there, his immense arms crossed over his broad chest. If we weren't already close friends, I'd find him intimidating as hell.
"What's happened?"
he asked, his brow heavy-set. "I need Magna," I breathed. "Freya's in bad shape." I brushed past him, not wanting to waste time.
"You got her back?"
he asked, shocked as he followed me into the office. I scanned the faces in the office, my heart racing, but there was no sign of her. "We did, but she isn't well. We need healing powers we don't have. Where's Magna?" Fenric stepped forward and placed a soothing hand on my arm.
"Calm down, Princess. Take me to her. I can help."
"You can?" I asked, hope bursting to life within me.
"I have extensive healing abilities, just like I imagine you will once you are afforded the opportunity to practice."
Fenric squeezed my arm. "I already have some," I said without further explanation. I'd healed Gray when Ronaldo and Malcolm had attacked, but I didn't have time for him to placate me. I spun on my heel and ran back down the hall. Rushed steps followed behind me as I stopped at the elevator and jabbed my finger into the button impatiently. Asher stepped up next to me.
"We'll get her fixed up, Aurelia."
Fenric flanked my other side. "How can you be so sure?" I asked without meeting his gaze. "You didn't see her. She's covered in bruises. She's more black and blue than anything else." Tears stung the backs of my eyes, and I willed them not to spill.
"She's the strongest little sprite I've ever seen," he answered. "She'll make it through this."
Asher offered me a confident grin. The elevator doors opened and we stepped inside. I'm glad someone feels that confident about her recovery chances. I pushed the button repeatedly for the floor of the infirmary, my nerves aching with anxiety and stress, and my gut with guilt. Shuffling my feet, I stood there waiting impatiently for the damn doors to open again. They finally slid open, and I moved to rush out, but a hand on my shoulder stopped me. I glanced up at the numbers and huffed with annoyance. Wrong floor. Shit.
"Aurelia, I'm here for Freya,"
Magna said, appearing out of nowhere before stepping into the elevator to join us. I collapsed into the other woman's arms with a sob, grateful we'd found her. Or she'd found us. Freya needed healing desperately, and with two friends present and capable of substantive healing, my relief was tangible. She patted my back as the elevator doors closed behind her. "She's injured badly," I cried, "and it's all my fault. She's my friend and such a tiny little thing. She shouldn't have to endure shit like this."
"We will do all we can,"
Magna soothed.
"Breathe deeply and be calm. Panic will help no one, my dear."
The elevator finally stopped at the correct floor, and I straightened my shoulders. Magna was right. I had to be strong for Freya. I swiped at the tears on my cheeks and strode into the sterile hall. I'd secured help, which was the most important thing. Now it was up to them. Father subtly nodded his head to a door at the end of the infirmary, letting me know without words where Freya was. I dragged Magna to it and knocked on the door before pushing it open, too impatient to care about manners at a time like this. Gray's face softened when he saw me, and he opened his arms for me to step into his strength. Magna rushed from my side to Freya, her hands glowing green as she immediately began the healing process, calling upon her magic to aid our littlest family member. I rested my head on my shifter's chest, praying to whatever gods were listening that the tiny sprite would be okay. Please, she has to be. We love her. We need her.
We're no good to her here,
Gray said quietly as he squeezed me tightly.
She's in good hands now. We need to find that book before the elders do.
I nodded. He was right. Magna could handle healing Freya, and she would be as good as new soon. Gray led me from the room with an arm around my shoulders, my father, Fenric, and Asher following behind. I had been in a daze the whole elevator ride, just hoping against hope that Magna would be able to heal poor Freya. Her tiny broken body would haunt me, much like when Fiona was injured at Malcolm's House of Horrors. They might be palm-sized sub-fae, but they had the hearts of lions, and had been through too much grief already. Another elevator ride later, we walked into Gray's office. Zeke and Dan sat waiting in the chairs in front of his desk. Someone must have cleaned Gray's office because everything was back in its place. I couldn't even bring myself to blush about what had happened there the night before. There was just too much at stake. My mind was a chaotic whirl of emotions, and our passionate reunion, while thoroughly rapturous, was the furthest thing from my thoughts at this point. Zeke smirked, but quickly dropped it when he saw the expression on my face.
What happened?
He asked, his usually stoic facade creasing with concern.
Malcolm and Ronaldo were at the wards with Freya.
Gray responded with a sigh. The elders know where to find us now. They probably wanted to talk to me alone because I would have traded myself for Freya. I've done it before. They know I'm a soft touch for those little girls. I ran a hand down my face in frustration.
Don't beat yourself up about it, Aurelia,
said my mate gently.
All we can do now is look for the real book and trust in Magna's ability to heal her.
Gray squeezed me tighter to him and led me to the chair behind his desk. He sat in the chair and pulled me down into his lap possessively. I reached for the book and pulled it into my arms before opening it. Gray rested his chin on my shoulder, reading the book with me. Where the hell did I hide the damn book? It was so long ago. I was just a child. Would I even be able to find it without my memories? I don't know if this is even going to have the answers we need, I mused aloud, shaking my head in dismay.
Why not?
Gray asked, kissing my cheek.
You've clearly always been a prodigy, my love. If anyone can figure out their own game of hide-and-seek, it's you.
I sighed, not quite filled with the same level of confidence in my abilities as my mate. I went to a lot of trouble to make sure no one could find it. I even blocked my own memories to accomplish it. And yet Magna easily broke the spell on it so others could see what it said.
So you're thinking that you need to unlock your memories?
Gray asked.
That didn't go so well last time.
I went through that block like a freight train, and I still wasn't able to retrieve everything. I agreed.
Maybe there's an answer you need in the book.
Gray squeezed me.
Just have a read. Give it a chance. Something might jog your memory, just as intended.
I glanced down at the words. How did I write in such a beautiful, curling script at such a young age? How was it even possible? I turned the page and gasped, my mind spinning with memories. I ran through the forest outside the castle, giggling wildly as someone chased me.
Princess, don't run from me. How am I supposed to protect you if you're constantly running away?
Fenric's panicked voice made me giggle more, and I ran faster. You're supposed to catch me, silly. I ducked into the hollow of a tree and hid as he passed. I giggled again as I ran in the other direction, away from Fenric. He was always so stuffy and never wanted to let me play. Running into the stables, I hid in one of the stalls with a beautiful mare called Buttercup. Backing into the corner, I plastered myself there so Fenric couldn't find me. Unexpected voices filled the space, and I strained my ears to listen. It wasn't Fenric. It was Malcolm, the captain of the Kingsguard. He was talking to someone in hushed tones.
"You know what will happen if we do this,"
he said to someone I couldn't see.
"You must,"
they hissed back.
"She is too dangerous to be here. If she knew what she's capable of, she could overthrow everything we have built here. Our plans for both realms could be ruined,"
the man whispered forcefully. I didn't recognize his voice. It sounded strangely familiar.
"The king will hunt me down if I do this,"
Malcolm growled back in frustration.
"Then dump the girl in the first major city. She won't be able to take care of herself. Maybe she'll die, and it will save us all the trouble of having to kill her later."
Who were they talking about, I wondered. Why would they want to kill a girl? What they were saying didn't make any sense. Heavy footsteps sounded in the stable. I peeked out through the wooden slats of the stall. Malcolm and the strange man were gone, and Fenric stood on the other side of the stall. I breathed a tangible sigh of relief. I didn't think it would be good for them to see me when they were plotting someone's death. Who were they going to kill? And why would my daddy hunt him down for it? I poked my face out of the stall. The game over. Fenric frowned when he saw the expression on my face.
"What is it, princess?"
he asked. "How did you find me?" I asked with a stomp of my foot. He crouched in front of me, still wearing his frown.
"This is one of your favorite places to hide, Aurelia. Of course I found you here."
Back in the present, I shook my head to clear the memory of the past, my breathing a little heavier than usual. Everyone in the room was staring at me with matching frowns on their faces. Gray gripped my chin and turned me to face him.
"What happened, my love? I called your name several times,"
he said.
"You were lost, just staring blankly in some kind of trance."
I remembered something, I said, glad to be safe with Gray. I was playing a game of hide and seek. I ran from Fenric and hid in the stables. I heard Malcolm talking to someone, and I'm pretty sure it was Ronaldo. I grimaced.
"You never told me about that."
Fenric crossed his arms over his chest, his frown deepening. "That's not the point," I said, waving him off. Is it at all possible that I might have made it back through the portal as a child and hidden the book there, where they least expect it?
"That doesn't make any sense, though,"
Gray said and shook his head.
"Why would you have gone back? And how? You were cold and alone in most of the visions you've seen. Even Magna can corroborate that."
I don't know, I answered, a niggling sensation building in my gut. But I have a feeling the other book has something to do with it. I rubbed at my temples and pursed my lips as I mulled it all over. Why was that memory attached to this book? It had to be important. But how?
"Princess, what did Malcolm say?"
Fenric growled, interrupting me. They were talking about my abduction and inevitable death, I said hotly.
"And all the while you were hiding in the stall,"
Fenric said softly, despite the flare in my mood. I nodded. There wasn't much more to say. As a child, I hadn't known who they'd been talking about. But after what had happened in my life up until now, they were definitely talking about killing me. Malcolm tried to play me. He convinced me into thinking he was protecting me from the council, but it's plain as day that was a lie. He was doing exactly as they wanted. I sighed in frustration. The more I knew, the less I understood. Every time I learned something new, I just had more questions. I turned my attention back to the book, running my fingers along the swooping letters. Fenric cleared his throat.
"Perhaps it would be prudent to check the stables, Princess. Gut feelings exist for a reason, and if you feel a connection, we should not overlook the possibility. Even if it doesn't lead us directly to the book, it could reveal more clues."
"I need to know for sure," I said, not looking up from the book. It doesn't make sense why I would return only to come back, especially when at the time I remember the life I had there. Surely I would have gone to my parents, as any child would.
Keep reading,
Gray said, gently nudging me.
You might remember more.
I glanced back down at the book, reading the words with intense concentration, but no new memories came to me. Turning the page, I frowned. Is this some kind of map? I asked, showing the page to Gray. Gray grimaced.
I can't see anything there, mate.
What? I asked, my own brow furrowing. But Magna already took the enchantment off the book. I peered down at the hand-drawn map in the book with a hint of annoyance.
Maybe this is a different enchantment, he suggested. Magna might not have known about it.
Fenric stood and walked over, staring at the book in my lap, but shook his head as well.
I don't see anything either, Princess, Fenric grumbled. Clearly, whatever you're seeing was intended for your eyes only.
Is it a map to the book, I wonder? I tapped the page with my finger, astounded by the lengths I went to as a child to keep the book secret and safe. I turned the book sideways, but still couldn't figure out what the map was. Nothing seemed familiar, at least with what limited memories I possessed. I think we need Magna, but I don't want to disturb her while she's working on Freya.
In the meantime, can you draw it so we can see it?
Gray asked.
Maybe one of us will be able to recognize it.
Maybe. I don't know. I was a child when I drew this. I didn't even know I could draw this well. I set the book back down on the desk.
You were always drawing me pictures,
Father offered with a grin.
You had your mother's artistic gift.
Gray opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a stack of papers and a pencil and set them on the desk next to the book.
Stop doubting yourself, my love, he said. If anyone can figure all this out, it's you. We all believe in you.
Nodding, I picked up the pencil and brushed my hand over a clean sheet of paper, ready to begin. I just really hoped I could do this and that everyone's faith wasn't misplaced. This might prove to be the only way to move forward and put a stop to the Elders' plans once and for all. As it was, this involved more than Faerie. They had plans for both realms, and I shuddered to think what those plans would mean for the rest of us undesirables. Chapter 22. Gray.
Ugh!
Aurelia yelled in obvious frustration and slammed the pencil down on the desk.
What's wrong?
I asked, glancing over my mate's shoulder. It keeps moving. Every time I try to draw something, it moves. The paths change. I don't think it's gonna let me draw it. Like, it won't allow itself to be copied. I'm obviously gonna need to learn more because this is ridiculous. She placed her head in her hands in defeat.
Can you read anything else on there? Does it give you any indication of what it might be?
I rubbed her shoulders. She was seriously tense, but I would be too. It wasn't fair that this burden was solely on her. It was a heavy weight to bear, the future of Faerie, and it frustrated me to no end, though I did my best to hide it in a show of strength and solidarity. We're mates. She should be able to lean on me. No, nothing here sounds familiar to me. She shook her head.
Perhaps try reading it aloud. Maybe one of us will know what it's related to,
I suggested. Motherfucker! She screamed, slamming her fists on the desk. All the letters are scrambled now. What the hell? It's like it senses my intention and reacts. What the hell kind of enchantment did she put on this map that she couldn't share it with anyone? And to think she performed this level of magic as a child was intimidating, to say the least. She'll be a true force to be reckoned with when she gets all her memories back.
Maybe keep reading the other pages, just to yourself. It might help. You may need to absorb it all before it makes sense,
I said, patting her on the shoulder before kissing her on the head. Dan rushed into the office and frantically waved a hand at me, then stepped back out into the hall. What now? I walked out to meet him, frowning. He held out his phone to me. A video was cued to play. I hit the play button and cursed under my breath, my hands turning to fists at my sides. It was grainy, obviously from a surveillance camera, but it showed a man shifting into wolf form in full view of the camera before proceeding to attack someone. Then the video cut to a news story.
"Where was this taken?"
I asked with a growl.
"Right here in Dallas, on the shifter side,"
Dan answered through gritted teeth.
"Fuck me. Is there a way we can spin this? Debunk it as a Photoshop stunt or something?"
I ran a hand down my face.
"It's already everywhere, boss. The guy's in a human jail. How the fuck did the human police manage to catch a damn shifter?"
I groaned. This was the last thing we needed, piled on top of everything else.
"They had to have had help. There's no way a human, or even multiple humans, could take down a shifter, especially during a killing frenzy."
Dan shuffled his feet warily.
"Even though this prick is fucked up royally, there's gotta be a way to get the guy out of jail. He's gonna end up in a fucking lab somewhere, and then we all risk being exposed."
I unclenched and reclenched my fists, wanting desperately to punch something. How could one of my own shifters be so stupid? Our entire existence has been a highly guarded secret for centuries. Zeke turned to us with a scowl, hearing the commotion from the hall.
"What's going on?" "A fucking shifter went wolf on someone, and it was caught on a security camera,"
I growled. Zeke pulled his phone from his pocket and typed something into it. He frowned at the screen a moment later.
"Headlines are saying that a bystander subdued the wolf with magic."
Zeke tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling in an "oh fuck" gesture.
"What the fuck?" I roared. "Does it say anything about the location of the bystander? Who the fuck would dare to openly use magic in front of humans?"
Aurelia gasped.
"What is it?"
I asked, spinning to face her and stepping back into the office. Was she having another memory? Did she find something out about the real book's location? Something they said in the memory. They inferred they had plans for both realms. What if this is it? Maybe they're behind this stunt. They're trying to out us to the humans so that they'll eradicate us for them. Aurelia sat back in my tall office chair, a haunted expression on her beautiful face.
"It's probably even more nefarious than that,"
I agreed.
"But I bet I know someone who has some answers."
I grinned, waving for Dan and Zeke to follow me. "Where are you going?" Aurelia asked.
"I'm gonna have a chat. Stay with the book, beautiful. Fenric will keep watch."
Fenric nodded, agreeing immediately to maintain his duty and vigil. He'd been her protector as a child and had guarded her well so far. I trusted him above most to watch her back. With a curt nod of my own, I jogged from the office to the elevator.
"Who are we gonna have a chat with?"
Zeke asked as he came up beside me.
"Who else but their spy would know the Council's plans?"
I smiled grimly.
"You think Eric will tell us anything, even if he does know?"
Zeke pushed the button on the wall to summon the elevator.
"I'm not gonna give him a fucking choice, am I?"
I stepped inside the elevator and pushed the button to the level where the facility's holding cells were. My men followed in behind me.
"He's a Council spy, so he's adept at torture,"
Zeke said as the elevator dinged.
"He'll be more than familiar with not only doling it out, but enduring it too."
I stepped out of the elevator and strode down the hall. As if on cue, Karma started screaming from her cell like a goddamn banshee.
"Shut the fuck up,"
I roared back at her. The bitch was asking for execution if she didn't stop annoying the fuck out of me. "What are you going to do to me?" Karma yelled, ignoring my order. That's it. I've had enough. The dumb bitch didn't know when to quit. I stormed to her cell and grasped her by the throat through the bars.
"I said, shut the fuck up. You sold us out. You're lucky you're sitting here in a cell, instead of me throwing you in the enchanted ring. You could be dead right now. Is that what you want? To go out the way Layla did?
I squeezed her throat, crushing her airway. Her eyes widened as she gasped for breath, reaching up desperately to claw my hand. Yeah, I bet you regret your decision to run your mouth now, don't you? I tossed her away in disgust, my rage lending fuel to my strength. Her back hit the bars on the other side of the cell with a bone-crunching thud, and she collapsed on the cold concrete floor. I spun on my heel and stormed down the hall of cells. I didn't have time for any more of her shit. Eric was in a cell at the very end of the hall, furthest away from all the other prisoners. The cells at the rear were special. They blocked magic just as the brownie's cell did, but I was a lot more cautious about opening this door. Eric was cunning, and much larger than the brownie, being one of the pure-blooded Fae. He was also skilled in combat, even without his magic.
Be vigilant. He may try to rush us when I open the door,
I said over my shoulder. Zeke and Dan nodded as one and adopted combat stances. I rolled my shoulders and grabbed the key from my pocket. It was the master key to all the cells on this level. I was the only person in possession of one.
Stay back from the door, Eric,
I shouted through the door, before sliding the keycard in the lock and opening the door with a distant click. Eric sat back on the cot with a smug grin on his stupid face, as if completely unfazed. I stormed in, and the door closed behind us as Dan and Zeke followed me in.
What do the elders want with the human realm?
I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. Eric shrugged one shoulder, but kept his mouth shut. There was no way he was going to offer anything up easily. That was for damn sure. But it was worth a try. I glared at the Fae and took a threatening step forward.
What are you gonna do, Gray? Torture me? Good luck with that.
Eric laughed, shaking his head as if I wasn't the shifter king of Faerie.
Do you know who I am?
Zeke rumbled as he stepped forward, his huge hulking form threatening as fuck, even to the most powerful of supernaturals. Is he about to use his rider powers on the Fae? Eric visibly gulped and nodded, the bravado slipping from his smug face.
Not so tough now,
I asked, raising my brows with a smirk. Zeke laughed, deep and threatening.
You know I can show you your worst nightmares and feast on your soul while I'm doing it. It's why you were exiled, criminal. The hunt was barbaric, Eric sneered. You're gonna tell us what you know, Eric, or you will be the next victim of the wild hunt.
I shrugged, reveling in my nonchalance. In the end, it wasn't up to me. But Asher would take my request into consideration and would most likely run the fucker down in the forests of Faerie when Aurelia and I got us back home. We had to succeed in getting us all back home, especially now that the humans knew about us.
I won't betray the council,
Eric spat, finding his courage once more. I turned to Zeke and nodded.
Did the council out us to the humans?
I asked. Zeke walked over to his cot, gripped Eric by the chin, and stared into his eyes. It only took a second before the stubborn face started screaming and thrashing. Eric tried closing his eyes tightly, but the nightmare was already playing out. Zeke straightened and crossed his arms over his chest, a look of dark satisfaction upon his face. The screams would die down a short while later, so we waited. It would do us no good to try to ask questions while he was hollering at the top of his lungs because he was trapped in his own head.
Zeke is a scary motherfucker,
Dan whispered next to me, his brows raised.
Yeah, so maybe think twice before you shoot a woman with a tranquilizer dart in the future,
Zeke muttered. It sounded like everyone was angry over that particular situation. Poor Dan.
I'm gonna ask again, Eric. Did the council out shifters and magic to the humans?
Muddy brown eyes turned to me, and he nodded wordlessly.
And what is their endgame here?
I asked. Eric braced himself for pain and shook his head, refusing to divulge any more. Fuck. He wasn't going to give us anything. He would rather live out his worst nightmares over and over again than give us anything more.
We should just talk to Ash, I said with a scowl. Once we go home, you can hunt him in the wild as you used to. I shrugged and turned to leave. You mean to go back? Eric called out after me with a frown. Yes, we're going home. I growled at him before addressing the rider. Leave him here, and you can do what you want to punish him once we take down the elders. I really want to give him another nightmare. Zeke chuckled. Do what you will. I honestly don't care. I waved a hand over my shoulder. If he gives you any more information, though, let me know. I walked out of the cell and down the hall. Karma was blessedly silent. Meanwhile, Dan followed closely behind me. I turned to him after pushing the button for the elevator. Send a team to investigate the human jail. Someone has to be able to get that shifter out of there before he's taken by the human authorities and tested, I said. The elevator doors opened and I stepped inside. Dan stepped in after me, his nose in his phone as he typed away on it. Got it, boss. I'll have our best team on it now. Dan never glanced up from his phone. Do you even know who the best team is? I sighed. I've been going through the files in my office. I take my job seriously, you know, he said, affronted. About time. I leaned back against the wall, anxious to get back up to my office and my mate. I hated having to wait in the elevator. If only I could sift like the Fae, I could just pop into my office. But not only was it not an ability that shifters had, but I'd also placed wards against sifting within the building. Friends and allies could sift to the facility, but had to be given permission to enter the old-fashioned way. The doors opened, and shouting came from my office, the noise carrying down the hall. I didn't even think about it. I just sprinted down the corridor to my open office door. Fenric was standing over my mate, his expression distraught. Aurelia's eyes were wide and unseeing. I pushed the Fae away from her and snatched her up from the chair. Her heart was beating wildly in my ears, unmistakable with my enhanced shifter hearing. She's alive, I said aloud. I just don't know what's happening. Is she having a vision? Fenric asked in shock. Why would he be shocked? Some Fae had the gift of sight, like Magna, and were often referred to as seers. My mate could very well have that gift too. We had yet to uncover everything Aurelia could do with her magic. Maybe? I don't know. I've never seen her do this, I said. She already has so many gifts, her royal protector marveled. This could place an even bigger target on her back, Fenric whispered. I squeezed her to me, holding her tightly, giving her my strength. It wasn't her fault she was chosen or had all this power. She'd never asked for it. It was just who she was born to be. Maybe it has something to do with the book, I suggested hopefully. It's possible that it was the book. She was reading it when her eyes rolled back in her head. Fenric shook his head, watching on with concern. What could she possibly be seeing? What's even in that blasted book? I growled as I sat with her in the chair behind my desk. I ran my hand through her hair and kissed her forehead, rocking her gently. Wake up, my love. I'm here. Wake up. She twitched in my arms and moaned softly as she came to. Gray, she mumbled, her voice airy and distant. I know what they're doing, and where to find the book. Holy shit. Chapter 23. Aurelia. Magna smiled softly as she caressed the book. You must hide this, child. Where? I asked as I chewed my lip. I didn't know any safe places in the human realm. I only just found someone kind enough to take me in. Where could I possibly hide it? No one can know, not even you, until the time is right. The elders have terrible plans, and if we don't do things exactly right, we could doom us all. Magna sat back in her armchair. What am I gonna do? I mumbled. She reached up and patted my hand. You must hide it where they least suspect it.
They would never expect it to be at home. Could I go back for just a minute and hide it in one of my usual hiding places? Mommy and Daddy must be so sad. If I had known that Malcolm and that man were talking about me, then I would have told someone of their plans. I would have warned them or told Fenric. Magna said it's better that I didn't. That future wouldn't turn out the way it was supposed to. How do I get to the portal? I asked.
No one has seen the portal in centuries, I'm afraid.
She shook her head in dismay. But I was brought through the portal into the forest, I answered, fidgeting and twisting my fingers together. Magna closed her eyes briefly, but opened them a heartbeat later with a snap. She moved to a book on the shelf and pulled a different book off. She flipped through the book and grimaced.
You're going to need to use this enchantment, child.
She handed me a book that was written in the language of the Fae. I cocked my head to the side. If I do this, how will I ever know where it's hidden? I asked, peering up at the woman.
You won't remember until the time is precisely right. I know I'm putting a lot on your small shoulders, but I promise, it's for a good cause. You will be happy one day, and our people, all of them, will prosper because of it.
I just want to go home. I won't even run and hide from Fenric anymore if I can just go home. My lower lip wobbled.
I know.
She rubbed my back.
It's not a good idea right now, though. It's too dangerous, and there are too many chances for the future we need to be hidden.
What happens if I just go home and stay there, and forget this world even exists? I sniffled, peering up at her with pleading eyes. Why couldn't I just go home? Was it really that bad? Surely my parents could protect me. They were the king and queen.
If you go back and stay there, you will die, princess,
she said in a low voice, and her words rang with truth. I gasped and stared down at the enchantment in the book she'd handed me. Is she telling me the whole truth, or trying to scare me into doing what she wanted me to? You've seen my death? I asked in a small voice.
1,000,000 different ways,
she breathed, glancing away, her face paling, and a ghostly emptiness flitting behind her eyes. I don't want to die, I whispered as I straightened my shoulders. I would do what needed to be done, and I would suffer if I had to. I'd already suffered the cold and loneliness. How hard could it be?
I know, princess. I don't want you to die either. It's why we have to be very careful.
She turned away as if to collect her thoughts and sighed. I picked up the golden book and stood, making my way to Magna. Can you sift?
Yes, I can.
She nodded.
Where do you need me to go?
I thought hard about the place we'd come out in the portal all those months ago. Magna turned curious eyes on me.
I thought you understood.
She crossed her arms over her chest.
Only death awaits you there.
I do, I assured her. I'm not gonna stay there. I'm very good at sneaking around the palace grounds. I squeezed her arm. Magna nodded.
Very well.
And then we were swirling through space and time to the shimmering portal. Come on, I said, waving her over to the portal.
I can't come with you, princess. No one can know what you do with that book. I must remember some things about you, but not all.
She took a step back. Will you be here when I come back? I asked with a hint of fear in my voice.
I will see it when you come back, but I fear lingering here too long.
She glanced around the clearing, as if she was waiting for someone to jump out at us. Maybe she was. Okay, I'll be back. I took a step toward the shimmering portal with a small amount of trepidation, before taking a deep breath and stepping through. A sensation like cool water washed over me as I stepped into the glittering portal, but I was dry when I reached the other side. The forest and the palace grounds greeted me like an old friend. Tree branches reached out in welcome, and a gust of wind nearly pushed me back, as if trying to save me. I scanned the forest, allowing my face senses to wander. A new urgency fell over the forest that made me tense. The trees were urging me to move. They wanted me to hide, fast. I ran to a huge oak, and just like the many times I'd played and hid from Fenric, I ducked inside its hollow. Bushes bent in front of the hollow, hiding me from whoever was coming.
"The king suspects it was me,"
Malcolm said angrily.
"Yes, I fear what he will do when he has proof."
It was the same voice as before that answered him. I peeked over the bushes carefully, and my eyes widened when I saw Ronaldo the Elder, with his squinty eyes, standing in front of Malcolm. Why was he there? What did he have to gain from my death? Our elders were supposed to be wise. Why would I be a threat to them?
"How do we stop him from seeing the truth?"
Malcolm growled again.
"We do not. You must stay in the human world to keep watch over the girl from afar. She has something we need. If you can convince her to work with us to take over the human world and make the undesirables our slaves, as they should be, even better."
Ronaldo shrugged. I nearly gasped, but covered it quickly. They wanted to rule both realms? But why? They were already the most powerful individuals in all of Faerie. So what good would it do them to rule the humans and their world of iron too?
"If I can convince her to help us, she doesn't have to die, right? I can keep my betrothed?"
Malcolm asked with a relieved sigh.
"Fine, so long as she remains ours to command. Now get back to the human realm. Keep an eye on the princess until she's grown and find the book."
Ronaldo waved a dismissive hand at his co-conspirator and sifted away. I blinked the memory away. Strong arms were wrapped around my body, and I stared up into the beautiful dark eyes of my fated mate. "Gray?" I mumbled. "I know what they're doing, and where to find the book."
"My love, you scared the life out of me and poor Fenric."
He squeezed me tighter to him. "I'm okay," I said. "I poured all my memories into that book. I put the most dangerous ones to us in there." I wiggled in his arms. He refused to loosen his hold. Instead, he stayed seated in his chair with me cradled in his lap.
"What did you see?"
Fenric asked hesitantly. "I went back to Faerie once, but I had to block out the memories or they might have been able to find it." I pursed my lips.
"You hid the book in Faerie?"
Gray asked, defeated. Why does he sound defeated? I can just bring him through the portal with me to retrieve it. "I didn't know the human realm," I explained. "I thought that was the best place. No one would have guessed a child would be strong enough to get themselves back home and then leave willingly, but the threat was clear." I shrugged as best I could in his tight embrace.
"You hid it in the very last place anyone would expect, right under their damn noses. There's just one problem, Princess."
Fenric flopped into the chair across from us. "What is it?" I asked with a frown. "What am I missing? It's all so simple. We go to the forest, get the book, and come back to figure the rest out."
"You can't sift at all, not to mention between realms, and the portal is being watched closely by the elders."
Fenric leaned forward on his elbows. "Fuck," I said, and ran a hand down my face. He was right. I wouldn't be able to bring anyone else along if my father or someone else sifted me there. Gray wouldn't be able to come with me. Would 2 warriors be enough if the council guards found us? My thoughts raced back to Nicholas and his noble death. We'd had only a few soldiers with us at the time, and we were still in trouble and vastly outnumbered. I'd lost a friend that day. A tear leaked from my eye and rolled down my cheek, betraying my thoughts. Gray wiped it away.
"It's okay, my love. We'll figure out a way to get the book. Don't get upset now. You've done so much in such a short time."
Gray whispered and kissed my forehead. "You thought I was crying because of the book?" I was remembering the blood, and Nicholas's dying request. Fenric stared at me from across the desk.
You said you knew what the elders are up to,
he asked. It's terrible, and I'm not even sure if it's too late to stop them. I chewed on my lower lip. I patted Gray's arm. He reluctantly let me sit up, but didn't remove his arms from around my waist.
What is it?
Gray frowned. They want to enslave everyone, including the humans. Fenric stood abruptly, his hands clenched in anger.
They're mad. The humans will wipe the Fae off the face of the planet. They have iron weapons and technology that we don't. And their sheer numbers alone far outmatch us.
He ran a shaky hand through his hair.
That's a suicide mission,
Gray murmured as his hands clenched my hips roughly. I don't know how long they've been plotting this. They could already have their plan in motion, just like I suggested earlier. I leaned my head back on Gray's shoulder and stared up at the ceiling, allowing a heavy sigh to escape me.
The shifter,
Gray said.
They're behind it. You're right. That has to be it.
I nodded. It was probably true. They'd been infiltrating the human world for a long time now. They'd had centuries to do so. And now they were setting everything in motion to enslave all the people they perceived as weaker than them. So what do we do? I asked.
I have a team en route to rescue the shifter from the human jail as we speak. They'll get him out, and then we find out what happened to make the idiot shift in public,
said Gray as he shook his head. Fenric's eyes blazed with fury.
And then we get the book back and find a way to stop them.
Dan burst into the room, his breathing shallow, as if he'd run up the stairs instead of taking the elevator.
The team is back. They have the shifter in the holding cells,
he wheezed.
That was quicker than I expected,
Gray said, and stood with me still in his arms. I wiggled until he put me down. I appreciated the support and love, but I could stand on my own 2 feet, literally and figuratively. His arms snaked from around my waist as he rushed over to the door.
I'd already taken the initiative to send them when you asked earlier. I didn't want to tell you because I wasn't sure how you would react.
Dan's cheeks turned pink.
Good instincts. Your head's in the right place. We don't want our people coming up missing or being experimented on.
Gray clapped him on the shoulder. Together, we raced to the cells, unsure of what we were going to find. The team that Dan had assembled stood in the hall outside, ragged and worse for wear. A couple were even bleeding.
Report,
Gray barked at them. The 3 men glanced between each other warily and shuffled their feet nervously. What could be so concerning that they were afraid to speak to their own boss and king? The one in the middle stepped forward. Whoever he was, he had magic. There was a subtle buzz of it around him. He bowed his head in submission.
This was not your average jailbreak, boss. We barely made it out of there alive. Explain,
Gray ordered. His hand tensed on my thigh as I stood just off to the side, but behind him.
That wasn't a human jail,
he answered.
The guards there had magic. Every last fucking one of them.
Oh my gods. We were right. It's already begun. Chapter 24. Gray.
What the fuck did you just say?
I growled, every inch of me instantly electrified at hearing the impossible. That was a typical human jail. How the fuck did a bunch of supernaturals get in there and take it over?
It wasn't normal magic either, boss. It was stronger and different from mine,
the guy said. They're Fae? Aurelia asked with wide eyes. She turned to stare at me in horror. But why on earth would they take over the human jails when we had our own ways of dealing with our people? Was this a part of their seizing power from the humans?
How long have they been here?
I asked. My team of 3 bowed their heads and offered only silence. They had no answers. I sighed. Fuck. All right. There's only one way to get answers then. I still needed to talk with the shifter who'd shifted in public. Perhaps I could find out how he'd become the council's target. They'd basically set him up as a sacrificial lamb. But how did they make him shift in front of the camera? Shifters knew better than to snap when being provoked. Fenric scrubbed a hand over his face in frustration.
We need to ask the shifter,
he said through gritted teeth, echoing my thoughts.
Where is he?
I asked the group. The guy in the middle, one of our best and a warlock, pointed to a cell a couple down from Karma. The shifter was lying on a cot and appeared to be sleeping. Was he checked over by a healer? Aurelia frowned as we approached.
No, he's been like that since we found him. I think he was drugged,
the warlock said.
For fuck's sake, someone go and get a damn healer,
I barked. Fenric waved me off.
No need. I'm a decent healer by Fae standards. I'm not exactly happy with Fae standards at the moment,
I said offhandedly. Watch it, Aurelia warned. He's on our side, remember. Not to mention the fact you're mated to a Fae. Or had you forgotten? She tapped her foot, one prominent eyebrow cocked at me. Reaching through the bars, Fenric held his hands over the shifter's body, and they glowed green with healing magic. He moaned and blinked his eyes open.
Where am I?
He mumbled.
This doesn't look like the human jail.
That was no human jail, the warlock said. Did he really think he was in a supernatural jail of some sort? We just didn't have those, for the most part.
What's your name?
I asked the shifter. His eyes locked on mine for only a second before he averted his gaze.
Terran, my king,
he said from his cot.
So you do know who I am, then?
I asked, raising a brow.
Yes. I'm very old, even though I don't appear it. I knew your father before his passing all those years ago, he said sadly. We'll get back to that in a minute,
I said as I glanced at Aurelia. Her shoulders stiffened with his words, but she remained tight-lipped.
What is it you wish to know?
Terran asked.
How does someone as old as you get caught on camera shifting and attacking humans?
There had to be a good explanation. I didn't want this man dead, especially after the way we retrieved him.
I don't know. There was something strange about the whole incident.
He shook his head. What do you mean by strange? Aurelia asked and stepped closer to the bars. I pulled her back gently. She scowled at me. She wanted answers as much as we all did. But just because I didn't want Terran dead didn't mean I trusted him so close to my mate.
I was just walking by a shop, and there was a strange scent in the air. It had an almost chemical aroma. I became irrationally angry. I lost control and then shifted.
He raised himself up and scooted forward on the small cot. Fenric withdrew, his job done, giving us center stage.
A chemical smell. That sounds more like something pertaining to the humans than the Fae,
I said as I rubbed a hand across my chin. But why would humans expose us? Even if some small sect of them knew about us, they wouldn't want mass hysteria. Aurelia leaned forward again, shuffling her feet while she chewed her lip in thought.
What do the Fae have to do with any of this?
Terran asked with a growl, his inner wolf rising to the surface. He sniffed the air and cocked his head to the side as he looked between Fenric and Aurelia.
That is my mate and her guardian, and they will be respected,
I barked at the shifter. His glare turned to curiosity before he averted his eyes. Good. I needed more information from him, and if he thought they were wicked Fae, then he wouldn't be as forthcoming or as helpful as he was currently being.
We've discovered that the Fae want to enslave us all now,
I informed him, leaning my back against the wall and bringing Aurelia with me into the protective circle of my arms again.
It wasn't bad enough that they exiled us, but now they want to enslave us too,
Terran scoffed.
Apparently. And this whole situation has their dirty dealings all over it.
I stared the shifter down.
How did you come to be on their list? Even after he was disgraced and executed, I was an ardent supporter of your father. I was loud about it too, and attempted to rise up against our oppressors. They have long memories, it seems.
He stood abruptly. I tensed. Fenric did too, and immediately took a step to block Aurelia from the shifter's view. Once a protector, always a protector. He wasn't dead. Aurelia's whisper was choked on a sob. Taryn's gaze snapped to hers. There was anger in his eyes, and the scent of his fury filled the space. I nearly choked on the sour stench. You dare lie to me after all this time? I watched his execution with my own eyes. He took a threatening step forward, vibrating with rage. Watch your tone with the princess, mutt. I saw him alive and well and stuck in a Fae prison cell right next to hers. Fenric snapped, stomping to the bars. This conversation was devolving fast, and tensions as well as emotions were flaring. We'd gotten almost everything we needed from the jailed shifter, but something just wasn't adding up. Easy, Fenric. He can't get to my mate, nor would he. Would you, Taryn? I raised a brow in question. No, never, my king. I just don't believe it, he whispered. Whoever they killed was not the king. I made friends with Nicholas in that cell. He saved my life. Aurelia turned and buried her face in my chest as tears filled her eyes. Grimacing, I redirected the conversation. This isn't the point. I rubbed Aurelia's back in soothing circles. What happened in the jail? You were stone cold unconscious until Fenric healed you just now. I was shifting uncontrollably until they knocked me out with a needle. Then I woke up here. That's all I remember. I glanced around the holding area, his shoulders slumping. What the fuck did the humans come up with that could make a shifter go crazy like that? And why? Did the Fae have something to do with how that was made? I asked aloud to no one in particular. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here, and I don't want to discuss plans in front of the other prisoners, Aurelia said, raising her face to eye Karma warily. Agreed, Fenric nodded, still glaring at Taryn. We should head back to the office and devise a plan. We can't really do anything about this mystery right now. We still have our main goal to achieve. Retrieving the book from Faerie. I nudged Aurelia. She turned to leave without a backward glance at either prisoner. She was getting the whole royal act down quickly for someone who grew up never having anything for the most part. I grinned. She would be my queen one day, and I was glad she would live up to the title in every way imaginable. My mate was still her own puzzle yet to be put together in her entirety. But when she came into her full power, she would be a grand and intimidating queen indeed. When we got into the elevator, I reached to push the button for the top floor. Aurelia grabbed my arm. Can we check on Freya first? She asked, with tears pooling in her eyes. I could deny my mate nothing. What happened to the ruthless leader of the Syndicate? I used to be so cold and unfeeling. This incredible woman was going to be the death of that image. I was sure of it. But would that be such a bad thing? I nodded my head and pushed the button for the infirmary instead. Face still streaked with tears, Aurelia raced out of the elevator as soon as the doors opened. I followed behind her to the room in which we left Freya in Magna's capable hands. Fiona sat on the small, empty cot with her head in her hands, silently sobbing. No, Aurelia gasped. Please, no. What? I asked, searching the room for the injured sprite. Where was she? She had to be here. And where was Magna? What's going on? I croaked. Where's Freya? Fiona sniffled and turned her watery gaze on me. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, and I swore to all the gods in existence that if this was one of their ridiculous pranks, I would strangle them myself. She was injured too badly, she breathed. Nothing that Magna did helped. Fiona broke down into another wave of sobs. I was shaking my head, already denying the truth before the words were even fully out of her mouth. No, I murmured in disbelief. It can't be. Magna walked into the doorway and stopped,
her expression grave as she met my gaze. It wasn't that, I'm afraid. They tainted her blood with something that would not allow her to heal. I'm sorry. They experimented on her.
They did what?
Aurelia gasped as she sat like a stone on the bed next to Fiona, who was still quietly sobbing. It's like the shifter in that chemical, but different, isn't it? I asked as I ran a hand down my face, my blood boiling inside my own skin. It would seem so, Magna said softly. I'm sorry for your loss, Shifter King. What the fuck was the council doing? Why were they experimenting on their own damn people? They were fucking monsters. I don't care how long it takes, or what I have to do. I will see the council fall, I vowed. I'd lost one of my sprites, something I'd hoped never to face. I'd wanted to return to Faerie with both Freya and Fiona by my side. But now that future was lost to us, and Fiona had lost her sister. Aurelia stared at me sadly, probably already knowing who would make them all pay. This had all been firmly on her shoulders, and I had a feeling it was only the beginning of her trials.
I'll kill him for this, she whispered.
I would rather you not have blood on your hands, I said as I pulled her from the cot and into my arms.
It's too late for that. My soul is already stained with the blood of my enemies and my friends. I will end them all for this, and for what they did to Nicholas.
A single tear traced down her cheek before she swiped at it angrily. Let's go get the damn book so we can end this once and for all, I said, reaching down to stroke Fiona's little head before pulling my mate from the room. We didn't need to be in there anymore. What was done was done. The scent of death there permeated the air and made my oversensitive nose twitch.
Fenric?
Aurelia called out to her guardian.
Find my father. We're gonna need his help if there are any problems.
Fenric nodded and pushed the button to the elevator. I wrapped my arms around Aurelia and brushed a kiss across her forehead.
How is it that everything is moving so fast, but it feels like I'm standing still?
She laid her head on my chest, her heart hammering against mine. Magna walked out of the room a moment later, leaving Fiona to her grief. You found your memories, Princess? She asked, her tone uneven and giving nothing away.
I did, and I understand so much more now,
Aurelia answered the seer with a nod. Just by touch alone you can grant access to Faerie, child, Magna said with a watery smile.
What do you mean?
Aurelia asked, her eyes narrowing.
I can't sift at all.
You don't need to be able to sift. Just touch me and I will be able to sift to Faerie independent of you. I have foreseen it, my dear, said Magna, her smile brightening.
So I can take Grey?
My mate asked hopefully. Yes, you can set out to follow the path you wish to walk, said Magna as she patted her on the arm. This changes everything. I squeezed Aurelia tighter to me, my heart filled with hope. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. Fenric and the Shadow King stood inside together. We rushed through the doors with Magna hot on our heels. We need to get to the parking garage. We can't sift inside the wards. I hit the down button. We were really going to Faerie for the first time in centuries. I knew I shouldn't smile so soon after my dear friend's death, but the thought of going home even for a short time on a mission made me irrationally happy. Turning to the woman responsible for it all, I crashed my lips to hers in a bruising and passionate kiss. She's made this all possible.
Grey, my father,
she whispered against my lips. I wouldn't let her go. I was just thanking my mate for being the best thing that has ever happened to the realms. I grinned.
You're crazy,
she said, pulling away from me with a small shadow of a smile. I let her go reluctantly. The elevator doors opened and we stepped out into the empty garage. We didn't quite know what we were facing at this point, or what would happen when we got there. But we were going home. And I, for one, would have faced the very doors of death to get that chance again.
Chapter 25. Aurelia. I crouched behind a leafy bush and stared up at the royal castle. The trees were waving urgently, signaling to me. It wasn't as weird to me now that I was aware that they'd done the same thing in my presence when I was a child. My father crouched next to me, glaring at the men patrolling the majestic and impossibly grand building.
"What are the council soldiers doing guarding my castle?"
He growled under his breath. "I don't know, but we need to get out of here," I said just as softly. "The trees are trying to warn us away. We're not safe here." Gray gazed up at the trees with a frown. Together we backed away from the tree line. The council was clearly moving to take over anyone that opposed them, and my father's kingdom was firmly in opposition.
"What's happened to my soldiers?"
he asked as we moved swiftly through the trees to a safer location. Fenric paused and shook his head.
"I'm guessing that any who didn't swear allegiance to the council were either killed or sent to the dungeons, my king."
"That's gonna make things exceedingly more difficult for the battle ahead," I mused and chewed my lip nervously. Gray squeezed my hand, offering me his unspoken and eternal support. I peered up at him. Even with the grim news of our lack of army and Freya's recent passing, there was a light in his eyes I hadn't seen before. He was happy to be back home, even if the state of it was presently terrible and oppressive.
"We'll fix it,"
Gray murmured, as if he knew my train of thought.
"Let's just get the book first."
"It's close to the portal," I said with certainty. I was so glad I'd finally remembered where I'd stashed it, but when we sifted, we'd missed the mark by a mile. Father assured me it was by design, in case any council soldiers were near it. Fenric did warn us earlier that the portal was heavily guarded. The trees swayed in the opposite direction of the portal. I cringed. Damn it. They wanted us to run the other way, but we desperately needed the book. "I think they're at the portal right now," I said as I scanned the trees. "They're frantic that we get the fuck out of here."
"We'll have to fight then, daughter. There is no other choice. We must retrieve the book,"
my father whispered, his expression stoic. "I know," I agreed. "I just like having the early warning system. It keeps us all on the same page." I stepped on a twig and a loud snap filled the air, shattering the otherwise perfect silence. I winced physically. That was not what I wanted to do. "Way to go, Aurelia. You could have just alerted the whole forest to your presence." Fenric turned sharply and stared at me like I'd grown 2 heads. It wasn't like me at all. As a child, I'd moved silently between the trees. I'd been a natural master at hiding and stalking without making a sound or leaving a trace. Now I was as clumsy as a damn human. With a grimace, I asked the trees to remove the sticks from our path. They silently agreed before enacting my will. Vines and supple limbs swept and bowed, dragging obstacles out of our way and clearing the path for their shadow princess. Placing a palm on the trunk of the nearest tree, I briefly closed my eyes and poured a little magic into it as a thank you. They listened to me, not because I demanded things of them, but because I asked them nicely, respecting their natural autonomy, and then thanked them, showing gratitude when they agreed. The tree pulsed with fear. I attempted to reassure it, but it was afraid for me. They all seemed to be, as the branches reached for me, urging me in the other direction. "They're scared," I whispered loud enough for my team to hear me. "They are saying there are a lot of bad men in that direction." Gray cocked a brow.
"How many?"
he asked. "They have no concept of numbers, just many. They're afraid, but they feel angry and violent. They're very protective of me. They always have been." I licked my lips, an anxious tell, and continued on quietly. "We have to keep moving. Staying here is not an option."
"Over this hill,"
Fenric whispered, pointing ahead at the small rise in front of us.
"The portal is just on the other side. We need to keep low. Being on higher ground is where you want to be in battle, but it can also put a target on your back if you reveal yourself before the right time."
Father squared his shoulders, which only succeeded in making him appear bigger, not smaller. He was bolstering himself for what was to come. He was the king of Faerie, and these were his lands. He would not rest until his realm was returned to peace. And neither will I. As we came to the crest of the hill, a clearing was visible below. The council's guards filled the space. "What are they doing?" I asked. They stared at the portal in perfect formation as if they were waiting for something.
"They're preparing for war,"
Gray said, and clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword, still in its sheath on his hip. I hadn't even known he could use a sword. I'd assumed he would just shift and kill that way, in his wolf form. But it made sense that the king of shifters and the leader of the Syndicate knew multiple forms of combat. He'd had hundreds of years to perfect as many deadly arts as he desired, and they were likely many. I didn't dare ruin the moment by admitting just how damn sexy he looked in his battle armor. I needed to get my head out of the gutter and back to the task at hand. "What are we gonna do?" I asked as I pointed to the tree that once had the hollow close to the portal. "It's in that tree."
"In the tree?"
Fenric frowned.
"Is that how you always hid from me?"
"So not the time, Fenric," I grinned.
"I never could figure it out,"
he mumbled to himself. I held in my giggle at our countless memories together, but just barely. A second later, I squeaked as the ground rumbled beneath me, and a root shot from the earth and wrapped itself around my waist firmly. "What the fuck?" I whispered. But I felt no malice or ill intent from the roots. Gray had his sword out at the ready and was just about to start hacking at it when a hole opened up in the ground. My stomach jolted, and as I fell, a scream tore from my lips. Fuck, that was subtle. The tree root caught me again halfway down, and another hole opened in front of me. What the hell is going on? Were the trees helping me sneak past the army at the portal? Calling on my magic, it crackled willingly along my palm, lighting the dark tunnel before me. This was absolutely insane, but I reached out to the root with my free hand and sent my thanks. Dredging up my courage, I traveled down the tunnel quietly, following behind a root that reached out, beckoning me forward. I stumbled on a pebble in the hard-packed dirt, a small curse escaping me. A root sprung from the earthen wall next to me and wrapped around my arm, balancing me. Weird, but very cool. The clang of metal reached my ears from somewhere above my head, and a mournful howl broke through the din of battle. What the fuck was going on? Were Gray and my father okay? Were they already fighting for their lives? Panic seized me, and I picked up my pace. The tree root beckoned me more frantically. I ran as fast as my feet could carry me, begging the trees above ground to help my family and friends in any way they could, though I was unsure if they could hear me. I had to believe I hadn't put them all in mortal danger with my scream of terror as I fell. I had to remain focused on the task at hand and pray to any gods who might be listening that they would make it out alive. The root led me down a second tunnel, and silence filled the space. Are they still fighting up there? Or have they fled? I hoped beyond hope that they'd fled the giant army that had been waiting at the portal in battle formation. There was no way they could have taken them with the few we had, and I really needed them all to get out of this alive. I'd lost too much already. At the end of the tunnel, there was only a singular root and hard-packed earth awaiting me. The root wrapped around me tightly again, and it lifted me into the air, the ground opening up directly into the hollow of the giant oak from underneath. The space inside was smaller than I remembered, but then I was a grown woman now. Thankfully, the bushes still covered the entrance, keeping it hidden from sight. I peeked out of the bush, and my heart stilled in my chest. Ronaldo stood in front of the large army, and 4 very familiar people were on their knees in front of him. He grinned down at them with a maliciousness only he could possibly possess. Gray struggled against his bonds, his eyes surreptitiously scanning the forest as he held his head high.
You will never find her,
he yelled, but a tear was streaming down his cheek. Did he think I was dead? Is that why he told Ronaldo he would never find me? I sat back on my heels in the confined space and glanced frantically between the others. My father's expression was thunderous, but he too had his chin up, maintaining his pride and valor.
The New Realm Order has already begun,
Ronaldo announced smugly.
And you four will be the first of our new slaves.
No, I whispered quietly, my hand flying to my mouth. But no one would hear me over the raucous shouts of victory. Several soldiers of the army came forward to clamp iron, magic-dampening cuffs on my friends and family. A root nudged me from behind. I turned to find an old gold book sitting in a bed of burnt orange leaves. It was the book I'd been looking for. But now that everyone I loved was captured, did it really matter? I couldn't sift to save my life, and my only means of transport was a portal currently blocked by the enemy army. I grabbed the book, and it buzzed with recognition. This was most definitely the right book. I turned back toward the site of the army, wanting desperately to be with Gray and the others. But I was our only chance of survival now. It was all on me, just as I'd feared it would be, as Gray had intimated back at the facility. The prophecy unfolding was mine, and I was the only one capable of changing the fate of Faerie forever. I eyed the root and jerked my head in the direction we had come. I had to get out of here before I could do anything, and that was the only way. No matter what it cost me, I would get my friends and family back and end the Elder Council's stranglehold on my home, even if it meant I had to die in the process. Can you take me to the dungeons without being seen? I whispered to the root, an idea slowly forming in my mind, blossoming like a shy flower seeing sunlight for the first time. If I was going to defeat an army, I needed to free an army of my fucking own. I would be the princess I was born to be. I would rise against all odds to become their queen and lead them all to victory. I just need to rescue them from my father's dungeon first.